Chapter 1243. The alchemy conference was finally over. Everything went according to Ling Xiao's plan. When Ling Chun announced that Ling Xiao would join the council hall, no one dared to object. How could they dare to offend such a monstrous divine alchemist? If he became a supreme divine alchemist in the future, they would be willing to kneel down and beg him to accept them as his servants. However, Ling Xiao's position as a council elder was only nominal. He didn't have the time to participate in meetings often. He would only participate when there was a major decision and Ling Chun needed his support. Ling Xiao temporarily suppressed the divine body faction for Ling Chun, and his limelight also set off a frenzy of worship in the Dragon Gate. Many of the younger generation regarded Ling Xiao as their idol and role model. They all hoped to work for Ling Xiao's peak as an honor. This was also because many inner sect disciples wanted to become Ling Xiao's personal disciple. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy, Ling Xiao had become the person they most wanted to be apprenticed to. Ling Chen also asked Ling Xiao if he wanted to accept some disciples, but Ling Xiao temporarily refused with the reason of cultivation. In the following days, Ling Xiao personally went to Xianxia's peak to discuss alchemy with him. Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the divine alchemist and could be said to be equivalent to half a divine alchemist, so he naturally had a well-thought-out plan when discussing alchemy with Zheng Can. Zheng Can had been practicing alchemy for tens of thousands of years. He was also under the tutelage of a famous teacher, so he had his own unique understanding of many alchemy paths. The two of them talked with great relish, especially Zheng Can's suggestions to Ling Xiao. He felt enlightened and suddenly understood that alchemy could improve the purity of alchemy in this way. Zheng Can admired Ling Xiao very much, and he became much more polite and familiar with him. In the end, the two of them called each other brothers and became good friends. Ling Xiao did not mind. He felt that Zheng Can looked rather arrogant, but that was a character cultivated by an alchemist. He could not be blamed. In reality, he was a rather straightforward and upright person. Brother Ling, tell me honestly, did you have some kind of amazing opportunity? These alchemy techniques are really unheard of and unseen. Zheng Can asked curiously. This was originally a taboo question, but Zheng Can and Ling Xiao were familiar with each other, so he naturally asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "It's fine if Brother Zheng knows, but don't let others know. My strength is still limited." Ling Xiao answered tactfully. He did not want to announce it everywhere and let others know about it. It was very easy for others to be wary of him. "Brother, don't worry. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. I'm definitely not that kind of gossipy woman." Zheng Can said solemnly. He then said, "It's a pity that you are still a little weak. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have the strength to aspire to the sovereign alchemy god. This can't be rushed. Brother, you have the greatest chance right now." Ling Xiao smiled modestly. I can't do it anymore. I've been stuck in this realm for tens of thousands of years. If I could ascend, I wouldn't have waited until now." Zheng Can revealed a desolate expression. Then he said, "Brother, with your level, you should go to the Tianyuan region to gain experience. There are many divine alchemists there, and there are even supreme alchemists. Being able to communicate with them is absolutely beneficial for you." Tianyuan region, the holy land of alchemists. Ling Xiao had heard of it more than once or twice. This made Ling Xiao somewhat yearn for it, but right now, he did not have the leisure to do so. Days passed by, and Ling Xiao returned to his own mountain peak to cultivate with Yunmingqi. He hoped that his strength would reach a new level, and then he would return to the mystic spirit continent to bring his family up. In his spare time, Ling Xiao had to concoct pills for some elders who came to ask for pills. Of course, these elders all had some weight in the sect. Otherwise, they would not dare to ask Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao also made friends with many people and strengthened the people of Kim people's faction. At the same time, he had already placed a soul-locking curse on Nye Dao, controlling his every move. Nye Dao had also learned a lot about the movements of the divine body faction from his master. Ling Xiao told this information to Ling Chun in advance so that he could be on guard. With Ling Xiao's guidance, Ling Chun was able to deal with the Divine Body faction easily. He overruled the Divine Body faction many times, showing his authority as the leader of a sect. Ling Xiao was not interested in the internal strife of the Dragon Gate. He knew from Ye Dao that those old fellows did not dare to take it seriously. After all, Kim people had supported Ling Chun after the Dragon Gate incident. Unless they had the guts to face the wrath of those old fellows, they would only let the younger generation fight for it, and those old fellows would not show up easily. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had stayed in the Dragon Gate for a year. In this year, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi were very happy, and their strength had also increased. Meanwhile, Euro Fei and Sha Tian finally relied on the resources provided by Ling Xiao to successfully advance from the demigod king realm to the low-level godly king realm. However, at this time, the blazing flame merchants Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing suddenly came to visit. Ling Xiao did not know how to deal with this. He knew how these two women felt about him. Now that Yun Mingqi was by his side, he did not know what would happen. When he saw Lai Ruyu again, her face, which was not inferior to Yun Mingqi's, was still as bright and beautiful as before. Her bright silk dress accentuated her figure to perfection. Zhou Zhijing was also beautiful. She always gave people the impression that she was a lady from a noble family. She was the type of virtuous wife and loving mother. Ling Xiao, you really made us wait. You didn't even come to see us. You were only satisfied when we came to see you. Lai Ruyu shouted, as if she was going to interrogate him. Her beautiful eyes rippled with dense resentment, and she seemed like a little wife that had been abandoned. Ever since Ling Xiao visited them a few years ago, Ling Xiao had never been to Blazing Flame City again. No wonder Lai Ruyu was so popular. At this time, Yun Mingqi quietly appeared behind Ling Xiao and asked, "Husband, who are they?" Yun Mingqi looked at Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing with vigilance in her eyes. She didn't call them Xiao like Chang Wang did, but instead called them husband. She also held onto Ling Xiao's hand, as if she was showing off to the two women. As expected, when Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing saw Yun Mingqi, they were stunned. They did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a fairy-like wife by his side. Lai Ruyu felt wronged in her heart. She knew that she was not inferior to Yun Mingqi at all. Why did Ling Xiao not choose her? What could Ling Xiao do in this situation? He could only give a simple introduction. When Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing found out that the woman in front of them was Ling Xiao's wife from a long time ago, they felt a little better in their hearts. After all, Ling Xiao had once told them that he had many wives and concubines. On the other hand, Yun Mingqi was a little jealous. She had heard Ling Xiao mention that he had stayed at the Blazing Flame Merchants for some time, but she had never heard Ling Xiao mention these two stunning women. She secretly said in her heart, "When we go back tonight, I'll teach him a lesson." "All right, why did you come to find me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Can I come to find you for no reason?" Lai Ruyu blurted out. This made Ling Xiao quite embarrassed. He cried out in his heart, "Don't talk nonsense. If you overturn the vinegar jar, you will suffer." Zhou Zhijing was understanding and said, "Actually, we came here mainly to tell you one thing. Mad Monk has been captured by the Snake Loyalty sect." "What? When did this happen?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. All these years, they had been waiting for news of Euro Fei's adoptive father, hoping that he would rush over to join them. However, they did not expect that he had already been captured. When we received the news, we immediately rushed over. "It has been more than a month now," Zhou Zhijing said. "Damn it, if anything happens to father-in-law, I will definitely wash the Snake Loyalty sect with blood." Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and sent someone to find Euro Fei. Euro Fei had just come out of seclusion and almost fainted when she heard the news. Mad Beast was one of the two most important people in her life. If anything happened to him, she would live in pain for the rest of her life. "Xiao, let's go and rescue adoptive father immediately. We can't let anything happen to him," Euro Fei said with a sobbing tone. "Well, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to save him," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiao did not care about Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. He immediately sent Chang Haoyou to gather the people. Now, the people on his peak were already strong, unlike the Yi clan which had withered. Among them, the strongest was of course Ling Gang. He had already been arranged by the clan to be Ling Zhao's guardian elder. In addition, there were several divine kings under the direct command of the Kim people, as well as the two brothers Kong Wen and Kong Wu, who had already broken through to high-level divine king. In addition, there were also dozens of divine king elders. As for those below the divine king level, there was no need to mention them. Some of them were arranged to protect Ling Xiao, while the others came to follow Ling Xiao voluntarily. When Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing came to find Ling Xiao, they vaguely felt that Ling Xiao's status was already different from before. However, when they saw that all the people on the peak were serving Ling Xiao, and faintly heard others refer to him as the Peak Lord, only then did they realize that Ling Xiao had already become a Peak Lord within the Dragon Gate. This was an existence with great power and authority. They were extremely shocked. Ling Gang, I want you to accompany me to exterminate the Righteous Snake School. Is that okay with you? Ling Xiao asked Ling Gang directly. The Righteous Snake School is not a small sect. There are many divine kings within the school. Exterminating them won't be easy. With just our few people, I'm afraid it won't be enough. If we can borrow another group of people, it shouldn't be a problem, Ling Gang replied cautiously. Although the Righteous Snake School was not a superpower, they still had a bit of reputation. Ling Xiao was going on a personal matter. How could he have the nerve to ask Ling Chen for people? If they were to lose too many people this time, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Don't worry about it for now. Let's hurry over and use our Dragon Gate's name to force them to hand over the people. If anything happens to father-in-law, I will definitely take care of the Righteous Snake School first. Ling Xiao said fiercely. Ling Xiao hurried over to inform Ling Chen that he would be leaving the sect for a period of time. Then he brought his own people and hurried over to the Righteous Snake School's territory. Chapter 1244. Dragon Gate, on the mountain peak where Fong Bu'er was located. In his secret room, Fong Bu'er, He Gong, and several people from the Divine Body faction were gathered. They seemed to be having a secret discussion about something. That little bastard finally made a move. I heard that this time, they seem to be looking for trouble with the Snake Loyalty sect. He Gong said with a sullen face. Fong Bu'er narrowed his eyes. A thick killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Can you confirm this information?" "Absolutely not. All the elders on his mountain peak have set out together. It seems like they're going to rescue someone." He Gong replied, "That's good. I thought that he would hide in his shell for the rest of his life. Since he dares to come out, then let him disappear forever." Fong Bu'er said faintly. Ever since Ling Xiao became famous, the people from the Divine Body faction didn't dare to easily cause trouble. They especially didn't dare to look for trouble with Ling Xiao. However, it didn't mean that they had let go of their hatred for Ling Xiao. On the contrary, the more they suppressed their hatred, the more they hated him. Ling Gang also went out with him. There are also several people from Kim people. Their strength isn't low. If we want to get rid of him, I'm afraid. He Gong revealed a difficult expression as he said. Although He Gong was also one of the Sun Jin kingdom of Goguryeo, he was definitely not a match for Ling Gang. He couldn't help but be worried. Hee, why do we need to make a move? Fong Bu'er sneered and said, I heard that recently, a group called Shadow Assassin Group appeared. They dare to kill anyone as long as they can pay enough compensation. The leader of Shadow Assassin Group doesn't seem to be much weaker than Ling Gang. I believe that they have the strength to get rid of that brat. The God-slaughtering list was a ranking based on the number of God Kings killed by an individual. Of course, this was just a list made up by those who paid attention to it. Generally, the people on the wanted list were ranked according to their strength. Mad Monk's strength was at the peak of mid-level God King. He was ranked 78th. This kind of combat strength was already quite powerful. Moreover, he had found the divine item he needed in the Chaotic Ridge. After several years of concentration, he had the strength of a high-level God King. With such strength, it wouldn't be easy for the Snake Loyalty sect to take him down. The Mad Monk had been staying in the Chaotic Ridge all this time, and the members of the Snake Loyalty sect who had been searching for him had long since retreated from the Chaotic Ridge. Logically speaking, nothing would happen. But if there was anything to blame, it was the Furious Monk's fault for being too easy to recognize and for being too confident. So, just as he was about to head to Raging Flame City to look for Yu Rofei, Ling Xiao, and the others, he was recognized. Tianlong was famous for being on the god-slaughtering list. He was already a high-level god king. He was stronger than Mad Monk, who had just entered the high-level god king realm. Tianlong had single-handedly massacred a medium-sized force. Tianlong was a famous person on the god-slaughtering list, and his strength had long since reached the high-level god king stage. He was even stronger than the violent monk, who had just entered the high-level god king stage. In the past, he had single-handedly slaughtered a medium-sized force. Tianlong was well-informed. His subordinates had long heard that they had to pay attention to Mad Monk's news. Therefore, they quickly sent the news back to the headquarters. The Blazing Flame Business Alliance was well-informed. The people below had long heard that they had to pay attention to the Mad Monk's news, so they quickly sent the news back to the headquarters. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing received the news and rushed to the Heavenly Dragon sect. 3 months had already passed since then. The Snake Ridge was the territory of the Snake Loyalty sect. It was a place where snakes coiled around each other. It was rumored that the first-generation sect master of the Snake Loyalty sect was from the Beastman race. It was rumored that the first-generation sect master of the Snake Loyalty sect was from the Beastman race. Beastmen and humans intermarried, causing the Beastman race to gradually disappear from everyone's sight. However, there were still many people who had the Beastman bloodline. Normally, they could only activate the Beastman bloodline in battle and transform into a Beastman to increase their combat power. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to discover the existence of the Beastmen. Because of this, the territory occupied by the Snake Loyalty sect attracted all the snake beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Thus, it became the Snake Ridge. It was also a territory that many people didn't dare to step into. Without the guidance of the Snake Loyalty sect, they would definitely be attacked by the snakes once they stepped into the Snake Loyalty sect's territory. There was once a high-level god king who wanted to barge into the Snake Loyalty sect's territory. In the end, he was bitten to death by thousands of snakes. That incident spread throughout the Sky Dragon domain. Since then, no one dared to barge into the Snake Ridge. However, there was a group of guests outside the Snake Ridge. These people were Ling Xiao and the others who had rushed here from the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao didn't bring many people with him this time. He only brought 50 people, but they were already the peak strength of his peak. Of course, people like the 13th Prince and the Prodigal Son had to be brought along. With them, Ling Xiao felt that he could fight against dozens of god kings. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also followed. On the way here, they didn't talk to Ling Xiao. Instead, they stayed by Yuro Fei's side to comfort her. At the same time, they hoped to build a good relationship with Yunmingqi. They knew that if they wanted to stay by his side, they wouldn't have any hope if they didn't build a good relationship with the women around him. They never thought that Ling Xiao would give up on Yunmingqi and Yuro Fei and choose them. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have already accepted them. Ling Xiao's unwavering love for his woman was what they liked. Uncle Xiao, in front of us is the Snake Mountain Range. It is best for us to use peaceful means before resorting to force. If they are tactful and release the people, then everything will be fine. If they don't listen, then we will let them know the consequences of offending our Heavenly Dragon sect. Yeah, let them come out first, said Ling Xiao calmly. Although the Snake Righteous sect couldn't be compared to the super forces, it was still a big force. It had many King God Realm experts. Rumor said that all of the 18 Silver Snakes had the King God Realm. The leader of the Silver Snakes was a high-level King God Realm expert. Above them, there were the 8 Great Gold Snakes and the 4 Great Snake Kings. They were all the top existences. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. He was just worried that they might have an incipient God Realm expert. If they had an incipient God Realm expert, they weren't strong enough. So, He had to ask the snake-righteous sect to let them go first. If they didn't want to, he would use force. Ling Xiao's team stopped in front of the Snake Ridge. They looked at the Snake Ridge mountain from a far distance. They could feel the evil aura coming from that place, which made them feel a little depressed. Ling Gang went to call the mountain. He believed that the snake-righteous sect would come out soon. Fei looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Xiaoyu, do you think my adoptive father will be all right? She had asked Ling Xiao the same question more than 100 times on the way. Ling Xiao was still patient. If they want to capture my father-in-law, I'm sure they won't kill him easily. In fact, everybody knew that Ling Xiao was just deceiving himself. He was a wanted man, and he was captured. How could he still be alive? No one would think that the snake-righteous sect was a merciful man. Not far from them, Ling Gang was direct and overbearing. He flew to the sky above the Snake Ridge and punched. A golden fist that looked like a lion pounded on many mountains. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen mountains were instantly blasted into smithereens, and countless stone chips and dust splashed everywhere. As soon as the noise arose, more than 10 people dashed over from different directions. They were all riding on flying spirit beasts. Surprisingly, each of them had a cultivation base no lower than a saint. Apparently, they were just some guards who guarded the Snake Ridge. The leader, the Holy Emperor, shouted in fright, "Who dares to act presumptuously in our snake-righteous sect's territory? You must be tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden palm wrapped around his face. The Holy Emperor was smashed down like a cannonball. His body landed on the ground, creating a deep pit. He couldn't get out of that pit anymore. "Who do you think you are? You dare to shout in front of this god?" Ling Gang said disdainfully. He was one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His position in the Sky Dragon domain was revered. He wasn't someone that an ordinary person would dare to offend. When the members of Snake Loyalty Sect saw that their leader was killed with a single slap, each and every one of them became frightened. Another Saint King carefully took a step forward and asked, Sir, what business do you have? Quickly inform your sect master. Tell him that the people of Dragon Gate have arrived." Ling Gang said in a heroic manner. When the dozen people heard the words Dragon Gate, they immediately became even more afraid. The Holy Emperor nodded his head and said yes. Then he brought everyone back to the Snake-Righteous Sect to report. The people of the Snake-Righteous Sect left quickly and arrived quickly. Dozens of divine kings were seen flying over from afar. Among them was a middle-aged man who laughed from afar. "I didn't know that the elders of Dragon Gate would come. Snake, he didn't go out to welcome you. It's a sin." This man was wearing a yellow robe. His robe was embroidered with flying golden pythons. He looked extremely noble. He was the sect master of the Snake-Righteous Sect, Snake E. His golden robe represented his position. He was the head of the 4 Snake Kings, the Golden Snake King. He possessed the strength of a peak divine king. He was an existence that could barely squeeze into the ranks of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. He was ranked in the 800s. Beside him were 3 other people who were dressed in eye-catching attire. They were all peak divine kings like him. These 3 people were the 4 Snake Kings, Bamboo Leaf Ching, 7 Steps, and Blue Ring. They were known as the 4 Great Snake Kings, along with the Golden Python. The 4 Snake Kings of the Snake-Righteous Sect possessed the strength of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. They were also the strongest existences in the Snake-Righteous Sect. For a faction to possess 4 Sinjin of Goguryeo, it was enough to make them famous in the Sky Dragon domain. This was also the reason why the Snake-Righteous Sect had been so famous in the Sky Dragon domain for so many years. However, it was rumored that there was a king of Snake Kings above them. No one knew whether it was true or not. In short, no one had seen them. Even if they had seen them, they were already dead. "You are really bold. You actually dare to capture people from our Heavenly Dragon sect. You must be tired of living." Ling Gang glared at the Golden Snake and roared. The Golden Snake and the people behind him recognized the person in front of them. He was one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Dragon Gate, Ling Gang. He was ranked in the 300s. Hearing Ling Gang's question, the Golden Snake shivered. He hurriedly replied, "This, Elder Ling, is there a misunderstanding? How could we dare to capture a member of a Dragon Gate? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Chapter 1245. In the Sky Dragon region, the Righteous Snake sect was a force that was inferior to the strong, but superior to the weak. Apart from those super forces, ordinary forces didn't dare to provoke them. After all, they had the Force gene of Goguryeo, which was not a force that could be provoked. As the sect master, Xianxia was quite sensible. Although the Righteous Snake sect was arrogant, they would never offend those super forces. If they wanted to continue growing stronger, they couldn't afford to offend the superpowers they couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, when Xianxia heard Ling Gang's words, his heart sank. He really didn't know when he had offended the Dragon Gate. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you explain it to my Uncle Xiao. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, there is no need for the Righteous Snake sect to exist. Ling Gang coldly shouted. He was not only a member of the Dragon Gate, he was also a member of the Kim people, the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Naturally, he wouldn't be kind to a weak force like them. This had always been their way of doing things. However, this only scared the Righteous Snake sect members even more, making them sweat. Although they were not weak, compared to the Dragon Gate, they were nothing. If the Dragon Gate wanted to kill them, it would be an easy thing to do. Ling Gang led the Righteous Snake sect members to the front of Ling Zhao's group. When the Righteous Snake sect members saw that the other party had brought so many people, they became even more nervous. Uncle Xiao, he is the sect master of the Righteous Snake sect. Ling Gang pointed at Xianxia and said. Xianxia very politely stepped forward and said, This young master, I don't know how our Righteous Snake sect has offended you. We will immediately cripple him. He muttered in his heart. Could it be that a younger generation has offended him? Damn it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and shouted. Did you guys capture the Mad Monk? How is he now? Don't tell me he is dead. When Ling Xiao said this, the Righteous Snake sect members' expressions instantly changed. They didn't understand how Mad Monk, who was clearly a rogue cultivator, could be related to Dragon Gate. They had issued the wanted list for many years, but they had never seen anyone from Dragon Gate give them any warnings. The Golden Snake's gaze shifted as he smiled and said, Young master, we have a warrant for the capture of Mad Monk, but we haven't caught him yet. He then turned to the members of the Righteous Snake sect and asked, Have any of you caught Mad Monk? No, sect master. We haven't received any news from him. Yes, we haven't paid attention to him for a long time. If this young master were to mention him, we wouldn't even remember him. Maybe he has already left the Heavenly Dragon region. How could the people of the Snake Loyalty sect dare to speak the truth? They immediately denied it. You're lying. You've already captured my adoptive father. Quickly release him. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Fei couldn't help but shout. When she saw that the people of the Snake Loyalty sect were denying it, she was afraid that something had happened to her adoptive father. The Golden Snake calmly said to Fei, Young lady, we really didn't capture Mad Monk. Please believe us. I'll get someone to withdraw the wanted list later. We really didn't know that he was a member of Dragon Gate. I apologize to you on behalf of the entire Righteous Snake sect. The Golden Snake's words sounded very sincere. Normally, people who didn't have many ulterior motives would believe his words. Lai Ruyu stood up and shouted, Humph, you really have guts. You even dare to lie to us. We've already received news that killing God Tianlong has already captured Mad Monk and sent him to you. You still want to quibble? Do you really think that your Righteous Snake sect can challenge us? Since you don't give us any face, don't blame us for being impolite. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. He was sure that something must have happened to Mad Monk. Otherwise, why would the people of the Righteous Snake sect deny it? If it was just a prison, they wouldn't risk offending Dragon Gate and not release him. The bamboo green snake spoke from the side. Everyone, it's not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that Mad Monk isn't here. Why don't you go to our sect and look for him? If you find him, we are willing to accept any punishment. Uncle Xiao, actually, I have a very good way to know if they are lying or not. Ling Gang said coldly. Oh, then tell me about it. Ling Xiao replied. We'll just capture one of them and search their soul memories. I believe we'll get the results we want, Ling Gang said. He then looked at the people from the Snake Loyalty sect and said, Snake Will, what do you think of my plan? Not only can we reduce the misunderstanding, we don't need to make a big fuss. Elder Ling, this matter. The golden snake revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. He knew that this matter was definitely difficult. Ling Xiao stared at him and coldly said, Tell me honestly, did you kill Mad Monk? The seven-step snake finally couldn't help but stand up and shouted, That's right, Mad Monk killed many of our people. It is only right and proper for us to kill him. Now that things had come to this, it was hard not to admit it. After all, if the enemy really captured any one of them, they would get the result. So why not just make it clear? Bastards, I will kill you all. Yuro Fei's tears instantly fell like rain. She shouted and actually wanted to attack the people of the Righteous Snake sect. Ruo Fei, don't be impulsive. Yin Mingqi instantly pulled Yuro Fei back. Third brother, don't speak nonsense. In fact, Mad Monk still hasn't died. The golden snake rebuked. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, I didn't know that Mad Monk has any relationship with your Dragon Gate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to touch him even if we had 10 guts. However, he did indeed kill many of our elders, so we must seek justice for them. Right now, Mad Monk is also in our hands, but his situation might not be good. It seems like you really don't put our Dragon Gate in your eyes. Ling Gang sneered. Ling Zhao's expression was extremely ugly to the extreme. He didn't immediately attack the people of the Righteous Snake sect. Instead, he said, Hand over the person. If we hand over the person, I hope this young master won't blame us. This is also a crime of ignorance. We can make any compensation. The Golden Snake said, You don't have the qualifications to talk about conditions with me. Ling Xiao coldly shouted, Why don't you come to our place and rest for a while? We will immediately send someone to bring the person out. The Golden Snake said. He seemed to be afraid that Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't dare to go in. So he added, I believe that you don't think that we have the guts to harm you. It had to be said that the Golden Snake's words were very effective. Ling Xiao immediately replied, Then let's go to your place first. Ling Gang warned from the side, You better not play any tricks. How could we? Our Righteous Snake sect is small. We don't dare to joke about this. The Golden Snake replied. Just like that, Ling Xiao and the others followed the people of the Righteous Snake sect into the Snake Ridge and headed towards their territory. However, before going in, Ling Xiao didn't forget to give Ling Gang and the others a meaningful look. He was afraid that the people of the Righteous Snake sect would act in desperation. The Golden Snake and the others led the way in front. The leaders of the 4 great Snake Kings were also secretly giving them meaningful looks. It seemed that they definitely didn't have good intentions. The Snake Ridge was a majestic mountain range that stretched for God knows how many tens of thousands of miles. There were very few other spirit beasts living here. Snakes and pythons could be seen everywhere in the mountain range. There were also many small snakes hanging on the ancient trees, constantly flicking their tongues. They revealed their sinister appearance and looked very sinister. Normally, a timid girl would have fainted from fear when she saw the mountain range filled with all kinds of snakes of various sizes. Even though Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing's strength had already reached the God King realm, they still felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw these snakes. Our sect's land is not far from here. Everyone should take this pill first to avoid being attacked by the mountain guardian snake beasts. That would be our sin. The bamboo green snake said to Ling Xiao and the others as he took out some pills in his hand. Many snakes avoided certain smells. Some pills could make snakes produce a disgusting smell, so they would stay far away. Therefore, Ling Xiao and the others didn't question the bamboo green snake's words. He distributed the pills to everyone one by one, and one of them fell into Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, he sniffed the medicinal pill. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He quickly crushed the medicinal pill, and a black mist instantly spread out. The smell of the black mist was unbearable and pungent. Bastard, you're playing dirty. Everyone, don't take that poison pill. Ling Xiao shouted in alarm. However, it was too late for him to say this. Some people had already swallowed the pill. The people of the righteous snake sect also distanced themselves from Ling Xiao and the others. The golden snake revealed a ferocious look and said, "You've gone too far. If you had obediently listened to us and left, we wouldn't have been forced to do this. It seems that you don't know the difference between life and death. Quickly hand over the antidote. Otherwise, your righteous snake sect will be razed to the ground." Ling Gang was a cautious person, so he didn't take the poison pill. A golden spear appeared in his hand, and a 10th-step golden lion appeared in a flash. The other divine kings of Dragon Gate also summoned their divine beasts. However, nearly half of them had already taken the poison pill. They could only focus on expelling the poison. They didn't have any battle power left. Those poison pills were refined from the snake origins poison. Even a divine king wouldn't be able to endure it. In just a short moment, those people were already in incomparable pain. Their skin had turned black and ugly. Those who were fine, kill them and force them to hand over the antidote. Ling Xiao ordered. Then he took out many antidote pills and gave them to Lai Ruyu and the others who were poisoned. Ling Gang and the others received the order and immediately attacked the people of the righteous snake sect. "Ha! You didn't bring more people to attack our righteous snake sect. Today, all of you will stay here. Presumably, the people of Dragon Gate won't be able to blame us." 7-step snake sneered. Then he let out a strange cry. As his voice fell, the sound of a snake's tongue suddenly resounded. Hiss. Densely packed and colorful snakes and pythons of all sizes charged over from all directions. There were no less than 10,000 of them. Moreover, the number was still increasing. Chapter 1246. The reason why the Snake Loyalty sect took the risk was because they had no other choice. They attacked Mad Monk because they didn't know that he was related to Dragon Gate. Now that Mad Monk was almost dead, they didn't believe that Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't deal with them if they wanted them to hand over Mad Monk. Since that was the case, they could only make the first move and get rid of them first. Even if Dragon Gate came again in the future, as long as they couldn't find any evidence, they believed that they would be able to survive. If they really couldn't, they could only find another place to rebuild their forces. In the end, they wouldn't be able to fight, so they might as well attack first. After all, they had the absolute advantage in their territory. The countless snakes and pythons here were enough to fend off an army of 1,000. Ling Gang was the first to rush out and kill the Golden Snake sect leader. The Golden Snake, Bamboo Viper, 7-step snake, and Blue-ringed snake were the 4 snake kings of the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Although they were ranked at the bottom, their combat power couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, they each had a rank 10 snake king. 2 of them faced Ling Gang, while the other 2 took the opportunity to attack the others. The Snake Loyalty sect's Golden Snake sect leader led the others into battle mode. However, they didn't rush forward immediately because the surrounding snakes could be the vanguard for them. Facing such a situation, Ling Xiao didn't panic. The only thing that made him nervous was that Lai Ruyu was poisoned. That was the source of snake venom. His antidote could only suppress it for a while and couldn't get rid of it completely. He had to get the antidote immediately, or else there would be big problems. Prodigal, 13th Prince, when are you guys going to act? Ling Xiao shouted at the Prodigal and the 13th Prince beside him. The Prodigal and the 13th Prince immediately roared at the sky when they heard the order. The roars of 2 different mythological beasts frightened the serpent beasts that were rushing over one after another, and they fell to the ground. However, it was impossible to scare off these snake beasts with just their hissing. There was a rank 10 snake king among these snakes. They had lived here for many years. Although their source was suppressed by the mythological beasts, they wouldn't stop attacking. The snake beasts pounced on the others one by one. These serpent beasts were not very high in rank, but there were quite a few of them that had reached the 8th or 9th rank. There were tens of thousands of them, and even a god king would feel his scalp tingle, not to mention that there were over 100 of them that had reached the 10th rank. These must be the Snake Gate Grand Feast that the Righteous Snake sect had nurtured over the years. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath, Damn it. Then, he had Zhou Zhijing protect Lai Ruyu as he launched his attack. If he wanted to obtain the antidote, then he had to take down that bamboo leaf Qing. It was just that it was not easy for him to get close to the bamboo leaf green now. There were many snake pythons already attacking him, waves of snake venom attack. It was simply impossible to guard against. The energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth almost enveloped this place. Ling Xiao didn't dare to hold back any of his strength. He instantly raised all of his combat strength to the peak. The Nine Suns' heaven-burning fist blasted towards the front. The torrential fist intent instantly blasted out a few different colored suns in that direction, completely dispersing the snake venom. Hundreds of the snakes and pythons were immediately killed. Ling Xiao couldn't care less, and he shouted to the people around him, "You guys guard the poison ones. You must hold on. I will definitely get the antidote for you." Ling Xiao fully unleashed the power of his heavenly fire, and his speed was raised to the extreme. Every punch he threw killed a large number of snake pythons. On the other side, the Prodigal and the 13th Prince were also extremely powerful. They knew that the situation was urgent, and they all changed back to their original forms, frightening many of the snake pythons and causing them to fall from the sky. The Prodigal continued to pass through the snake pythons, and his entire body was covered in dense flames, burning the snake pythons until not even ashes were left. The 13th Prince, on the other hand, had no interest in these small snakes, and he directly attacked the snake pythons that had reached the 10th stage and above. Only a few of these snake pythons had reached the 10th stage, and most of them were at the 10th stage. For a 10th stage true dragon mythological beast like the 13th Prince, it was simply not enough. The 13th Prince's huge mouth bit off the neck of one of the 10th stage snake pythons, and a large amount of snake blood continuously flowed out. The snake python immediately died, and another snake python that wanted to help was swept away by the 13th Prince's dragon tail. It was sent flying far away, and many other snake pythons were also killed in the process. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Those from the snake loyalty sect who hadn't participated in the battle were all dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen two legendary mighty mythological beasts attack at the same time, and all of their eyes were filled with fanaticism and shock. Are those the Qilin and true dragon and mythological beasts? I'm not seeing things, am I? If you're seeing things, then I might be the same as you. How can two mythological beasts appear at the same time? I believe it even if Dragon Gate had a true dragon mythological beast, but how can they have a Qilin as well? Do they still want to live? Isn't that right? Look at how fierce they are. Many snake pythons can't hold on anymore. If this goes on, I'm afraid that no matter how many of them come, they will all die. We'd better retreat to the sect, or else we'll really be killed by them. We're doomed this time. We've offended Dragon Gate. Can our snake loyalty sect still have a foothold here? Damn that mad monk. If he really was from Dragon Gate, why didn't he say so earlier? What a scam. The people from the snake loyalty sect looked at the two mighty mythological beasts, and fear grew in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that their sect master was still here, they would have fled immediately. Ling Xiao finally opened up a bloody path in the midst of the snake pythons. The heavenly fire in front of him forced the snake pythons to stay away. He found that Ling Gang was being besieged by the golden snake and the green bamboo snake, but Ling Gang was still able to deal with them. He could even see that he had the upper hand. He couldn't help but praise inwardly. Ling Gang is indeed one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. This combat strength isn't something an ordinary divine king can possess. On the other side, the two divine kings of Kim people and the peak divine king Mo Inyo that he subdued were respectively dealing with the seven-step snake, the blue-ringed snake, and the head of the 8 great golden snakes. Kim people's ancient emperor divine ability had increased their combat strength, so they weren't afraid of them. However, they had to be careful when dealing with their snake venom. If they were the slightest bit careless, they wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Meanwhile, Kong Wun, Kong Wu, and the others were separately dealing with the snake pythons, as well as several golden snake divine kings. For the time being, there was no clear victor. Yin Mingqi, Euro Fei, Xin Yuyi, Chang Haoyou, and the others were left behind to take care of the poison people. Just as Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, a silver snake ranked 10th charged towards Ling Xiao. This silver snake 10 was in existence at the peak of mid-level God King realm. He had been secretly paying attention to Ling Xiao for a long time. He knew that this person was the leader of Dragon Gate. As long as he could capture him, everything would be easy. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao instantly dodged the Gamma Orgi's attack and shouted. The silver snake didn't expect the low-level Ling Xiao to be so fast. While he was shocked, he once again turned around and slashed at Ling Xiao with a terrifying sword technique, each of which contained a strong snake venom. However, before his attack landed on Ling Xiao, his divine soul felt as if it was stabbed by a sword. The pain almost suffocated him. He screamed in pain, his whole body clutching his head in the air. Ling Xiao wasn't going to be polite with him. He directly punched the silver snake's head and blew it up. Bang! The brain splattered everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. It was very dazzling. Ling Xiao didn't have time to waste. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, Lai Ruyu would perish. At that time, how would he explain to Lai Wudi? Moreover, he couldn't bear to let such a woman who loved him die in front of him. Ling Xiao took out the Bodhi divine bow he obtained from Inox. A divine arrow appeared in his hand. His divine soul avatar appeared and caught the divine bow and arrow in his hand. His aura locked onto the green bamboo leaf. If I don't keep you here, I'll change my surname to yours. Ling Xiao coldly muttered to himself. Most of his power was poured into the divine bow. Swish! A dazzling radiance shot out like a meteor towards the direction of the bamboo leaf emerald. The speed was simply fast to the extreme. In less than a blink of an eye, it was already in front of the green bamboo leaf. The green bamboo leaf was busy dealing with Ling Gang with a golden snake. How could he be distracted? But in the face of danger, he still sensed it with his divine sense. What's that? The green bamboo leaf cried out in shock. He didn't even think and slashed with the green sword in his hand. Ding dang! When he slashed on the divine arrow, an ear-piercing sound rang out, and intense sparks appeared. Although the green bamboo leaf sensed the danger and deflected the divine arrow, he didn't have enough strength to gather. The web between his thumb and forefinger was a little numb. Although the divine arrow deviated a little, it still fiercely pierced into his buttocks. Unsurprisingly, his buttocks instantly burst into a flower of blood. He screamed in pain. "Second brother, how are you?" The golden snake heard the green bamboo leaf's miserable screams. He turned his head and asked, how could Ling Gang let go of this opportunity? He instantly increased the power of his attack. Countless spear lights rushed out like roaring golden lions towards the golden snake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden snake barely managed to resist, but he was still injured. He had no choice but to turn around to face Ling Gang. The green bamboo leaf's buttocks bloomed. His lower body turned into blood. He almost fell from the sky. He hurriedly endured the pain and swallowed some medicinal pills to heal his injuries. It was just that all of a sudden, he sensed something. His sea of consciousness and divine soul tightened. There was something rushing in with a terrible attack. His divine soul had no choice but to immediately go forward to block. But he was injured previously. He was already like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Now that he suffered a divine soul attack, he appeared even more flustered. Ling Xiao had already seized his moment of panic and quietly arrived at his side. Daring to trick us, I'll make you die a horrible death. Finished talking, his palm ruthlessly slapped on the green bamboo leaf's chest. A mass of baleful qi instantly rushed into the green bamboo leaf's body. Chapter 1247. After the innate Yin Wind bead absorbed death qi, it produced evil qi. When Ling Xiao was in the Yin Puppet Sex territory, he had absorbed a lot of death qi and strengthened the innate Yin Wind bead. Now that Zwiaking's buttocks had blossomed and his soul had been inexplicably attacked, he had no way to stop this sudden attack. Ling Xiao's palm print, which carried a strong evil qi, slammed into Zwiaking's chest. Zwiaking was not wearing any defensive divine armor, so when Ling Xiao's palm print landed, it directly opened a hole in his chest, and a large amount of evil qi instantly surged out, directly penetrating into his divine body and wreaking havoc. How could Zwiaking withstand such an attack? Suffering heavy injuries from three sides, he screamed constantly and attacked wildly, trying to force the enemy away, but the strong evil qi had already corroded his divine body to the point where it was difficult to stop. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to tear off the arm with the space ring on it. Pooh! The bloody arm was abnormally terrifying, and Zwiaking lost all ability to attack due to the pain. Second brother, I'll kill you. Golden Snake did not expect that someone would be able to sneak attack Zwiaking and immediately became furious. However, he could not escape Ling Gang's powerful attack and could only watch as Zwiaking was slowly corroded into slag. Fortunately, he saw Zwiaking's soul rush out in a panic. As long as his soul was not destroyed, there was a chance for him to be reborn. However, before he had time to rejoice, a series of chains, as if they came from the 9th level of hell, bound Zwiaking's soul and pulled him in a certain direction. In the end, he disappeared in front of the young man who had suddenly attacked him. Retreat. All of you, return to the sect. Golden Snake was powerless to stop these people in front of him. He had really underestimated the strength of Dragon Gate. The Qilin Divine Beast and the True Dragon Divine Beast could already resist the snakes and pythons of Snake Ridge, but the other side also had the powerful Sinjin of Goguryeo and a top-grade divine weapon. Bamboo Leaf Ching was killed just like that, which made him extremely angry. Only by returning to the sect and asking for help from a more powerful existence would he be able to kill all of them. It was still possible for the Golden Snake to escape from Ling Gang's attack. He led the members of the Snake Loyalty sect and retreated. The people of Dragon Gate wanted to chase after them, but they couldn't because there were many snakes and pythons blocking their way, making it impossible for them to kill them all. If it wasn't for the two divine beasts holding the fort here, they would have probably been exhausted to death. Fortunately, after the members of the righteous snake sect retreated, the serpents and pythons disappeared into the mountain ridge, not daring to show themselves again. They came quickly and retreated quickly like the tide. It really made one sigh in admiration. Ling Gang wanted to continue chasing, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao's shout, "Don't chase, save him first." Ling Xiao found the antidote from Bamboo Leaf Ching's space ring and distributed it to the poison people. Fortunately, only 1 or 2 people couldn't resist the poison and died, while the others were able to keep their lives. "Ryu, are you okay?" Ling Xiao looked at Lai Ruyu with concern. Even though his feelings for Lai Ruyu weren't that deep, the fact that Lai Ruyu had persisted in her feelings for him already made him very touched. If anything happened to her, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao's sincere concern for her and felt a sweet feeling in her heart. She was extremely happy. She really wanted to suffer a few more injuries. So wouldn't he always care about her like this? If Ling Xiao heard her words, it was likely he would directly faint from anger. I'm much better," Lai Ruyu said with a ruddy complexion. If there weren't so many people here, she really wanted to hug Ling Xiao and bite him a few times. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his gaze to the dazed Eurofei. He walked over and held her in his arms. "Don't worry, father-in-law can still be saved. Don't comfort me. They definitely killed foster father. Otherwise, why would they take the risk of offending us?" Eurofei said in a heartbroken voice. Ling Xiao said again, "Ryu, believe me, father-in-law can still be saved, but we must quickly kill our way into the Snake Loyalty sect. Otherwise, he really will." Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, the sky above them suddenly changed and a strange phenomenon appeared. Dazzling rays of light fell from the sky, frightening everyone and causing them to immediately circulate their strength and enter their strongest defensive state, afraid that this was the snake loyalty sect's doing. However, when these rays of light shone on everyone's body, they only felt warm and comfortable. Even the injured divine king felt much better. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a beam of light shot straight at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't think and circulated his strength to attack the light beam. This was an instinctive precaution of Ling Xiao's. Although he felt that this light beam didn't have any killing intent, he still had to defend against it. Who knew what kind of power this attack was? At this time, Ling Gang cried out in alarm, "Uncle Xiao, don't attack. This is the Sun Jin of Goguryu's verification." Unfortunately, his words were still too late. Ling Xiao had already blasted out an attack that could destroy heaven and earth. That torrential fist intent and raging flames forcibly dispersed the light beam. Ling Gang was dumbfounded. He looked at Ling Xiao in a daze, as if his entire body had been drained of strength, and fell to the ground. All the lights in the sky disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Gang in confusion and said, "Ling Gang, what did you just say about the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification?" He felt like he had missed something, but he didn't feel anything strange. Ling Gang didn't respond to Ling Xiao. He just murmured as if he had lost his soul, "It's over. It's over. Uncle Xiao is finished. Ling Gang, wake up." Ling Xiao shouted at Ling Gang. Ling Gang came back to himself and said to Ling Xiao, "Uncle Xiao, you are finished. Are you crazy?" Ling Xiao stared at Ling Gang and shouted. The others didn't understand why Ling Gang, who usually respected Ling Xiao, would suddenly say something like this. Ling Gang took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Xiao, do you know that you just ruined a great honor? That is the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification. People can't get it even if they want it for their whole lives. You actually ruined it. What honor? What Sinjin of Goguryu's verification? You better explain it to me." Ling Xiao acted like an elder and said angrily. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was something strange about that beam of light? Ling Gang sighed heavily and explained, "That was the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification. It was a verification for you, Uncle Xiao. As long as you pass it, you can become the Sun Jin of Goguryu." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions became incomparably strange. They looked at Ling Xiao with reverence in their eyes, but more than that, there was pity in their eyes. "How come I have the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification? Is there a mistake?" Ling Xiao was still confused. Ling Gang continued, "You just killed Zhuaiking. He is the 927th person in the Sinjin of Goguryu's ranking. When he died, the Sinjin of Goguryu's name would disappear. At the same time, it would appear on the person who killed him, which is you, Uncle Xiao. As long as the verification light beam shone on you and verified your identity, you will be granted the Sinjin of Goguryu's token, and all your information will be recorded in the investiture of the gods. Then the Peak Lord missed the chance to become the Sinjin of Goguryu." Kangwen couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Gang nodded and said, "That's right. Uncle Xiao has suffered a great loss this time." Sigh. The others all looked at Ling Xiao with sympathy. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Others had gone through many years of hard work and risked their lives just to get a spot in the Sinjin of Goguryu. That was the proof of one's strength in the Sky Dragon region. It was one of the most honorable people, but right in front of them, such a tragedy had happened. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to get the Sinjin of Goguryu's title, had personally destroyed his once in a blue moon opportunity. Oh my God, what kind of sin had he committed? Some of them who were closer to Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel wronged for him in their hearts. Ling Xiao didn't expect that his careless counterattack would actually destroy his Sinjin of Goguryu's title. He asked Ling Gang, "Could it be that after missing this chance, there won't be another chance in the future?" Ling Gang replied, "Of course there is. Unless you can kill another Sinjin of Goguryu next time, or challenge the investiture of the gods. Those who can pass will also be ranked according to their strength. But with your current strength," he didn't continue speaking. He knew that Ling Zhao's battle prowess wasn't ordinary. He didn't even fear a peak mid-level God King. However, he didn't think that Ling Xiao could kill another peak God King. Not to mention an existence that squeezed into the ranks of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. And just now, Ling Xiao was able to kill Bamboo Leaf Qing. He felt that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity when the other party was fighting with him to launch a sneak attack. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had indeed launched a sneak attack. But that arrow alone wasn't enough to take Bamboo Leaf Qing's life. If Ling Xiao didn't have a divine soul attack, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to kill Bamboo Leaf Qing. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Gang's answer. He said, "Scared me to death. I thought I didn't have a chance anymore." He paused for a moment and said, "Since it's like this, then we'll just kill the other few Snake Kings of the Righteous Snake Sect later. It's no big deal." Ling Xiao thought that he had ruined the chance to become the Sinjin of Goguryeo. But now, it looked like he still had a lot of opportunities. He felt that it didn't matter anymore. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, each and every one of them revealed a strange expression. They all secretly cried out in their hearts. The Sinjin of Goguryeo isn't cabbage that can be picked up from the ground. These God Kings really wanted to cry. They yearned for the name of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. They revered the existence of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. But in the eyes of these people, they weren't even worth mentioning. Just when Ling Xiao and the others wanted to attack the Righteous Snake Sect, the people of the Righteous Snake Sect actually appeared again. Chapter 1248. The Righteous Snake Sect had inexplicably provoked the Dragon Gate, causing them to panic. Although they felt that they were a great power in the Heavenly Dragon domain, they couldn't compare to the Overlord-level power of the Dragon Gate. Moreover, they had personally seen the two mighty mythological beasts, so they didn't know how to deal with them. Among the four Snake Kings, the second-ranked Bamboo Green Snake King had been unexpectedly beheaded, causing them to be filled with grief and indignation. "Eldest brother, are we just going to let this matter go?" Seven-Step Snake angrily asked Golden Snake. Golden Snake glared at him and said, "What are you yelling for? If you didn't admit to the Mad Monk's matter, we wouldn't be in such a passive position." Seven-Step King was dissatisfied and said, "Even if I don't admit it, they will still think that we did it. What's the difference?" "Third brother, eldest brother is right. In fact, we could have delayed for a bit more time and calmly arranged things. Second brother's death wouldn't have been in vain. Now that it has come to this, it is useless to say anything. We should think of a way to deal with them. Otherwise our Righteous Snake Sect will be unable to escape this calamity." Blue Coral Snake worriedly said. Fourth brother is calm. "We should ask the old Snake King to come out. This matter isn't something we can decide on." Golden Snake said with a heavy expression. The three arrived at the Righteous Snake Sect's back mountain. Originally, there were many snakes and pythons along the way, but after arriving at the back mountain, they didn't see any snakes or pythons. Only the gigantic mountain peak emitted waves of demonic and charming wind, causing people to feel cold. The three didn't dare to casually step onto the mountain peak, so they all knelt down at the foot of the mountain peak. Golden Snake opened his mouth and said, "Snake Intent earnestly requests the old Snake King to come out of seclusion and assist our sect in surviving this great calamity." This voice faintly echoed on the mountain peak. There was no response, so the three knelt down and didn't dare to move. After a long time, a hoarse voice was finally heard. "Speak, what happened?" Golden Snake didn't say anything else and told the whole story from beginning to end. This time, the person on the mountain peak couldn't remain calm and shouted in alarm. "What did you say? You actually offended the Dragon Gate." As his voice fell, a figure swept out from the mountain peak. He wore a black robe, and his eyes were sunken to a frightening degree. His old eyes seemed to flash with an inhuman demonic light, and there was a black snake wrapped around his body. The triangular head of the snake kept hissing in all directions, and there seemed to be two spirals flashing in front of the snake's neck. The snake's body was covered with black and white snake patterns. This snake was the leader of all snakes, the Black Snake King with demonic patterns. It had the ability to command all snakes. Even the golden snake python, bamboo green snake, seven-step snake, blue-ringed snake, and many other snake kings had to submit before it. The snake origin venom it possessed was ranked in the top 10 of the 100 origin venoms. Once touched by it, even a god king would die instantly. The golden snake, seven-paced snake, and blue-ringed snake looked at the old snake king in front of them and felt a strong suppression. They wondered if the old snake king had already reached that step. If that was the case, their snake loyalty sect could be saved. Yellow Snake Jean said, "Old Snake King, we didn't know that Mad Monk was related to the Dragon Gate. We've been searching for him for several years, but we didn't see any movement from the Dragon Gate. Not long ago, Tian Lung from the God-slaughtering list captured Mad Monk, so we threw him into the snake cave to feed the snakes. Once someone enters the snake cave, even a high-level god king will die. When the people from the Dragon Gate suddenly came to ask for him, we didn't have anyone to hand over, so we planned to keep them. But who knew?" Before Yellow Snake Jean could finish, the old Snake King roared in anger. "Are your brains caught in the door? Is the Dragon Gate something we can offend? You actually want to keep them? Aren't you cutting off your own path of retreat? But if we don't do this, they still won't let us go." Seven-Paced Snake retorted, "Idiot, can't you just push a few scapegoats out? Just say that they killed that Mad Monk and you didn't know about it. When the time comes, they will take the lives of those scapegoats, and you just need to put on an act and give them some compensation. You don't even understand such simple logic. I really don't know if you have regressed over the years or if your guts have grown." The old Snake King scolded them resentfully. What kind of power was the Dragon Gate? He really didn't expect his disciples to be so daring, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But there was nothing he could say now, so he had to think of a solution. The golden snake, seven-paced snake, and blue-ringed snake were so ashamed that they couldn't speak after being scolded by the old Snake King. Indeed, according to the old Snake King's method, he would have spent the least amount to stabilize the people from the Dragon Gate, and they wouldn't have to fight with them. They were filled with regret. "Old Snake King, what should we do now?" The golden snake was completely out of ideas. "What else can we do? Even if this old man took that step, I wouldn't dare to challenge them. Yet you all want to kill them all. Could it be that you all don't know that they can sense whether they died in our territory or not?" The old Snake King's spittle flew everywhere as he spoke. The three of them didn't dare to say a word and just obediently received the scolding. The old Snake King knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he had to think of a way to solve this problem. The best way was to hand over the people, but they had already been thrown into the snake cave, so how could they still be alive? "Let's talk to them first. If they really want to die, then there's nothing we can do." The old Snake King sighed heavily. When Ling Xiao and the others were still thinking of attacking the Righteous Snake Sect, the people from the Righteous Snake Sect appeared again. This time, the other party didn't attack immediately, and only a few people came out. There were only the three Snake Kings, an old man, and two divine kings. Surprisingly, the old man was the leader of the group, the old Snake King of the Righteous Snake Sect. "You've got guts. You even dare to plot against us. Today, we will destroy your Righteous Snake Sect." As soon as Ling Gang saw them, he shouted in fear, thrusting the golden spear in his hand towards them. The powerful energy turned into a massive golden lion, pouncing on them. The power of a peak god king's attack was enough to destroy anything within tens of thousands of miles. However, the old Snake King gently swung his sleeve, and a space slit appeared, swallowing Ling Gang's attack directly. Ling Gang was frightened, backing off instantly, shouting, "Incipient God Realm." No, it's still half a step away. If he hadn't reached Incipient God Realm, how could he have opened a space slit that easily? It's true that the old Snake King was a half-step Incipient God Realm existence, the strongest existence of the Righteous Snake Sect. "Friends of the Dragon Gate, let's talk nicely. I'm the old Snake Sect's master. Greetings to you. Just now, they have offended you. I've brought them here to apologize," the old Snake King said with a friendly face. Then he pointed at the other two God Kings and said, "The one you're looking for is their fault. I brought them here to apologize to you. If you want to kill them or cut them, just do it. The Golden Snake King also said, "Guys, I was impulsive. Please forgive me. Our righteous snake sect is willing to pay any compensation." Haha, compensation. I want you to pay with your lives for my adoptive father. Euro Fei said indignantly. I want them to pay with their lives, the old Snake King said faintly. Then, he gently patted the black, demonic snake coiling around his body. The black, demonic snake slid off his body and opened its not-so-big mouth to swallow the other two god kings. Arg! Both of them didn't dare to resist, and they were directly swallowed by the black, demonic patterned snake. Numerous streams of hideous blood ceaselessly surged out, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. After the black, demonic snake swallowed the two of them, its two small snake eyes kept looking at the young prodigal and the 13th prince. It kept hissing. The young prodigal and the 13th prince burst out their powerful auras. They seemed to be very afraid of the black, demonic snake. Hiss! The black, demonic snake seemed to be provoked. It didn't wait for the old Snake King's order and turned back to its real body. A giant snake that was almost 1,000 meters long appeared in front of them in just a blink of an eye. The snake's head, body, and scales were so bright that it was very eye-catching. The black, demonic snake arched half of its body. Its diamond-shaped head swayed unceasingly. Its eyes emitted halos, which looked very scary. Roar! The young prodigal and the 13th prince felt provoked. They roared indignantly and turned back to their real bodies, fighting against the black, demonic snake. It was the first time that the two god kings didn't dare to attack. The black, demonic snake just hissed and glared at them. It didn't attack anymore. The old Snake King was shocked when he saw the two god kings. Fortunately, he had the black, demonic snake. It was in existence at peak of level 10. It wasn't weaker than the two god kings. We came with sincerity. If you let our snake loyalty sect go, we are willing to give you 5 billion divine crystals and 200 divine grasses as compensation, said the old Snake King reluctantly. To them, 5 billion divinity crystals was already a very large sum, and 200 stalks of divine grass was even more valuable. They could see the old Snake King's sincerity. At this moment, the warriors of Dragon Gate didn't dare to act rashly. Although they were famous, they didn't have a chance to win against a half-incipient God Realm expert. At this moment, Ling Xiao said, "Do you think we lack divine crystals and divine grasses?" After a pause, he continued, "If you really want compensation and reconciliation, then give me your black snake scale armor and the snake gall that you've been nurturing in the snake cave." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the expressions of the members of the Righteous Snake sect changed dramatically. The old Snake King was especially surprised. The black serpent scale armor was the only ancient god weapon he had. Even if he had to face a real incipient god realm expert, he would have a chance to survive. That snake gallbladder was even more dangerous. He had used it to reach the half-incipient god realm. It was the divine treasure of the Righteous Snake sect. Chapter 1249. Only a few of the higher-ups of the Snake Loyalty sect knew about these two divine objects. However, Ling Xiao was able to point them out with just a few words and even ask for them. It made the faces of the Snake Righteous Gates warriors grimace, especially the old Snake King. He really wanted to tear off his face and kill them. I respect you guys as members of the Dragon Gate. That's why I'm giving you an explanation. If you keep pushing me, don't blame me for being impolite. The old Snake King's old eyes sparkled with a strange light as he shouted. Asking for these two divine items was no doubt asking for his old life. It would also break the foundation of the Snake Righteous Gate. The reason why Ling Xiao knew about the existence of these two things was because he had absorbed the soul of the green bamboo leaf. He also knew that the old Snake King was a descendant of the Naga tribe. With his half-incipient god realm cultivation base, when he turned into a Naga, he could have the competence of a low-level incipient god realm expert. If they turned against him, they wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Although Ling Gang was always overbearing, he knew that it wasn't the time to be loyal. If he used his peak of King God Realm to his best competence, perhaps he could subdue the old Snake King. However, he would lose more than he could win. Once he lost, the others would die. More importantly, he had to keep Ling Xiao safe. Uncle Xiao, we should be patient. When we get back, we will ask the elders of our tribe to help us. I don't think we can't destroy the Snake Righteous Gate. Ling Gang sent a message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't answer him. He looked at the old Snake King and said, "Just do as you said. After you pay, we will forget about this." "Are you serious?" asked the old Snake King. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded seriously. Yuro Fei, standing next to him, threw Ling Xiao an angry but helpless look. She understood that Ling Xiao wasn't a man who would suffer losses. However, the current situation was stronger than him. They couldn't defeat the Snake Righteous Gate. If they continued to tangle with him, they would be in grave danger. She understood this point very well. Good. I believe that every member of Dragon Gate is trustworthy. They definitely won't say one thing on the surface and another behind your back. The old Snake King nodded, and a space ring flew out of his hand towards Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao took the space ring, he immediately shouted to the people around him, "Let's go." "I hope you remember your promise." The old Snake King didn't forget to shout again. After Ling Xiao and the others left, the golden snake looked worriedly at the old Snake King and said, "Old Snake King, could this be a delaying tactic?" "This is their delaying tactic, and also our delaying tactic," the old Snake King replied very earnestly. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao and the others would let the matter rest, but he didn't have the guts to kill Ling Xiao and the others. Otherwise, the old fogies of Dragon Gate would definitely come out. Therefore, he could only force Ling Xiao and the others to leave first, so that he could make further plans. "Do you think you're the only one who can find people? I don't believe that those old fogies will fight us to the death for a mad monk." The old Snake King murmured and then said to the golden snake, "Immediately send some young snakes to pay attention to their whereabouts. I believe that they won't attack so quickly. I'll leave for a few days. Make sure to wait for my return." Finished speaking, the old Snake King disappeared in front of them. The golden snake immediately blew a strange note, and then some small snakes shot towards the direction that Ling Xiao and the others left at an extremely fast speed. These snakes were called threaded snakes. They weren't even the size of a pinky finger, didn't make any sound, and were extremely fast. They weren't something that could be easily discovered. "Boss, do you think the old Snake King can really ask for reinforcements to help us deal with Dragon Gate?" The indigo ring snake asked the golden snake with some worry. "Since the old Snake King is confident, it should be possible," the golden snake replied. In fact, his face had betrayed him. He didn't believe that anyone in the Sky Dragon territory could resist Dragon Gate's warriors. Ling Xiao's team had left Snake Ridge. Along the way, Yuro Fei couldn't stop crying. Her eyes were red. Yin Mengqi, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zhijing were comforting her, but it didn't work. Ling Xiao walked to her and said, "Ro Fei, don't cry. Our priority now is to wipe out the Snake East sect. Don't they have incipient God Realm experts? What do we have to fight them?" Yuro Fei said begrudgingly, "Do you think that if I leave now, it will be over?" Ling Xiao asked. Yuro Fei turned her head away and didn't say anything. She knew that Ling Xiao had tried his best to help her. Could she blame him? Ling Xiao looked at her disappointedly. He turned around and walked away. Ling Gang walked to him and said, "Uncle Xiao, should I go back to my clan and ask for help? I don't believe that the Snake East sect dares to ignore us." "No need. You guys should find a place to rest. I will deal with the Snake East sect myself." Ling Xiao waved his hand. Then he called the spendthrift and the 13th prince to leave. Ling Gang hurried to stop him. "Uncle Xiao, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive." He was afraid that Ling Xiao would go back alone to trouble the Snake East sect. If that happened, Ling Xiao would be in danger. He would never allow Ling Xiao to do that. Hearing Ling Gang shout, the others also gathered around Ling Xiao. "Xiao, what are you doing?" Yin Mingqi stared at Ling Xiao. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I have a way to kill them all." "You guys should find a place to rest first," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "They have half incipient God Realm experts. What can you do? I won't let you go," Lai Ryu shouted. Yuro Fei felt sad. She knew that she had misunderstood Ling Xiao. She thought that Ling Xiao had done that because of her. She jumped over and hugged Ling Xiao. Husband, I'm sorry. My adoptive father is dead. I can't watch you risk your life. I will find them later. Let's go. I don't blame you. Ling Xiao felt Eurofei's true feelings. The resentment in his heart disappeared. He gently patted Eurofei's shoulder and then looked at the others. Don't worry. With the prodigal and the 13th prince helping me, I'll be fine. I care about my life more than anyone else. I won't risk my life. Even if they're strong, they can't defeat that old man. Lai Ryu didn't believe him. Yin Mingqi seemed to know what Ling Xiao wanted to do. She said softly, then you should go and come back quickly. We're all waiting for you. Okay, wait for my good news. No matter what, the snake loyalty sect will be destroyed. Ling Xiao answered and left with the prodigal and the 13th prince. Ling Gang and the others wanted to follow them, but Ling Xiao refused. They didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's will. So they all stayed and found another place to settle down. Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the 13th prince with him and flew at full speed toward the nearest ancient mountain range. No matter where one was, there would be endless mountain ranges. The only thing that could be compared was the size of the mountain ranges. Normally, there would be all kinds of spirit beasts living in mountain ranges and all kinds of spirit herbs growing there. However, ancient mountain ranges were much more dangerous than ordinary mountain ranges. There would be high-grade spirit beasts there, and there were even quite a few that had reached the level of holy beasts and above. It was not a place that just anyone would dare to enter. Ling Xiao's intention in coming to this ancient mountain range was self-evident. He wanted to use the holy beasts here to wipe out the Snake Ridge in one fell swoop. Of course, he wasn't a god-tier beast tamer. However, he had an advantage that no other beast tamer could compare to. That was the prodigal and the 13th prince. As long as they took action, it wouldn't be difficult to gather an army of holy beasts. Ling Xiao was forced to do this. After all, he couldn't wait to ask for reinforcements from his clan. Hence, he had to ask for reinforcement from here. Moreover, it would be a waste not to use the advantages of the two divine beasts beside him. Unless there was an existence stronger than them in this ancient mountain range, these holy beasts would definitely listen to their summons. Ling Xiao let the prodigal and the 13th prince return to their original forms. He sat on the prodigal's body and let them shoot toward the depths of the ancient mountain range. When Ling Xiao felt that it was about time, he let the two of them roar wildly. Following that, their earth-shattering roars caused the entire area to tremble. Immediately after, a series of voices came from all directions, one after another, coming closer and closer. Ling Xiao knew that they had successfully summoned them. All kinds of spirit beasts surged over from all directions like a tidal wave. It was as if thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping. It was a majestic sight. The mercenaries who were hunting spirit beasts in this ancient mountain range didn't know what was happening. They were all scared witless and ran as far away as they could. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise them when he saw this scene. If I could bring all the spirit beasts with me at all times, I'm afraid I can wipe out any force in the heavenly region. However, Ling Xiao was just thinking about it. Spirit beasts had their own rules too. Although divine beasts could summon them to do things for them, they couldn't make them listen to their commands all the time. Only those spirit beasts that were from their own clan could do so. Moreover, as a clan of beast emperors, they couldn't possibly send their own people to their deaths. They could do such things occasionally, but if they did it often, they would also be obstructed by other divine beasts. There might also be high-level mutated spirit beasts that were dissatisfied and challenged their authority. Those at the front were naturally existences that had reached the level of holy beasts. Those at the periphery were spirit beasts that were weaker in strength. Ling Xiao let the 13th prince convey his message. Only those that had reached the 9th level and above could stay. Those that were below the 9th level were all rejected. The 13th prince roared again, and the spirit beasts at the periphery retreated after receiving his order. There were still 7,000 to 8,000 holy beasts that had reached the 9th level and above. There were also 400 to 500 holy beasts that had reached the 10th level, and there were even 3 that had reached the advanced 10th level. They were the kings of this ancient mountain range. They were the 8-armed divine ape, the demonic wind tiger king, and the 4-eyed devil eagle. Chapter 1250. The 8-armed divine ape was a powerful ape that was as tall as a mountain. It possessed the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast, which allowed it to advance to its current realm. Its yellow fur was extremely bright and dazzling, and every strand of hair stood up like needles. Its 8 divine arms kept making all sorts of movements, which made it look rather strange and powerful. The demonic Wind Tiger King was a wind-type holy beast. It was also a mutated beast that had been left behind since ancient times. It was said to be a hybrid between a demonic tiger and a wind tiger. It possessed some sort of divine power and was rather intelligent. Its pair of fox-like, tiger-like eyes kept moving around, looking extremely intelligent. On its forehead, there was a demonic king character, displaying its supreme might as a beast king. The 4-eyed magic eagle was a mutated spiritual beast. It had probably consumed some sort of heaven-defying treasure to advance to such a high level. It was the overlord of this ancient mountain range. The black feathers on its body were especially smooth and soft. It kept flapping its wings, bringing about bursts of black whirlwinds. They were all of the same level as the 13th prince, but the 13th prince and the prodigal had actually summoned their subordinates over. They were clearly displeased. After all, this was the territory that they had lived in for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't a place where they could just give up on a whim. Dragon Crown Prince, Qilin Prince, what's the meaning of this? The 8-armed divine ape waved its 8 arms at the 13th prince and the prodigal. Could it be that the Dragon Crown Prince and the Qilin Prince are trying to snatch our territory? The demonic Wind Tiger King let out an ear-piercing voice. The 4-eyed magic eagle let out a loud screech, but it didn't ask any questions. However, its 4 eyes were filled with a strong sense of vigilance. The holy beasts in the periphery were quite a distance away from them, so it wasn't their place to interfere. The 13th prince was instantly infuriated when he heard that the 3 holy beasts actually dared to question his command. He roared at the 3 holy beasts, and a dragon's roar shook the entire space and caused it to collapse and shatter. He didn't even reply to them. Instead, he pounced towards the 3 holy beasts and bit them. His dragon's roar had already given them a huge shock. When the 13th prince pounced towards them, their aura had already weakened a little. However, that didn't mean that they would choose to retreat. In an instant, the 13th prince and the 3 holy beasts started fighting. The prodigal kept roaring at the side. He really wanted to rush in and help, but he also knew that the 13th prince definitely wouldn't want anyone to interfere with his battle. This was where the dignity of a holy beast lay. Ling Xiao called the prodigal back to his side and looked worriedly at the 13th prince, who was fighting the 3 holy beasts. However, his worries were unnecessary. Although the 3 sacred beasts that were on the same level as the 13th prince were terrifying, they were nothing compared to the 13th prince. The 8-armed divine ape's chest was torn apart by the 13th prince's dragon claw. The evil Wind Tiger King, who took advantage of the opportunity, was swept away by the 13th prince's dragon tail. The evil Wind Tiger King smashed into the mountains, crushing many of them into powder. The 4-eyed devil eagle kept shooting out demonic lights from its eyes, but it was unable to do anything to the 13th prince. It was bitten by the 13th prince and was almost swallowed alive. Of course, the 13th prince had to pay a price. However, his dragon scales were comparable to top-notch artifacts, so he didn't suffer much damage. After ruthlessly flinging the 4-eyed devil eagle away, it soared into the sky and let out a series of angry roars. The dragon's roar was still as earth-shattering and powerful as ever. His massive dragon aura burst forth continuously, and the golden light was especially dazzling and noble. The holy beasts in the surroundings couldn't help but let out low cries and prostrate themselves on the ground. Their bodies were still trembling nonstop. The three injured holy beasts also lowered their proud heads unwillingly. They knew that if they continued to resist, they would definitely die. It was that simple for the spiritual beasts to call each other kings. Whoever was stronger and had a more noble bloodline would be their boss. It wasn't like humans, who had so many tricks up their sleeves. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao already knew that the 13th prince had defeated the three holy beasts. However, Ling Xiao wasn't very satisfied. The three holy beasts looked powerful, but they couldn't even defeat the 13th prince. They weren't strong enough to deal with a half-incipient God Realm expert and a peak-level 10 black demon-pattern snake. 13th, are these three the strongest existences here? Are there any stronger existences? Ling Xiao asked the 13th prince. The 13th prince answered, they are the kings of this place. There is no one stronger than them. Ling Xiao looked at the holy beast around him. They were all top-notch and should be more than enough to deal with the serpent pythons. After all, even though there were many serpent pythons, there weren't as many level 9 holy beasts here. Ling Xiao sighed. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Isn't this an ancient mountain range? Are there only so few holy beasts? Boss, are you worried about those powerful beastmen? The 13th prince asked. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. They're no match for you. How could you possibly defeat them? Actually, you don't have to worry. If I use my full strength, I can definitely defeat them, the 13th prince said with a domineering aura. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't trust the 13th prince. Once he used his Dragon Ball, he indeed had the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. However, he wasn't afraid. If something happened to the 13th prince, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, if he wasn't 100% confident, he definitely wouldn't take the risk. Ling Xiao shook his head. I believe you can defeat him, but I don't want you to get hurt. We have to completely defeat them. The 13th prince didn't say anything else. Instead, it was the prodigal who ran to the other side to deal with the demonic Wind Tiger King. Then, the prodigal ran back and said to Ling Xiao, Boss, it's said that there's a stronger existence here. It's just that it has fallen into an endless sleep. No one dares to disturb it. It's the original king here. What kind of holy beast is that? Ling Xiao exclaimed. It's the holy beast of the Heavenly Hound tribe. The prodigal said. The Heavenly Hound tribe, Ling Xiao said in astonishment. He knew that the Heavenly Hound tribe had a powerful bloodline that wasn't any weaker than a godly beast. It belonged to an ancient tribe with a small population. It was said that it was extinct. He didn't expect to see it in this mountain range. The Heavenly Hound was also known as the Hound God. It was the most powerful mount of the ancient southern sky god. It had the ability to command all the hounds in the world. It also had the terrifying power to swallow the sun and the moon. This tribe was extremely arrogant. Even godly beasts wouldn't easily offend them. Otherwise, they would even dare to bite and kill godly beasts. Yeah, boss, do you want to ask it to help us? The prodigal said as if he was asking for credit. He was already annoyed when he saw the 13th prince's power. How could he let the 13th prince compete with him? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, forget it. The Heavenly Hound tribe won't give in to anyone. If it's really that powerful, I'm afraid it might attack us if we anger it. Unexpectedly, the prodigal said, Boss, don't worry. The Heavenly Hound tribe is related to my tribe. I can definitely convince it to help us. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked joyfully. He really didn't know what the relationship between the Qilin tribe and the Heavenly Hound tribe was. However, this was related to the secrets of spirit beasts. As a human, he naturally didn't know everything. Since ancient times, the Qilin tribe was known as the Duanshu tribe. Anyone who was assisted by them would definitely be an emperor bestowed by the heavens. They represented justice, light, kindness, and power. On the other hand, the Heavenly Hound tribe represented suppressing evil and killing all ferocious creatures. Wherever they appeared, all evil creatures would avoid them. It could be said that there was a connection between the two tribes. Therefore, the Chilean tribe was the only tribe that the Heavenly Hound tribe could get along with. Why would I lie to you about this? Why don't you wait here? I'll go with it and come back soon. I'll definitely find the Heavenly Hound tribe for you, the prodigal said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while and said, Okay, I'll wait here for your news. Anyway, the prodigal was a divine beast. Even if he couldn't get the Heavenly Hound tribe to help him, he wouldn't be killed by it. Therefore, the prodigal brought the demonic Wind Tiger King to find the Heavenly Hound holy beast. At first, the demonic Wind Tiger King refused to go. In the end, under the pressure of the 13th prince, it could only bring the prodigal along. The prodigal's trip would probably take a long time. After all, the Heavenly Hound tribe was hidden in the deepest part of the mountain. It was quite far away, and normal holy beasts wouldn't dare to take half a step there. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to collect all kinds of divine herbs in this ancient mountain range. Now, Ling Xiao had accumulated quite a lot of divine herbs. In addition to what he had in the medicine cauldron, it was no longer something that a normal godly apothecary's collection could compare to. After all, not everyone could walk freely in these ancient mountains like him without fear of being attacked by holy beasts. 3 days later, the prodigal and the demonic Wind Tiger King returned. On the demonic Wind Tiger King sat a strange-looking old man. The old man's hair seemed to have been dyed, and there were actually several colors on it, with red being the most popular. It looked especially fashionable and tangible, and his body was extremely tall and strong. His hands and feet were covered in long, curly hair, and the nails on his fingers and toes were especially long and sharp. The most attractive thing was the nose on his face. It was especially big, and it was a red nose, which was extremely eye-catching. Ling Xiao immediately guessed that this was undoubtedly the Heavenly Hound tribe in human form. He thought that he would be able to see the Heavenly Hound tribe's true form. Unexpectedly, it had transformed into a human form and looked a little like a savage. This greatly disappointed him. However, since the other party was willing to help him, he was still very happy. With the help of the Heavenly Hound, the righteous snake sect would definitely be destroyed. Boss, this is the divine dog uncle. With his help, there's no need to fear that snake beast, the prodigal said to Ling Xiao excitedly. Okay, then I'll have to trouble this divine dog uncle, Ling Xiao said happily to the Heavenly Hound tribe. However, the Heavenly Hound tribe glanced at him and had no intention of replying. Its expression was very disdainful and arrogant. Chapter 12:51. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to the arrogant Heavenly Hound. In his eyes, no matter how high and mighty the Heavenly Hound was, it was still just a dog. He had the Chilean Divine Beast and True Dragon Divine Beast as his right and left arms. Why would he care about this old dog? In fact, Ling Xiao felt that the grapes were sour because he couldn't eat them. After all, the Heavenly Hound was an existence comparable to the Divine Beasts. If he could subdue it, it would be better than a magnificent army. Unfortunately, after seeing the Heavenly Hound's attitude, he gave up on that idea. Therefore, Ling Xiao led the thousands of sacred beasts towards the Snake Ridge in a grand procession. Along the way, those who wanted to enter the ancient mountain range were all scared out of their wits. They thought that a beast tide had occurred. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again returned to the Snake Ridge. He didn't look for anyone else. He led the sacred beasts directly into the Snake Ridge. Lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, eagles, many other sacred beasts, under the leadership of the 8-armed ape, demonic Wind Tiger King, and 4-eyed demonic eagle, began to massacre the snakes. Wherever they went, it was like a plague, and terrifying disasters occurred. Snake pythons became food in the stomachs of these sacred beasts. Many of their severed corpses were scattered all over the ground. Their blood dyed the mountains red. The Snake Loyalty sect immediately received the news that such a large army of sacred beasts had arrived. Several threaded snakes fell into the hands of the golden serpent. From the anxious expressions on their faces, he knew that the matter was serious. He immediately summoned everyone. Boss, what's going on? Why are there suddenly so many sacred beasts attacking? The seven-step serpent had already received the news and anxiously asked the golden serpent, "How would I know? Now is not the time to discuss this. Immediately bring everyone out and exterminate them." The golden serpent said, "Could this be related to the dragon gate?" The indigo serpent asked doubtfully. "Probably not. The threaded snakes already said that they are far away from our snake ridge. If they turn back, I will definitely receive the news," the golden serpent said. Then he said, "Why hasn't the old snake king returned yet?" Really? He no longer had time to complain. He summoned all the disciples who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor. There were nearly 10,000 of them, and they were the most powerful existences in the snake loyalty sect. More than half of them were stationed within the sect, and they were all below the saint level. They were the foundation of the snake loyalty sect. These people all rode on snake beasts and summoned the hundreds of thousands of snake beasts in the Snake Ridge towards the army of sacred beasts. This number seemed extremely shocking, but there were less than a tenth of them who had reached the 9th level and above, and there were even fewer who had reached the 10th level. The most powerful ones were the golden snake, the seven-step snake, and the blue-ringed snake. All of them had reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the 10th order and were not far from the advanced stage. These three snake kings were the same as their names. They were the golden snake, the seven-step snake, and the blue-ringed snake. They were the kings of snake beasts and contained the most terrifying snake venom. When they led their army to the front of the sacred beast army, their hearts ached when they saw so many snake beasts being slaughtered. These snake beasts were the result of their accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. It was also because of this many snake beasts that the other forces were deterred and did not dare to do anything to the snake loyalty sect. But now, these 7,000 to 8,000 sacred beasts were extremely terrifying, and they had slaughtered the snake beasts all over the mountains and plains. Damn it, it's that brat from the Dragon Gate. Could he be a beast-tamed lion? How could he lead so many sacred beasts here? The seven-step snake shouted in shock when it saw Xianxia sitting on the 13th prince. He doesn't have to be a beast-tamed lion. He might have used the divine might of those two divine beasts to summon them. Damn it, he must have summoned all the sacred beasts in the Scarlet Wild Mountain Range. The golden snake cursed with an extremely ugly expression. It's useless to say anything now. Let's get rid of these sacred beasts first. The blue-ringed snake cried out in shock. Immediately after, he brought along his snake beasts and charged towards the sacred beasts. The golden snake and the seven-step snake did not stop and also charged towards the sacred beasts. They were all Sinjin of Goguryeo, and their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Killing the sacred beasts was not a difficult task for them. Besides, the snake loyalty sect still had the 100 kilograms divine king. They were not to be underestimated. Moreover, they had the help of the snake beasts. However, among this sacred beast army, there were 4 to 510th order divine kings. It was a shocking number. On the snake loyalty sect side, there were only about 300 divine kings and 10th order snake beasts. For a moment, the snake ridge was filled with the roars of beasts. The sounds of killing shook the heavens, and blood dyed the surroundings. The seven-step snake had his eyes on Xianxia. He must avenge his second brother. Even if his second brother had 2 divine beasts by his side, he could not let him off. In his eyes, Xianxia was only a low-level divine king. As long as he could lure the 2 divine beasts away, wouldn't he be at his mercy? As he thought of this, he ordered his protective snake beast and several 10th order snake beasts to pounce in Xiao's direction. Waves of origin, snake, venom, qi continuously shrouded the space above Xiao. If an ordinary person breathed in this venom, it would not be easy to get rid of it. However, Xiao was not an ordinary person. He had already cultivated the ancient Emperor Divine technique to the final transformation. His body was comparable to a divine weapon, and he had reached the realm of being immune to poison. Moreover, he had the connate wind pearl in his sea of consciousness, which could absorb evil energy. He was not afraid of the snake venom at all. Moreover, his heavenly fire also had the powerful effect of exorcising evil. Ling Xiao already knew that the snake loyalty sect had all come out. He immediately ordered the prodigal 13th prince to take action. Of course, he did not forget to instruct the prodigal to let the heavenly hound take action. Although he did not see the old Snake King come out, he was sure that the other party would not be a coward. However, it was unknown whether the heavenly hound thought too highly of itself or disdained to obey Ling Xiao's orders. The heavenly hound only stayed by the prodigal's side and did not take the initiative to take action. The moment it saw that the prodigal was about to be injured, it would take action to help. Ling Xiao was extremely depressed. However, what could he say? Ling Xiao only considered letting the holy beast deal with the snake beasts and the snake loyalty sect. He had neglected his own safety. Little bastard, give me your life. The seven-step serpent had been hiding not far away for a long time. He shouted in shock, and the seven-section divine whip in his hand locked onto Ling Xiao's throat. Its speed was incomparably fast. Like a spiritual snake, it passed through many spatial barriers and arrived in front of Ling Xiao's neck in an instant. It was too late for Ling Xiao to dodge. After all, the other party was at the peak Divine King realm. The speed and strength of his attack was definitely not something an ordinary Divine King could compare with. Ling Xiao felt his neck being tightly strangled. The pain instantly assaulted him, and golden blood immediately seeped out of his neck. Ling Xiao hurriedly grabbed the seven-section divine whip. He definitely could not let the other party use force to break his neck. Otherwise, he would be finished. He cursed inwardly. How careless. The seven-step serpent laughed sinisterly. You actually went back on your word and brought these holy beasts to destroy my snake loyalty sect. Today, even if the people from Dragon Gate come, I will still kill you. As his voice fell, the power in his hand instantly increased, and he pulled Ling Xiao thousands of meters away. The power transmitted from the seven-section divine whip to Ling Xiao's neck, intending to break his neck. However, Ling Xiao's neck was much tougher than he had imagined. He actually failed to break it in an instant. Your neck is quite tough. The seven-step serpent sneered and exerted force once more. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao immediately. If the other party's divine beasts came to kill him, everything would be in vain. Ling Xiao knew that he was in a dangerous situation, but he was still able to calm down. Both his hands tightly grasped the seven-section divine whip. At this moment, the divine soul in his sea of consciousness also charged out. The golden dragon spear also flew out of his medicine cauldron. The divine soul doppelganger carried the golden dragon spear and instantly rushed towards the seven-step serpent. Ling Xiao's flesh and soul had already reached the high-level divine king realm. Moreover, it could use all kinds of divine skills, just like his real body. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao's other real living doppelganger. The divine soul doppelganger erupted with all its strength. Its combat power was dozens of times greater than before. The golden dragon spear in its hand blasted out a tyrannical and mighty golden dragon that directly attacked the seven-step serpent. The seven-step serpent had been using all its strength to pull Ling Xiao's neck. However, it suddenly saw another Ling Xiao appear. Moreover, this Ling Xiao's imposing manner was actually so overbearing. It seemed that this Ling Xiao was not the least bit inferior to the Sinjin of Goguryeo. The might of this attack made the seven-step serpent feel even more oppressed. If it continued to pull Ling Xiao, it would definitely be hit head-on. In desperation, it could only take back the seven-section divine whip and sweep it towards the incoming dragon-shaped attack. Rumble. The two powerful attacks collided, producing an earth-shaking rumble. Countless residual forces continuously splashed out. Under this move, Ling Xiao's divine soul was shaken back 100 meters, while the seven-step serpent was forced back 20 or 30 meters. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. However, the seven-step serpent didn't look happy at all. Instead, his expression became even more unsightly. As one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, although he was one of the weakest, he still had the power of a peak god king. Yet, He couldn't actually deal with this low-level god king in front of him. This was simply a great humiliation. He shouted in shock, and the seven-section divine whip in his hand kept attacking Ling Xiao's divine soul. Numerous snake-shaped attacks bombarded Ling Xiao's divine soul. These attacks also contained a large amount of the seven-step serpent's venom. The so-called seven-step serpent, once someone came into contact with its snake venom, would definitely be poisoned to death within 7 steps. This was also the most terrifying aspect of the seven-step serpent. Naturally, Ling Xiao knew how terrifying this snake venom was. He pushed his power to the maximum, and numerous metallic lights swept away the venom. However, the seven-step serpent's power was above his. Although he had the ancient sovereign divine technique to increase his combat strength, it was still far from enough. The other party wasn't a soft sieve that could be pinched however he wanted. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was forced to retreat again and again. The weakness was already very obvious. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful doppelganger. However, Dai, the seven-step serpent laughed sinisterly. His seven-section divine whip suddenly loosened, and it automatically coiled around Ling Xiao's divine soul. At the same time, he stabbed out with a divine sword. Chapter 1252. The seven-segment divine whip and seven-step serpent seemed to have reached the realm of being one with the weapon. Presumably, it already possessed a weapon soul. Even after it left his hand, it would still take the initiative to attack. It spun nonstop, emitting powerful divine power as it came down on Ling Xiao from the sky. Once enveloped, Ling Xiao's divine spirit avatar would definitely be torn into several pieces. Ling Xiao's divine spirit avatar could deflect it, but seven-step serpent was already stabbing at him with its divine sword. With the seven-segment divine whip guarding him from above and the seven-step serpent attacking him from the front, it was indeed not easy to deal with. However, one mustn't forget that Ling Xiao also had 2 handy divine weapons. He threw the golden dragon spear at the seven-segment divine whip. The golden dragon spear seemed to transform into a golden dragon divine beast, colliding with the seven-step serpent formed by the seven-segment divine whip. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a sword, one blue and one red, shot towards seven-pacer serpent from another direction. Before the seven-step serpent could reach Ling Xiao, the ice and fire sword had already pierced the side of the seven-step serpent. Seven-step serpent naturally didn't care about the ice and fire sword's sudden attack. With a slap of his palm, he shook off the ice and fire swords. The divine sword in his hand continued to stab at Ling Xiao with a powerful light. However, Ling Xiao already had the time to dodge the attack. He flashed to the other side and summoned the ice and fire swords into his hand. Once again, he charged at seven-step serpent. So what if it was Sun Jin of Goguryeo? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Ling Xiao's divine spirit avatar had the strength of a high-level god king, and he had the ancient sovereign divine technique to boost his strength. Even if he wasn't a peak god king yet, he wasn't far from it. Moreover, his multiple elemental attacks were simply impossible to defend against. Seven-step serpent couldn't deal with him for a while. Instead, he became more and more impatient. He could already feel that his seven-segment divine whip was about to collapse under the bombardment of his opponent's golden dragon spear. After all, in a battle between divine armament, other than looking at the rank of the divine armament, it also depended on the strength of the artifact's soul. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear was a high-grade divine artifact forged from dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon tendons. It was only one step away from becoming a top-grade divine artifact. It wouldn't be difficult for it to destroy the seven-segment divine whip. The seven-step serpent bellowed, "If I don't kill you today, I'm not human." With a wave of his hand, he called back the seven-section divine whip, and his figure began to change. Like a snake, overlapping shadows swept across the sky, making it impossible to tell which one was his real body. Sevenfold whiplock. Countless seven-section whips appeared in this world, as if they were from hell, striking at Ling Xiao's spiritual soul from 7 directions. The power of these whips was enough to trap and destroy several large cities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Ling Xiao's real body snorted coldly in another direction. A divine Bodhi bow had already appeared in his hand, and the divine arrow feather was already ready to be fired. When the 7-step serpent attacked his divine soul clone with all his might, Ling Xiao's aura had already locked onto the 7-step serpent, and the divine arrow feather instantly shot out from the divine bow. Swish! The divine Bodhi bow had the godly power to capture any true aura. No matter how the opponent transformed, no matter how many shadows there were, it could still rely on its godly power to find and shoot at the opponent. If the divine arrow feather was also made from Bodhi tree branches, then no matter where the opponent fled to, he would definitely be shot. This was the true, godly power of an ancient divine armament. Even though the divine Bodhi bow could only unleash less than 10% of its godly power, it was still enough to make the 7-step serpent suffer. He was currently attacking Ling Xiao's divine soul clone with all his might. He had to take him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, where would he put his face as the Sinjin of Goguryeo? Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's divine soul clone was defending with all his might. All the techniques of the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique were blasted out at the same time, and numerous golden dragon shadows roared and churned nonstop. However, there was still a gap between his strength and the 7-step serpent's. Moreover, the 7-step serpent was attacking with all his might, and the divine 7-segment whip had shredded all the dragon shadows into pieces. As expected, the gap in strength could not be easily bridged. When the 7-step serpent saw that he was about to break through all the attacks on Ling Xiao's divine soul, he shouted coldly, "How dare you fight me with just this level of strength? Even if a peak godly king were to come here, I would still kill you without hesitation." Indeed, as the Sinjin of Goguryeo, the 7-step serpent's strength was absolutely incomparable to a peak godly king of the same rank. Aside from his formidable attack power, he also possessed the origin snake venom, which was simply impossible to defend against. However, just as those attacks were about to land on Ling Xiao's divine soul clone, an unprecedented sense of danger assaulted him from behind. The 7-step serpent's hair stood on end. He knew that if he didn't dodge this attack from behind, he would definitely be in mortal danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and instantly gave up on the impulse to strangle Ling Xiao. The divine 7-segment whip in his hand circled back and wrapped around the divine arrow feather that had suddenly attacked him. The divine 7-segment whip had wrapped around the divine arrow feather, but the divine arrow feather's momentum was still very fierce. In the blink of an eye, it had reached his chest. What? The 7-step serpent didn't expect the might of this arrow to be so terrifying. He cried out in alarm, and his other hand instantly grabbed the divine arrow feather to prevent it from hitting him. However, the terrifying power of the divine arrow feather was actually able to dissipate the power of the 7-step serpent's hand and pierce his chest. Stop right there. The 7-step serpent roared angrily. Snake scales appeared on the back of his hand, and his strength instantly multiplied. He forcefully grabbed the divine arrow feather. The divine arrow feather was only 1 centimeter away from his flesh. However, just when he thought that the danger had been averted, another ray of light rushed over like a stream of water. In less than the blink of an eye, it was once again in front of him. This terrifying power was actually much more terrifying than the previous arrow. Don't even think about hurting me. The 7-step serpent was worthy of being one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. He cried out in alarm, and the divine sword that he had put away appeared once again. He ruthlessly slashed at the divine arrow feather that was about to reach him. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's divine soul clone had already gathered all of its power with the golden dragon spear. Its speed was raised to the point where it couldn't be seen, and it ruthlessly stabbed at the 7-step serpent's back. The seven-step serpent's attention was completely focused on the divine arrow feather behind him. How could he care about the attack behind him? When he sensed it, he was frightened out of his wits and used all of his strength to dodge. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The domineering attack had completely engulfed the seven-step serpent. Ling Xiao's divine soul was unforgiving. He completely didn't check whether the seven-step serpent had been hit or not. He continuously waved the golden dragon spear in his hand, and powerful attacks continuously bombarded him. Even many of the nearby snakes and pythons were affected and killed. Phew! Ling Xiao's divine soul let out a light breath, and his body gradually became blurry. His soul power was almost depleted. After fighting with the Sinjin of Goguryeo for so long, he couldn't hold on any longer. His divine soul instantly returned to Ling Xiao's real body. Ling Xiao's face was incomparably pale, and his divine power was almost depleted. He didn't wait for his body to recover. He immediately took out 2 divine pills and swallowed them, allowing himself to recover as quickly as possible. When everything vanished, Ling Xiao discovered that the seven-step serpent was still alive. He could barely stay high in the sky. However, one of his arms had been blasted off, and the defensive armor on his body had been completely shattered. There wasn't a single part of his body that was still intact. His bones and internal organs could be faintly seen, and the blood was particularly glaring. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him like this. The seven-step serpent wasn't dead, but he was half dead. This was the final opportunity to finish him off. The seven-step serpent was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that the kid in front of him would have so many trump cards. He was even able to force the Sinjin of Goguryeo into such a state. "B-Boss, save me." The seven-step serpent dragged his heavily injured body and frantically rushed towards the golden dragon snake. How could Ling Xiao let him go? He raised his golden dragon spear and charged at the seven-step serpent again. On the other side, the golden dragon snake heard the seven-step serpent's cry. He quickly forced the devil wind tiger away and rushed towards the seven-step serpent to support him. However, Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear was already shooting towards the seven-step serpent's head. The golden dragon snake was still some distance away from the seven-step serpent, so he couldn't save him in time. He immediately shouted, "Little bastard, you dare? I'll make you beg for death." However, no matter how much he shouted, it was too late. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear ruthlessly struck the seven-step serpent's head. Without any mishaps, the seven-step serpent was killed by Ling Xiao in a direct confrontation. The Sun Jin of Goguryeo, who was ranked 955th, had been killed by a peak low-level godly king, just like that. It had to be said that the seven-step serpent had suffered the same fate as his second brother. The golden dragon snake was infuriated. "I'll kill you." However, just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, the devil wind tiger king and the other godly beasts surrounded him once again, blocking his path. In his rage, the golden dragon snake instantly released a terrifying snake source venom. Many venomous snakes spread around him, and the other godly beasts couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, the devil wind tiger king's body was ruthlessly smashed by the golden staff, and fresh blood spurted out. The anger of a godly king ranked in the 800th place was not something a 10th grade godly beast like the devil wind tiger king could withstand. The golden dragon snake unleashed an attack that contained a large amount of snake source venom, and the other godly beasts didn't dare to approach him. Several godly beasts even came into contact with the snake source venom, and they had no choice but to use their powerful bodies to resist it. However, this also caused them to lose their fighting strength, and they were all killed by the golden dragon snake's golden staff. The golden dragon snake was stronger than the seven-step serpent, and his strength was even more terrifying. Just as Ling Xiao was about to escape, the Sinjin of Goguryeo's verification phenomenon appeared once again. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to enjoy the Sinjin of Goguryeo's verification phenomenon. His life was more important. He threw another punch at the Sinjin of Goguryeo's verification phenomenon, and the beam of light dispersed. At that moment, the golden dragon snake was already not far from Ling Xiao. The golden staff in his hand emitted golden rays, and a 10,000-meter-long golden dragon snake pounced at Ling Xiao. At the same time, it also contained a large amount of snake source venom. "Little bastard, I want you to die without a burial place," the golden dragon snake roared. This attack came too quickly, and Ling Xiao had already exhausted himself. There was no way he could dodge it. His heart sank. It's over. Chapter 1253. The Wastrel and the 13th Prince were slaughtering the snake pythons on the other side, while dealing with the other divine kings from the snake loyalty sect. When Ling Xiao summoned them, they couldn't come back to save him at the first moment. The golden serpent's furious strike was like a thunderbolt, its power terrifying to the extreme. Many spaces kept collapsing, and spatial cracks also appeared from the impact. Before the attack even arrived, Ling Xiao felt a heavy pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. His divine power was almost depleted, and even his spirit power was extremely weak. Although he had taken pills, he could not recover so quickly. It was impossible for him to dodge the attack. Just as the golden snake's domineering attack was about to kill him, an even more powerful force suddenly appeared and completely dispersed the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The attack of a peak divine king was mysteriously erased by a force that appeared out of nowhere. Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. He stood there in a daze, thinking that someone from the Dragon Gate had rushed over to help him. Unexpectedly, he saw an old man who looked like a savage appear in front of him. It was this old man's casual attack that dispersed the golden snake's power. The golden snake was also shocked by this person's sudden appearance. The other party had easily blocked his all-out attack. It was obvious that this person's strength was extremely terrifying. From this person's appearance, he could immediately tell that this person was not human. However, whether the other party was human or not, he would definitely not let him go. His golden staff was a top-grade divine weapon. Once again, the golden staff unleashed a domineering attack. Many staff shadows transformed into golden snake shadows that shot towards the heavenly hound. The origin snake's venom was extremely strong. Even a high-level divine king would not be able to last long if they were to come into contact with it. With this attack and the domineering origin snake's venom, the four brothers were able to barely squeeze into the ranks of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. The golden snake was very confident that he could destroy anyone, but the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. His energy was blocked by his opponent with one hand. Just as the origin snake venom was about to corrode his opponent opened his mouth and sucked all the origin snake venom into his mouth and swallowed it all. How was this possible? The golden snake cried out in panic. His origin source, snake venom, was exceptionally tyrannical. Even a 10th-tier holy beast would collapse upon coming into contact with it. Yet the other party had actually swallowed it. While he was still in a daze, the heavenly hound snorted coldly and actually swung the golden serpent's power back at the golden serpent. This counterattack was so fast that the golden snake didn't even have a chance to dodge before it was hit. However, he didn't die. There was already a set of golden armor on his body, blocking most of the power. However, he was still seriously injured, blood continuously spitting out from his mouth. The golden snake was already aware of his opponent's strength. He was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to stay any longer. He could only turn around and rush away. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, "Everyone retreat." With such a terrifying existence, the righteous snake sect didn't have the slightest chance of winning. He cursed the old snake king in his heart. Why hasn't he returned yet? If he doesn't return soon, they will all be annihilated. The righteous snake sect had the help of many snakes and pythons. They could completely resist the army of holy beasts. The only headache was the two divine beasts. However, they didn't understand why their sect master had run away first. This caused them to panic. Just as they were about to escape, a shocking voice was heard. "None of you are allowed to escape. This sect master has returned." 3 figures were seen rushing over from a direction. One of them was the old sect master of the righteous snake sect. As his voice fell, he simultaneously sent out several palm strikes. The terrifying palm prince immediately smashed several holy beasts into minced meat. His power was quite terrifying. The two people beside him also made their move and wantonly slaughtered the holy beasts. These holy beasts didn't seem to pose any threat to them. Great, the old Snake King has returned. The Golden Snake Sect Master couldn't help but cry out. The rest of the Righteous Snake Sect members were also excited. This meant that their Righteous Snake Sect would definitely be fine. You're indeed a vile person who goes back on his word. Fortunately, I didn't believe your nonsense. You actually led the army of holy beasts to attack my Righteous Snake Sect. You deserve to be punished. The old Snake King shouted as he glared at Ling Xiao. The black demonic snake on his body instantly slithered down and transformed into the king of snake kings that was nearly 1,000 meters long. Its first target was the wastrel and the 13th prince. It was the leader of all snakes. It could be said that these snakes and pythons were its people. Since they were being massacred, the king of snake kings would naturally take revenge for them. Although the black demonic snake was being suppressed by the two divine beasts, its strength was stronger than them. Thus, the suppression it received was extremely small. Moreover, it was the leader of all snakes and one of the ancient ferocious beasts. Naturally, it couldn't lower its head so easily. Circles of strange energy rippled from its pair of snake eyes. It was as if any living creature would feel dizzy as the circles of energy revolved around it. The wastrel was the first to feel dizzy and weak. The 13th prince, on the other hand, was fine. His strength wasn't too far off from the black demonic snakes. He roared at the sky, and with a shake of his dragon body, he shot toward the black demonic snake. The black demonic snake instantly spat out balls of black fog. Everywhere it went turned black. Many holy beasts were immediately corroded by its snake venom. The 13th prince spat out a terrifying golden ray, dispersing the snake venom. He fully displayed his dragon might and bit the black demonic snake with his dragon head. The black demonic snake naturally wasn't afraid of the 13th prince. It pounced forward and bit the 13th prince. You actually brought only 2 divine beasts here. How dare you? Today, I'm going to slaughter even the divine beasts. The old Snake King shouted and attacked the wastrel. His powerful strength locked onto the wastrel. A black palm print slapped toward the wastrel. This black palm print looked like the sky was descending. Its power was majestic and terrifying. Such a simple palm print was enough to destroy an area of tens of thousands of miles. Fortunately, the battle between them was taking place high up in the sky. Otherwise, the Snake Ridge would have been destroyed by the old Snake King himself. No matter how fast the wastrel was, he was just at the intermediate level of level 10. Compared to the half-incipient god realm, his realm was too low. He couldn't dodge such a terrifying palm print. Zai Zai! Ling Xiao screamed angrily. He wanted to save the wastrel, but he realized that he couldn't do anything. He couldn't make it in time. Fortunately, the heavenly hound appeared by the wastrel in time. It lifted its eyes and punched the black palm print. Boom! Boom! The heavenly hound's punch not only smashed the palm print, but the remaining energy also attacked the old Snake King. What? The old Snake King's face changed. Both of his palms started to tear. A space crack appeared in front of him, diverting the energy from the heavenly hound. It was the formidable defense and attack power of the experts at the incipient god realm. They could open the space crack at any time to defend or attack. Currently, the god kings couldn't do this. They could open the space crack, but they couldn't use it in the battle. They couldn't use it as easily as the heavenly hound did. The old Snake King was just at the half-incipient god realm. The space crack he could open was considered small. If it were the real incipient god realm experts, they could directly open the space crack and create a chaotic space attack that could destroy an area of more than 100,000 square meters. At that level of competition, they would usually rush out of the 9 heavens. Otherwise, the heaven territory couldn't stand the wanton destruction of the incipient god realm experts. The old Snake King blocked the attack in fright. He looked at the Heavenly Hound and shouted, "What are you after all?" The Heavenly Hound didn't answer the old Snake King. Its figure changed. It appeared in front of the old Snake King within the blink of an eye and punched him. This punch had affected the space energy in this area. The terrifying, chaotic space energy rolled toward the old Snake King unceasingly. The old Snake King was frightened. He didn't dare to resist the attack. He directly flew out of the sky and screamed, "Old leopard, old wolf, help me." The two old men he had brought back also recognized that the old Snake King was in trouble. They immediately bounced up and dashed towards the old Snake King's direction. Their auras weren't less than the old Snake King's. Surprisingly, they were all at the half-incipient God realm. No wonder why he had said that he had the competence to challenge the Dragon Gate. Although it was a little exaggerated, these two strong reinforcements could intimidate many people. 3 against 1. An earth-shaking battle had taken place in the sky. Ordinary God Kings didn't know the situation of that battle because they couldn't break through the space barrier of the ninth sky to watch. The old Snake King knew that the man in front of him was at least a level 10 holy beast in human form. To reach that level, it required the power of the bloodline. No doubt, it was as hard as climbing the sky for the ordinary holy beast to reach that level. Only the bloodline of the divine beasts or the ancient beasts could do that. His old eyes sparkled with a strange light. He could vaguely see that the man in front of him was a dog-type holy beast. "It's the Heavenly Hound tribe," screamed the old Snake King in fright. "If you can see it, you should be obedient and die." Heavenly Hound finally opened his mouth. His voice was old, but it was full of energy. As soon as he finished, he punched at the old Snake King one more time. The old Snake King was blown several thousand meters away. He even vomited blood. Fortunately, he was wearing the black snake scale armor. Otherwise, this punch would have smashed him. The two old men chasing after him knew how dangerous Heavenly Hound was. They didn't think much and immediately used all of their powers. Their bodies started to transform. Their clothes were torn. One of them had the head of a leopard, while the other had the head of a wolf. Their upper bodies were covered in long fur. The old Snake King also took the opportunity to transform into a naga. His aura was unusually ferocious and powerful. They were the leopard tribe and the werewolf tribe. They were friends with the old Snake King, so they came to help. Chapter 1254. The 3 half-incipient God Realm beasts of the Beastman clan had reached the incipient God Realm after they had changed their appearances. They were more than 10 times stronger than they used to be. The Heavenly Hound seemed to have seen through the faces of the 3 beastmen. There was no fear on its face. It raised its head to the sky and howled. Oh, it sounded like the howl of a wolf king, but it also sounded like a scream filled with fighting spirit. Immediately after, it transformed into its original form, which looked like a wolf and a dog at the same time. Its colorful fur was particularly dazzling, and among them, red was the most prominent. Its figure was no different from a wolf beast, but its head was like a fox, and its eyes were filled with arrogance and ferocity. Its fangs were deeply exposed, and it was especially ferocious and frightening. It was a level 10 super beast. It was a legendary level 11 holy beast. It was impossible to reach this level without an ancient bloodline. There were thousands of spirit beasts, but not many holy beasts could become holy beasts. Level 10 super beasts were even rarer. However, every time one of them appeared, its power was terrifying. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human. This Heavenly Hound was at the peak of low level 11. It was much stronger than the 3 half-incipient God Realm beastmen. The Heavenly Hound fought against the 3 beastmen alone. Beyond the 9 heavens, all the space in the void was stirred up by them. If they were to fight in the heavenly region, it would probably cause the world to change color and everything would be destroyed. Of course, if they dared to do that, the other incipient God Realm beasts would immediately appear and kill them. This was the rule of the heaven area. No incipient God Realm beasts or holy beasts above level 10 could fight here. Above the 9 skies of the Snake Ridge, the holy beasts and the snake-righteous sect were still fighting. The battle between the 13th prince and the black demonic snake was the fiercest. The two massive bodies kept tumbling and colliding, causing the space around them to collapse and kill many snakes, pythons, and other holy beasts. As a member of the True Dragon clan, the 13th prince had a powerful ability to increase his fighting power. When he fought with his full strength, he was not weaker than the black demonic snake at the peak of level 10. In fact, he was even stronger. However, the black pattern demon snake's origin snake venom was too terrifying. It could even corrode the 13th prince's dragon scales. The venom had almost entered the 13th prince's body. The 13th prince had no choice but to spit out the origin dragon pearl. The origin dragon ball was the most powerful origin energy of the True Dragon clan. The power it exuded was simply terrifying to the extreme. Streaks of golden energy continuously bombarded the black pattern demonic snake. In the end, the black pattern demonic snake couldn't take it anymore. Even its snake origin venom was destroyed, and its body was blasted into a bloody mess. It was in so much pain that it couldn't stop hissing and howling. How could the 13th prince let go of this opportunity? He bit the black pattern demonic snake's throat and shook it with all his might. He bit off the snake's neck, causing a large amount of blood to splatter out. Xianxia couldn't stay idle while the 13th prince was fighting the black demonic pattern snake. The Heavenly Hound, the Old Snake King, and the others had gone to the 9th heaven to fight, but the Golden Snake and the Blue-Ringed Snake were still here. The Blue-Ringed Snake had chosen the 8-armed divine ape and the 4-eyed devil eagle from the very beginning. After all, these two were the most powerful sacred beasts. As long as they were killed, the pressure on their side would be much less. Unfortunately, even though he was the Sinjin of Goguryeo, it wasn't easy for him to take down 2 10th-tier sacred beasts at once. After all, sacred beasts that had reached this level weren't any weaker than human peak divine kings. Moreover, they all had divine abilities to attack. For example, the 8-armed divine ape's divine power was rather terrifying, while the 4-eyed devil eagle's eagle eyes carried a strange energy that could confuse the minds of humans. They really caused a lot of trouble for the blue-ringed snake. If he didn't have the origin snake venom, which prevented the 2 sacred beasts from getting close to him, he probably wouldn't be a match for them. As for the snake-righteous sect's divine king, the holy emperor, and the other sacred beasts, they were fighting non-stop. Although the number of sacred beasts in the snake-righteous sect was inferior, their strength was much stronger. They were able to kill many snake pythons and the people of the snake-righteous sect. However, there were a few high-level divine kings on the side of snake loyalty sect. There were the 8 great golden snakes and the few great silver snakes that were ranked at the top. It was precisely because of their presence that they managed to kill many holy beasts. Otherwise, their snake loyalty sect would have completely annihilated the holy beast army. As for Xianxia's side, the situation had become much more serious. He had originally thought that with an existence like the Heavenly Hound, taking down the snake-righteous sect would be a piece of cake. However, he didn't expect that the old Snake King would actually bring reinforcements. Moreover, they restrained the Heavenly Hound and prevented it from taking charge. The most hateful thing was that the old dog loved to pretend. It didn't help him kill the golden snake and only heavily injured it. This time, the golden snake didn't die. After consuming the elixir, its strength recovered by 70 to 80%. It attacked Xianxia again. Xianxia also took advantage of the time to digest the elixir's power and recovered a lot of divine power. In addition, he also drank the ghost god spring. This kind of god spring was very effective on the divine soul. It helped his divine soul to recover to its peak state. However, the golden snake was the Sinjin of Goguryeo, who was much stronger than the 7-step snake. If he wanted to deal with him alone, he would definitely die. After all, the sect master, the golden snake, was wearing a top-notch defensive armor and possessed a top-notch divine artifact scepter. Facing the golden snake's attack, even if Xiao's divine soul doppelganger and his real body unleashed their full strength, they still wouldn't be able to contend against him. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. The prodigal accompanied him and fought to the end. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao didn't get killed by the golden snake in an instant. Although the prodigal had the strength of the 10th stage, don't forget that he was a divine beast. His combat strength might not be as abnormal as the 13th prince's, but he possessed a terrifying high-grade origin flame that could ignore any origin snake venom. Even a divine king would die if touched by that flame. On the other hand, the golden snake was of the metal element, and it happened to be most afraid of this kind of high-level origin flame. His snake venom was useless against it, so the only thing he could do was to use the most brutal force to slaughter it. Unfortunately, there was another troublesome kid on the other side. He couldn't wait to get rid of him first. However, it had dragged until now, and he hadn't killed anyone. This made him very angry. If things were to continue to drag on like this, it would only bring harm to their snake loyalty sect. Therefore, he had no choice but to reveal all of his trump cards. If I don't get rid of all of you today, my name as the Sinjin of Goguryeo will be in vain. The golden snake roared angrily and sent Ling Xiao's divine soul, doppelganger, flying with his golden staff. The prodigal's single horn attack arrived in an instant. Its power wasn't any weaker than the attack of an ordinary 10th stage divine beast. Moreover, the raging flames were very threatening. A shield appeared in the golden snake's hand and blocked the prodigal's attack. He was like a golden god that had descended to the mortal world. His aura instantly increased by a few times, and the golden staff in his hand continuously emitted a dazzling light. Golden snake dazzles the world. The golden staff in the golden snake's hand suddenly emitted a light like the rising sun. Rays of golden light continuously shot out from the snake head on the top of the staff. The power of the golden light was very terrifying. Each ray contained the full power of the Sinjin of Goguryo's attack. Furthermore, the power was enhanced by the golden staff. Streaks of golden light turned into golden serpents that shot out in all directions. Every single one of them was 10,000 meters long. Wherever they went, the space would collapse, and spatial cracks would appear. The power of each ray of golden light was enough to kill any peak divine king. This was the golden snake's most powerful attack. He had made up his mind to kill Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Most of the power of this attack was directed towards Ling Xiao and the prodigal. The speed and power of the attack made it impossible for them to escape. It was an omnidirectional attack. Facing this terrifying attack, Ling Xiao's legs turned to jelly. He knew that even if his defense was comparable to a peak mid-grade divine weapon, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. Moreover, his unparalleled body technique wouldn't be able to dodge it either. "Zizai, come back!" Ling Xiao shouted at the prodigal. The prodigal was slightly more powerful than him, and his body was definitely abnormal. However, he didn't think that he could block this attack. Therefore, he had to put it away before he could use his trump card to block this attack. The prodigal absolutely obeyed Ling Xiao's words. He immediately received Ling Xiao's will and disappeared on the spot. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's godly soul merged with his real body. It was also at this moment that all the golden python's attacks rushed towards him one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Above Ling Xiao's position, balls of golden light began to explode. This part of the world was shaken to the point where it seemed as if it had been trampled. The holy beasts and pythons that were closest to Ling Xiao were all killed or severely injured. They screamed in pain. After using such a powerful attack, the golden snake couldn't help but pant. The divine power in his body was really exhausted. He sneered and said, "Damn little bastard, you're dead now." However, when he was about to take an elixir to recover, he saw a huge sacred cauldron floating and rotating in the direction where Ling Xiao was attacked. Waves of pale flames flickered nonstop. The sacred cauldron seemed to disappear in a flash. There was only a figure left, and that figure was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao used the obsidian cauldron to block this fatal attack, the golden snake's attack was too powerful. The obsidian cauldron was pushed back. He couldn't withstand it all and kept swallowing blood. However, he managed to survive. No matter how powerful the golden snake was, it couldn't shatter the obsidian cauldron. Could this be an ancient divine cauldron? It actually blocked my all-out attack. The golden snake was shocked. One should know that the golden staff in his hand was a top-grade divine weapon. It was only one step away from becoming an ancient divine weapon. A look of greed flashed across the golden snake's eyes. He raised the golden staff and charged towards Xianxia again. Although he wasn't a pill refiner, he was already greedy for the obsidian cauldron. Chapter 1255. Even though the golden snake had used up most of his divine power, it wasn't difficult for him to recover after taking the elixir. Xianxia wasn't in a good state either. Although the ancient sovereign divine technique had healed his injuries, his divine power wasn't enough. He had used the elixir and the heavenly spring, but it wasn't enough to recover instantly. Moreover, the difference between him and the golden snake, the Sinjin of Goguryeo, was too great. The golden snake was fighting two against one, but he still couldn't tell which direction was which. In the end, Ling Zhao's divine soul avatar couldn't take it anymore and had no choice but to merge with his real body. Die, you little bastard! The golden snake seized this opportunity and smashed his golden staff down on Ling Zhao's head. Ling Zhao used all his strength to block with the golden dragon spear, but it didn't have any effect. His whole body flew thousands of meters away like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the golden dragon spear flew out of his hand. At the same time, his hand were bent strangely and trembling nonstop. Blood seeped out from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been dead on the spot. Only Ling Zhao, who had a freakish physique, could barely survive this attack. However, his internal organs were all shattered, and his arms were directly broken. Damn, the Sinjin of Goguryeo is really a small fry. Ling Zhao cursed in his heart. He hurriedly circulated his divine power to heal his injuries. At the same time, he used the innate Yin bead to cleanse the snake venom entangling his body. Ling Zhao now understood that with his current strength, he could barely deal with the low-rank Sinjin of Goguryeo. However, he couldn't deal with an existence like the golden snake, who was ranked in the 800s. The gap between their levels was still too big. If he could reach the mid-level God King realm, and his divine soul power increased, then he would be qualified to challenge the golden snake. Ling Zhao retreated as he healed himself. If he didn't escape now, he would die here. He cursed himself for being overconfident. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Imo with him. This Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Profound Sky region was at least as strong as the golden snake. It was just that he was currently heavily injured, so his speed couldn't be that fast, even if he wanted to. The golden snake quickly caught up with him and shouted, "How dare you kill two of my brothers? It's not enough even if I kill you 10,000 times. I will capture you and throw you into the snake cave to feed the snakes." Is that so? It's just that. I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Ling Zhao revealed a faint smile with difficulty. When the golden snake was about to capture Ling Zhao's reinforcements finally arrived. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar came from the other side of the sky. The golden snake was caught off guard and was sent flying far away by the impact. His eardrums burst and blood flowed out. It was the 13th prince who had killed the black mark snake. At this moment, the 13th prince had used all of his power. The dragon scales on his body sparkled with dazzling light. In his mouth was a dragon pearl that contained the power to destroy the entire world. The 13th prince came from the other side with extreme speed. His dragon head pounced on the golden snake, biting him. The golden snake's head was still buzzing, but he could still feel the terrifying, true dragon divine beast that was about to pounce on him. He immediately endured the pain and dodged to the side. However, even though he could dodge the first attack, he couldn't dodge the second one. The 13th prince swung his dragon tail and hit the golden snake's body. Although the golden snake was wearing the best defensive armor, it couldn't withstand the 13th prince's ferocious swipe. The armor cracked, and many internal organs in his body started to rupture. The 13th prince had used the power of the dragon pearl, so he had surpassed any peak level 10 holy beast. He was close to the human half incipient god realm. Previously, he had told Xianxia that he was confident that he could defeat the old Snake King. Now it seemed to be true. Xianxia even thought that the 13th prince might be able to challenge a low-level incipient god realm expert. The golden snake was severely wounded, and he was scared out of his wits. He could feel the intimidation of this true dragon divine beast. He was the Sun Jin of Goguryeo, but he didn't even have the courage to challenge it. He turned around and ran away directly. However, how could the 13th prince let him go? The dragon's competitive nature had been triggered. They wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. While the 13th prince was chasing after the golden snake, Xianxia immediately took the divine pellets and the ghost god spring to recover his power. At the same time, he summoned the prodigal to help the 8-armed ape and the 4-eyed demon eagle. They couldn't resist the blue ring snake anymore. Of course, the prodigal might not be able to kill the blue ring snake, but it could buy them some time. He just needed to rest for a while. As soon as he finished digesting the power of the divine pellets and the ghost god spring, he would recover. Then, the blue ring snake would die. However, it wasn't easy for Xianxia to calm down and recover. Many snakes and pythons were pouncing on him. Xianxia struggled to drag his body and dodge. At the same time, he emitted thick flames that burned his surroundings. He was puzzled. Why hasn't that heavenly dog returned after so long? Could it be that it couldn't defeat those 3 old fellows? He was watching the few high-level god kings from the righteous snake sect display their power. The army of holy beasts was getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, he would still be the loser. Thinking about this, Xianxia couldn't wait to absorb the power of the divine pellets and the god spring. He also urged the ancient emperor's divine technique to the extreme. His recovery speed was so fast that it was astounding. His internal organs were constantly recovering, his hands were also starting to return to their original state, and his aura was also constantly rising. Roar! Xiao's aura reached its peak. He discovered that his power seemed to have increased by a few notches. He was just a little bit away from the low-level perfection stage. He roared excitedly. He knew that the continuous battles had caused him to continuously exhaust and recover his power. This caused his divine power, which had been stagnant, to increase a little. Although it was only a little, it made him feel that he wasn't too far away from the mid-level God King realm. His divine soul clone appeared again. The divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hand. He instantly knocked an arrow and shot it. His movements were done in one breath. Swish! The divine arrow flew towards the blue ring snake that was being held back by the prodigal boy and the other 2 holy beasts. The strength of the indigo coral serpent couldn't compare to the 7-step serpent, and it couldn't compare to the green bamboo leaf. Furthermore, Xianxia had used his divine soul avatar to attack. The power of this arrow wasn't inferior to an ordinary peak god king. Under such a sneak attack, the blue ring snake couldn't detect it instantly like the golden snake in counterattack. When he sensed that the divine arrow had reached him, he was already unable to dodge. After all, he had consumed a lot of his divine power. No, the blue ring snake looked at the divine arrow and let out an unwilling roar. Boom! The divine arrow directly blew up the blue ring snake's head. Xianxia didn't have the time to continue paying attention to this dead person. He then shouted to the prodigal boy, hurry up and take the 2 of them to eliminate the others. Now that things had come to this, Xianxia was prepared to uproot the snake loyalty sect. He swore that he would not be a man if he did not do so. Xianxia knocked his bow again and shot an arrow. This time, his target was another rather powerful golden snake. Only by killing off these god kings who had reached the high level and above could this battle be completely won. The divine Bodhi bow was an ancient divine artifact. Its power was something even the Sun Jin of Goguryeo couldn't withstand. Furthermore, Ling Xiao used his divine soul clone to attack. Below the Sinjin of Goguryeo, who could withstand it? Another golden snake was killed by Ling Xiao's arrow. A bloody mist burst out in the sky. Ling Xiao shot 2 more times, and another 2 God Kings fell. Ling Xiao swallowed another pill, but he didn't use the divine bow to kill his enemies. Because the divine arrow was limited, he only had 3 left. He had to save it for a crucial moment. Moreover, with his current strength, he could kill all the other God Kings here. He took unparalleled steps and appeared near a God King of the Snake E sect. Before the other party's attack could arrive, his divine soul power had already attacked first. The God King's movements became sluggish, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Before he could finish screaming, Ling Xiao's ice and fire swords had already cut off the God King's head and sucked the God King's soul into a sea of consciousness to be stored as fertilizer. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this method of killing. He believed that after this battle, his divine soul power would increase by quite a lot. What he didn't understand was why the Sinjin of Goguryeo didn't show up when he killed the blue-ringed snake. His confusion only lasted for a moment. He didn't really care about the title of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. By then, the 13th prince had finally come to a conclusion. The golden snake, the master of the Snake E sect, couldn't escape death. He had wanted to use a secret skill to escape the 13th prince's pursuit. However, the 13th prince was determined to kill him. The 13th prince spat the Dragon Ball in the 13th prince's direction, and the golden snake was immediately blown to bits. Although the 13th prince had killed the black demonic snake and the golden snake, he had consumed a lot of his origin power. His combat strength had also begun to decline. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had begun to stabilize the situation. He only needed to intimidate the others. Someone from the Snake E sect had seen the death of the golden snake and the blue-ringed snake. He exclaimed, "The master and the blue-ringed snake king are both dead. We need to run." As soon as he said that, everyone from the Snake E sect who was still alive panicked. The old Snake King, whom they had been hoping for, didn't come back, and the God Kings who could control the situation seemed to have disappeared. When they saw the 2 terrifying divine beasts still killing their snakes and pythons in such a majestic manner, they knew that they had passed away. When one of them started to run, the second, the third, the people from the Snake E sect began to disperse. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to lead the remaining Holy Beast army in pursuit. The snakes and pythons were no longer a threat. They fled in all directions. Ling Xiao didn't chase too far before he called all the holy beasts to stop. He had to absorb the remnant souls left. He couldn't let the fertilizer go to waste. More than half of the Snake E sect God Kings had died in this battle. There were many souls left behind. Chapter 1256. Half a day later, Ling Xiao finished plundering all the remnant souls here. He did not have the time to refine them for the time being, so he continued to press forward with the rest of the Holy Beast army. Now, more than half of the Holy Beast army had been lost, and there were only about 3,000 of them left. Fortunately, the Snake E sect had paid an even greater price. Countless of their snakes and pythons had died, and more than half of their people had died. More importantly, the 4 great Snake Kings had all fallen. It could be said that the Snake E sect's reliance was no longer in existence. With the help of the ancient Emperor Divine technique, Ling Xiao's body had more or less recovered. In terms of divine power, he had the support of the divine pellet, so there was nothing to be afraid of. As for his divine soul, there was no need to talk about it. He had not refined what he had absorbed just now, but he had already recovered to his peak state. At this time, Ling Xiao said to the prodigal, "Zizai, how is your uncle Heavenly Dog?" Ever since the Heavenly Dog and the old Snake King disappeared, they had not returned. Ling Xiao could not help but be worried. He was afraid that those old fellows would return, and he would be dead. The prodigal replied, "Boss, don't worry. Uncle Heavenly Dog has already left." Ling Xiao panicked. "What? Why did it leave? If the Heavenly Dog left, wouldn't the 3 old fellows return?" The prodigal replied, That's right. It has already helped us solve the problem, so it doesn't want to stay. Just now, it informed me and returned. It even told me to go to its place to play when I have time. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, "You mean it has already killed those 3 old fellows? And it even left by itself?" The prodigal nodded and said, "That's right. How could the 3 of them be a match for Uncle Heavenly Dog? They were all eaten by Uncle Heavenly Dog." This time, Ling Xiao was relieved. He really did not expect this heavenly hound to be so arrogant. It came quietly and left quietly without saying a word to him. However, when he thought that it had nothing to do with him, he could not be bothered to argue with it. In short, as long as those 3 old fellows were dead, everything would be easy. Ling Xiao had already digested the soul of the green bamboo leaf, so he knew the terrain of the snake loyalty sect like the back of his hand. He led the army of holy beasts and soon arrived at the territory of the snake loyalty sect. There was no spatial formation here because they felt that with so many snakes here, no ordinary person would dare to provoke them. Therefore, their sect was located in the hinterland of Snake Ridge. All the snake loyalty sect disciples who had yet to reach the God King stage were here. Clearly, they knew that the battle outside had ended and that many of their snake loyalty sect's sect master and elders had fallen. If he didn't run away, the other party would directly kill his way into the sect. Therefore, when Ling Xiao arrived at the snake loyalty sect, he discovered that many of the weaker disciples were fleeing in panic. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about them. He had already found out that the righteous snake sect was not some righteous sect. On the contrary, they were notorious in the sky dragon domain. None of their disciples were good people. Ling Xiao allowed the holy beasts to slaughter them. He was too lazy to stop them. His main reason for exterminating the snake loyalty sect was to save Mad Monk. He did not dare to confirm whether Mad Monk was still alive or not. There were 2 forbidden areas in the snake loyalty sect. One of them was the mountain where the old Snake King resided. Aside from the golden snake and a few others, no one else was allowed to go there. The other forbidden area was the Snake Cave. It was the foundation of the snake loyalty sect. It was also the place where the snake loyalty sect practiced the cruelest torture. This place was called the Snake Cave. Naturally, it was a place where snakes existed. Usually, once someone or a traitor of the snake righteous sect was captured alive, they would be thrown into the snake cave to be fed to the snakes. No matter who it was, once they were bitten to death by thousands of snakes, they would go crazy and die. The people of the snake loyalty sect were already scared out of their wits. They only cared about running away. No one cared about the snake cave. No, actually, no one dared to care about the snake cave. It was filled with venomous snakes. No one dared to go near it. There was no need for anyone to guard it. Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the 13th prince to the sky above the snake cave. The snake cave was like a volcanic crater. It was erected in a rather conspicuous place in the snake loyalty sect. It was easy to see. There were all kinds of venomous snakes around the snake cave. They were sticking out their tongues, wrapping the area in layers. The huge cave constantly emitted a fishy smell. It made people feel extremely disgusted. When the venomous snakes saw Ling Xiao, the prodigal, and the 13th prince approaching, they dared to attack. The prodigal spat out streams of fire at the poisonous snakes, burning them until not even their dregs remained. Flames were what the venomous snakes feared the most. Moreover, the prodigal had the most terrifying origin fire seed on him. It was something they could not endure. After a large number of venomous snakes were burned to death, many of them had already started to flee. The snakes around the snake cave were quickly cleaned up. However, Ling Xiao still did not dare to enter the snake cave immediately. That was because the snake cave was the most terrifying place. According to the memories of the green bamboo leaf, Ling Xiao understood that in addition to the many origin venomous snakes, there was also a snake king. It was an existence comparable to the black demonic snake. It mainly contained a snake gall that was tens of thousands of years old. It was said that this snake gallbladder was obtained by the first sect master of the righteous snake sect from a crack in the void. It was an ancient snake gallbladder, which could produce a lot of origin snake saliva. It had a great attraction to many kinds of snakes and could be cultivated quickly. Moreover, this snake's saliva was the greatest tonic for the people of the righteous snake sect. It could make their bodies much stronger than ordinary people. It could also make them feel close to snakes. At the same time, it also had a very powerful healing effect. Besides that, this snake gall had an effect that defied the natural order. As for this effect, the green bamboo leaf only knew a little bit. In her memory, the old Snake King had consumed 1/3 of the snake gall to enter the half-incipient god realm. From this point of view, this snake gall was extraordinarily precious. When Ling Xiao asked the old Snake King for this snake gall, it was also because of this reason. This snake gall was at the lowest level of the snake cave. The Queen Snake King had nurtured it. It was also soaked in the holy spring to maintain its vitality and continuously produce snake saliva. Before this, the 13th prince had recovered a lot. He believed that suppressing the Queen Snake King wouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao gestured to the prodigal. The prodigal then spat out balls of flames at the entrance of the snake cave. Ling Xiao did this to force out all the snakes inside, especially the Queen Snake King. It was probably comparable to the black-patterned snake, so he had to be careful. As expected, when the flames rushed into the snake cave, a number of snake pythons that had reached the 9th order and above rushed out of the cave. The prodigal and the 13th prince moved at the same time and killed all the snake pythons. Ling Xiao, of course, didn't stay idle. These snake pythons that hadn't reached rank 10 weren't much of a threat to him. He killed them with one slash. When the first batch of snake pythons was killed, Ling Xiao continued to ask the prodigal to increase the firepower to force the queen snake out. However, more than 10 rank 10 snake pythons came out. Among them, there was a plum blossom snake that had reached the intermediate rank 10 realm. If an ordinary godly king were to face more than 10 rank 10 snake pythons, they would have no choice but to run. After all, the snake poison they spat out at the same time was extremely corrosive. Even the divine light defense couldn't withstand it. After a round of killing, these snake pythons followed in the footsteps of the previous snakes and were all killed. Up until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't seen the queen snake come out. He couldn't help but feel strange. He asked the 13th prince, 13, are there any more snakes inside? He knew that the connection between spirit beasts was much more useful than his divine will. The 13th prince replied, yes, but they're all small things. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's impossible. There should be another snake king inside. Could it be that it's hiding and doesn't dare to come out? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. No, I can feel that there's no more powerful existence inside. The 13th prince said with certainty. That's right, boss. I can't feel any other scary snakes either, the prodigal added. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before saying, all right, let's go in together then. With that, he brought the prodigal and the 13th prince into the snake cave. There wasn't a single snake at the entrance of the snake cave. The prodigal's origin fire had already burned them all. When they descended a few hundred meters, they were attacked by some small snakes. However, they weren't afraid of them at all. They were all disposed of by them. The snake cave was very deep. From the entrance to the bottom of the cave, it was nearly 10,000 meters deep. Waves of stench kept coming out. When they reached the bottom of the cave, Ling Xiao realized that there were many human limbs and bones here. He couldn't help but worry that the mad monk had really died here. Boss, there's a huge snake over there, the prodigal exclaimed. Ling Xiao was shocked and quickly looked in the direction he was pointing. Indeed, there was a snake coiled up in a corner. A diamond-shaped snake head was lying on the ground. It seemed to have lost its vitality and didn't have any luster. However, the snake's body was still intact, as if it had just died not long ago. Could this be the Snake King? Ling Xiao wondered. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk towards the snake's body, the 13th prince shouted in shock, Boss, there's something inside this D*Ned fellow. Ling Xiao was shocked. He tightened his grip on the ice and fire sword. At the same time, he activated his divine telekinesis to the maximum and tried to sense the snake's body. Indeed, he discovered that there seemed to be a hidden life aura in the snake's abdomen. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and slashed at the snake's body. He was afraid that it was a hidden expert from the snake loyalty sect. It wouldn't be surprising for him to stay here and cultivate. Hence, he had to strike first. However, just as Ling Xiao's sword was about to land, the snake's body exploded. Chapter 1257. Who would have thought that there would be someone inside the dead snake's body? If not for the 13th Prince's vigilance, Ling Xiao would have been deceived by the other party. However, when Ling Xiao made his move, the other party seemed to have sensed it and immediately attacked from inside. Rumble. A powerful force instantly smashed the snake's body, and the snake's scales also flew up one by one. Ling Xiao was forced back by this powerful force. The 13th Prince and the prodigal instantly flanked the other party and attacked at the same time. At this time, Ling Xiao clearly saw the person who suddenly appeared and immediately shouted, "ZZ, 13th, stop." When the two of them heard Ling Xiao's order, they abruptly stopped their terrifying attacks. The person who rushed out was taken aback and looked directly at Ling Xiao. His nervous expression instantly turned into a smile as he said, "Huh? How come it's you? Could it be that you were also caught by the righteous snake sect and thrown here? Wasn't this smiling man Yuro Fei's adoptive father, Mad Monk?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Mad Monk to be completely fine. He immediately heaved a heavy sigh of relief and said, "Father-in-law, I came to save you. I thought you. It seems that we were the ones who were worried. You're also fine." Apart from his clothes being slightly damaged, Mad Monk's mental state was very good. It didn't seem like he had been injured at all. This made Ling Xiao very curious. After all, he knew from Zhuaiking's memories that Mad Monk was already on the verge of death when they threw him into the Hundred Snakes Cave. Moreover, his spatial ring had also been taken away. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was very surprised that he was still alive after falling into the Hundred Snakes Cave without anything to rely on. Mad Monk landed next to Ling Xiao, and his smile faded as he said seriously, "How did you know that I was captured by the righteous snake sect? And how is Fei-er? Don't let her take the risk to come here." Mad Monk was well aware of the strength of the righteous snake sect. If he wanted to go against such a powerful force with his own strength, it would undoubtedly be like striking a rock with an egg. Ling Xiao smiled, "Father-in-law, don't worry. Ro Fei is fine now, and the Snake E sect has already been exterminated by me. Otherwise, how could I come here to find you?" "What? You actually destroyed the Snake E sect? Could it be that you asked the people of the Blazing Flame Business Alliance to help?" The Mad Monk exclaimed. Naturally, he did not think that Ling Xiao had the ability to deal with the Snake Righteous sect alone. When he first met Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao was an elder of the Blazing Flame Merchants, which was why he made such a guess. Ling Xiao shook his head, and then he gave the Mad Monk a simple explanation of the sequence of events. Mad Monk's heart could not calm down for a long time. From Ling Xiao's words, he knew that Ling Xiao was actually a member of the Dragon Gate. Moreover, he was a descendant of the legendary Kim people. Although Ling Xiao had described it lightly, Mad Monk could still feel that Ling Xiao's position in that overlord faction was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have reached the peak of low-level God King from high-level Holy Emperor in a few short years? Similarly, it would have been impossible for him to lead the elders of his faction to exterminate the Snake E sect. Although in the end, Ling Xiao had gathered an army of holy beasts, Mad Monk could still feel that Ling Xiao's ability was truly heaven-defying. Such an outstanding young man, no matter which faction it was, would definitely focus on grooming him. The evil emperor has really taken in a good disciple. Mad Monk patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and exclaimed, "Hee hee, but am I not a good son-in-law to you?" Ling Xiao laughed. Being able to successfully rescue Mad Monk, he could finally answer to Yuro Fei. Naturally, he was in a good mood. "Haha, kid, you're right." The Mad Monk laughed boldly. Following that, Ling Xiao asked the question in his heart, "Father-in-law, how did you stay in the snake's stomach? And nothing happened to you at all?" "It's a long story. Mad Monk laughed and told Ling Xiao about the dangers that had happened to him. It turned out that after Ling Xiao was handed over to the Snake E sect by Tian Lung, he was tormented by the people of the Snake E sect to the point that he was no longer human. Unexpectedly, he was thrown into the Snake Cave. It was also because of this that he was able to keep his life in the Snake Cave. Perhaps this was inconceivable. After all, the Snake Cave was the most terrifying place of execution in the Snake Righteous sect. Anyone who was thrown here by them will be bitten to death by 10,000 snakes. That kind of pain was definitely not something that an ordinary person could understand, and the taste of death was definitely the most terrifying. At first, Mad Monk had also been bitten by those poisonous snakes. Fortunately, he cultivated the power of the light attribute and possessed an aura that these poisonous snakes hated. As a result, he was not immediately bitten to death by those poisonous snakes, and it was even more impossible for those high-level snakes to eat him. After all, a single human was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They were all left for those little poisonous snakes to eat. Mad Monk rolled down to the bottom of the Snake Cave, and when he saw the Snake King, he almost despaired. However, because of this, he was able to escape from death's door. The Snake King looked down on Mad Monk and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. It allowed the little snakes to ravage Mad Monk and continue to sleep. As for Mad Monk, he was tortured to the point of going crazy. He saw the snake gallbladder that was emitting waves of light onto the Snake King's body, and he pounced over and swallowed it. This time, the Snake King went crazy. This snake gallbladder was its treasure, and it was also the treasure of its snake descendants. How could it let this person swallow it? In a fit of anger, it swallowed Mad Monk into its stomach. For a Snake King like it, the venom in its body was extremely tyrannical. Anyone who fell into its stomach, even if it was a divine king, would not have a chance to survive. However, Mad Monk was lucky. After he swallowed the snake gallbladder, not only did it allow him to block the corrosion of the snake venom, it also allowed his injuries and strength to recover extremely quickly. At the same time, it made him fall into a state of madness. This was because the power contained in the snake gallbladder was so terrifying that it almost caused him to explode. This kind of power did not refer to pure divine power, but a kind of transformation of his body, as well as healing and recovery. Even a divine king like him could not withstand the excess energy. However, the snake venom helped him greatly once again. After the Snake King felt the pain, a large amount of snake venom surged in, wanting to get rid of Mad Monk as soon as possible. It was precisely in this desperate situation where he was being attacked from both the inside and the outside that the Mad Monk was able to unleash his excess power. As for the Serpent Queen, when the excess power was unleashed by the Mad Monk, the Serpent Queen was killed. At the peak of the 10th tier, it was not easy for a divine beast like the Snake King to die, but Mad Monk could do it after absorbing the snake gallbladder. However, Mad Monk did not know about this. He did not know when he had fainted, nor did he know about the changes that had happened to his body. When he woke up recently, he learned that he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, which also gave him the qualifications to aspire to become a supremacy in the future. In the boundless world, there would be people who had heaven-defying opportunities everywhere, and they would also become famous throughout their lives. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was born lucky, that's all. Father-in-law, you're just like the saying, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on, Ling Xiao said with emotion. As he stood next to Mad Monk, he could faintly sense Mad Monk's surging vitality and the terrifying power it contained. The Mad Monk also laughed and said, I originally wanted to refine that power here and casually understand my own abilities before killing my way out of seclusion. Since you're here, then let's go out first. Otherwise, I'll make Fei worry. Ling Xiao nodded and left the snake cave with Mad Monk. As for the Snake King, Ling Xiao kept it into an interspatial ring, and at the same time, he gave it to Mad Monk. Mad Monk's interspatial ring had already been taken by Tian Lung. Once the Snake Loyalty sect dealt with Mad Monk, Tianlong would be able to use the things inside the interspatial ring. However, Tianlong had never expected that not only did Mad Monk not die, he would even personally kill him in the future and take back everything he had lost. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Mad Monk when he captured him. After coming out of the snake cave, Ling Xiao and Mad Monk did not immediately leave. Instead, they searched the snake loyalty sect. After all, the people here had long been killed by the divine beasts, and the rest had run away. No one had the time to take care of some of the precious things stored in the halls of the various peaks. This could also be considered as some of Ling Xiao's spoils of war. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion as he looked at the army of divine beasts. If it were not for them, he would not have been able to take down the snake loyalty sect. If the people of Dragon Gate had charged in, they would have suffered heavy losses. If he had to sacrifice more people just to save one person, he would rather not save this person. Although it was the divine beast that had died, Ling Xiao still felt terrible. After all, these divine beasts were not his private army. It was truly a bit against the harmony of the heavens. Of course, this was just a momentary lament from Ling Xiao. After all, this was a dog-eat-dog world. It was either you die or I die. He had already gotten over it a long time ago. Ling Xiao asked the 13th prince to dismiss the divine beasts and let them return to the ancient mountain range. Then, he brought Mad Monk with him to the place where the other Dragon Gate members were stationed. However, just as they were about to leave the Snake Ridge, Mad Monk called out to Ling Xiao, "Shower, don't be anxious." As he said that, he gave Ling Xiao a look. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He began to spread his divine sense, but he was unable to detect any strange movements. Just as Ling Xiao was about to let down his guard, Mad Monk, who was beside him, suddenly moved. He shouted, "Get out here!" He pushed his hands up, and balls of dazzling light bloomed, shooting out in all directions. All of a sudden, a few people dressed in white suddenly charged towards them from several directions to kill them. These people in white had actually used some kind of secret technique to conceal all their life auras. Even a god king like Ling Xiao, the prodigal, and the 13th prince could not sense them. When they attacked, they did not cause any movement. It was as if they had completely turned into the air of this world. These 8 sword shadows were all aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. They had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Chapter 1258. Ling Xiao didn't expect to be in such a good mood after destroying Snake Loyalty Sect and rescuing Mad Monk. He didn't notice that someone would sneak up on him, and he didn't notice it at all. By the time Mad Monk exposed them, it was already too late. 8 divine swords stabbed at him from different directions. It was enough to turn Ling Xiao into a beehive. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body was freakishly strong. Those divine swords were only mid-level and not high-level. They couldn't completely break through Ling Xiao's physical defense. However, the power of the 8 swords stabbing at him was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao was severely injured, and his internal organs were severely impacted. Damn it! Mad Monk roared angrily and attacked the 2 people closest to him. He sent out 2 palm strikes at the 2 mid-level godly kings at the same time. Bang bang! Mad Monk was already a mid-level, high-level godly king, and his strength wasn't something ordinary high-level godly kings could compare to. He instantly sent the 2 godly kings flying. The other godly kings were shocked. Their swords changed direction and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. These people were extremely ruthless. They would only be satisfied after Ling Xiao's life. However, they didn't manage to take down Ling Xiao just now and gave Ling Xiao a chance. How could they kill Ling Xiao now? Although Ling Xiao was seriously injured, he used his many years of fighting experience. He used the 1,000-ton fall, and his whole body fell down at a rapid speed. At this moment, the prodigal and the 13th prince reacted. "How dare you hurt my boss? You must be tired of living." The prodigal roared and punched at one of the godly kings. That godly king immediately used his sword to block and counterattack. However, the prodigal's punch was extremely terrifying. It directly broke the godly king's divine sword and landed heavily on that godly king's chest. Bang! That godly king couldn't take it anymore. His chest exploded. On the other side, the 13th prince also killed a god king with a single punch. It was as easy as playing. 6 of the 8 god kings were immediately gone, and the other 2 were shocked. They immediately used a secret technique again and vanished from the world. However, since Mad Monk could discover them, he could naturally sense the direction in which they were fleeing. He rushed over again and blasted 2 punches in 2 different directions. Then 2 screams rang out, and 2 figures fell heavily from the sky. "How weak!" Mad Monk said disdainfully. He could sense that out of these 8 god kings, 3 of them were mid-level god kings, while 5 of them were only low-level god kings. With such strength, he was indeed qualified to assassinate Ling Xiao, but don't forget that he was still by Ling Xiao's side. However, it was indeed very dangerous just now. The other party's invisibility secret technique was really terrifying. He could actually approach and assassinate without making a sound. This was definitely the most mysterious assassination technique. Just as Mad Monk relaxed, he became alert again. Then, he instantly slammed his palm in another direction. At the same time, he shouted, "Shower, be careful!" Mad Monk's palm missed. An extremely fast shadow had already swept above Ling Xiao. A sword descended from the sky like the Milky Way, rushing towards Ling Xiao. This force was extremely majestic and terrifying. It compressed the surrounding space to the point where it collapsed. This was definitely a high-level god king's full strength. It wasn't something that the 8 godly kings could compare to. Moreover, this sword landed on Ling Xiao's head. It was a completely fatal blow. There were no flaws to speak of. This thunderous blow came too suddenly. Mad Monk, the prodigal, and the 13th prince were all too far away to help. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be killed by this blow, Ling Xiao's divine soul rushed out and blocked this blow. Wah! The sword attack was too fast. The divine soul clone couldn't even circulate its energy in time and was directly injured by the other party. However, because of this, Ling Xiao managed to gain some breathing space for himself. His body once again descended rapidly. At this moment, Mad Monk, the prodigal, and the 13th prince were already attacking with all their strength. Go to hell! The furious monk used the phaseless divine technique. His figure disappeared without a trace, and he instantly appeared in front of that person. His fists were like a violent storm, mercilessly bombarding that person. The prodigal and the 13th prince couldn't care less about the arrogance of a divine beast. They also attacked that person with all their strength. That person didn't succeed in his first attack. It was too late for him to continue attacking. He wanted to escape immediately. However, facing the combined attack of a high-level divine king and 2 divine beasts, he didn't even have a chance to escape. He was immediately smashed into meat paste by these punches. Boom, boom, boom. The defensive armor he was wearing couldn't hold up at all. It immediately cracked, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. Mad Monk didn't stop. He immediately rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already lying on a mountainous area. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He looked abnormally ferocious and terrifying. "Shower, are you all right?" Mad Monk exclaimed. Ling Xiao used his divine soul to block a fatal blow just now. His head was saved, but his divine soul was seriously injured by the other party. Fortunately, his divine soul was different from that of ordinary people. It was an existence of flesh and blood. Otherwise, his divine soul would have been destroyed, and he would have lost his life here. Now he was still breathing. His divine soul was on the verge of collapse. His mind was in a mess, and he was unconscious. Just when Mad Monk thought that Ling Xiao was about to die, a group of people rushed over from a direction. Mad Monk looked back and found that these people were abnormally powerful. Some of them were even more powerful than him. He was worried that they would also come to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Foster father, is that you?" A voice came from the group of people. Mad Monk noticed the woman. It was his foster daughter, Euro Fei. He immediately exclaimed, "Fei, it's me. Come over quickly." Ling Xiao, what's wrong with my husband? Euro Fei and Yun Mengqi's expressions changed as they exclaimed. The expressions of the people around them changed one by one, especially Lai Yuru and Zhou Zhijing. Their faces turned extremely pale. The group of people landed beside Mad Monk as fast as they could. Seeing Ling Xiao bleeding from his 7 orifices, their hearts sank to the bottom. Uncle Xiao should be fine. He has our clan's ancient Emperor Divine art. Ling Gang said calmly. If Ling Xiao really died, he would probably receive the most severe punishment when he returned to the clan. One had to know that Ling Xiao was the future hope of the Kim people. He was also one of the pillars of the Kim people's future. The clan had already given him a death order. No matter what, he must protect Ling Xiao. Quick, feed him a divine pill. He should be fine. Xin Yu Yi said hurriedly. Only then did everyone wake up. Yun Mingqi hurriedly fed a pill to Ling Xiao. However, even though Ling Xiao had taken the pill, his aura didn't recover at all. It was as if his last breath was going to be cut off at any time. Feeling this state, the women couldn't help but cry bitterly. They couldn't accept that Ling Xiao was going to die just like that. If that was the case, they would feel that the sky was going to be ruined. The other people who came with Ling Xiao were also grieving. They had all witnessed how monstrous Ling Xiao was. They absolutely didn't want such a legendary existence who could become a supreme in the future to die. They were all helpless because they knew that Ling Xiao could only hurt his head, which meant that his knowledge might have been damaged. They didn't have any divine pills or divine herbs that could heal the soul at all. After an unknown amount of time, the little green tree in Ling Xiao's knowledge finally began to flicker. It passed a trace of life force to the soul in his knowledge allowing his soul to gradually regain some consciousness. If Ling Xiao's soul was an illusory existence like an ordinary person's, it would be impossible for him to receive Lu Wang's energy. Fortunately, he had formed a flesh and soul, allowing him to absorb this energy and recover his consciousness. After Ling Xiao's soul regained some consciousness, he immediately operated the soul-controlling art to heal his soul injury. It was just that this time his injury was really too heavy. Most of his soul power was almost destroyed. If he didn't have a little bit of it to save his life, he wouldn't be alive right now. Ling Xiao felt much better now that he was able to recover a little of his divine sense. He wanted to refine the divine souls that he had absorbed before to restore his divine soul, but he felt a little bit of coldness attacking him. So he had no choice but to immediately wake up from his coma. "Xiao, you're awake. How do you feel?" As soon as Ling Xiao woke up, Yun Mengqi immediately felt it and quickly cried out in joy. Only then did Ling Xiao clearly see that the cold feeling was from Yun Mengqi's tears dripping on his face. Following his cry of surprise, several familiar faces appeared. They were Euro Fei, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zhijing. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they looked very haggard. They were in a very bad state. But when they saw Ling Xiao wake up, they all had excited smiles on their faces. Tears flowed down their cheeks once again. "Husband, are you all right? You scare me to death. If you're not here, I don't want to live either." Euro Fei held Ling Xiao's hand and said emotionally, "In order to save Mad Monk, Ling Xiao was assassinated." Of course, she didn't know that the assassins weren't from the Snake Righteous sect. Although Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing didn't say anything, from their expressions, Ling Xiao knew that his injuries affected many people's hearts. He forced a smile and said, "I've made you all worry. I'm fine. I'll be fine soon." After pausing for a moment, he asked again, "Where is this? Is his father-in-law all right?" He was now in a house, and he knew that he shouldn't be in the Snake Ridge anymore. Euro Fei said, "Godfather is fine. We are now in Summer Rock City." Soon after, Ling Xiao found out that he had been unconscious for nearly a month. Fortunately, he was still breathing, otherwise they would have thought that he was dead. Ling Xiao asked them to go out and tell the others that he was fine. At the same time, he had to immediately recover from the injuries of his soul. But in his heart, he was puzzled. Who was the person who attacked him? Chapter 1259. This was the first time that Ling Xiao's divine soul had suffered such a serious injury. Back in the Ghost Divine Pond, he had not been injured by the spiritual beast that could use soul power to attack him. But this time, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to use his divine soul to block the fatal blow. At that time, he had also wanted to buy some time from Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince. It was also because of this that he had a chance to save his life. As long as he was alive, he could recover again. Ling Xiao drank the Ghost Divine Spring and recovered his divine soul and physical body. Then, he absorbed and refined the remnant souls that he had stored. Injuries to one's divine soul were different from injuries to one's physical body. Although the soul-controlling art had the healing ability and the Ghost Divine Spring also had the magical effect of recovery, he had suffered too serious an injury this time. The little bit of soul power he had left was not even at the heavenly venerable level. Therefore, it took Ling Xiao almost a month to fully recover. After refining the remnant souls, his divine soul improved to the middle stage of the advanced level. If not for the fact that he had suffered such a serious injury this time, the souls he had absorbed would have been enough for his divine soul to reach the late stage of the advanced level. It was a pity. However, what Ling Xiao could not understand the most was who the people who had tried to assassinate him were. They had actually cultivated a kind of stabilizing secret skill that even he could not sense. This was indeed more terrifying than the people from Sha Tian's organization back in the central region. Even a high-level God King might not necessarily be able to withstand their kind of assassination. Thinking of the sudden fatal blow from the other party, Ling Xiao felt a little uneasy. He hated the feeling of being watched by hidden enemies. He would not feel good if he did not know who the hidden enemies were. If his divine soul had not been so seriously injured, he would have absorbed the remnant soul of the dead divine king. Then, he would have known who these people were. At the same time, he would have known when he had gotten into trouble again. He felt that he had already kept a low profile after coming to the heaven region. If anyone else had heard his words, they would probably have killed themselves with a piece of tofu. He had caused such a huge commotion, and he had even led an army of thousands of divine beasts to destroy a major force. If this matter were to spread out, it would probably cause a stir in the heaven region. Moreover, he had personally destroyed the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryu's verification. If this was considered low-key, then it was simply making others want to die. This was a symbol of one's status, a proof of one's strength, a halo of glory, a title that any god king would desire to obtain. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was actually so worthless. Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, and everyone was happy. They had been worried sick for a while. Ling Xiao immediately looked for Ling Gang and asked, "Ling Gang, do you know who tried to assassinate me?" Although Ling Gang was of the same generation as Ling Xiao's nephew, he was many times older than Ling Xiao. He was also much more knowledgeable about the matters of the heaven domain than Ling Xiao. Ling Gang replied, "According to the way you were assassinated, it should be done by the Shadow Assassination Group that had just risen in the past 100 years. They said that as long as they could afford the divine crystals, they would dare to kill anyone. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to actually dare to cause trouble for Uncle Xiao. When I return, I will immediately gather my men and find them and kill them all." Ling Gang revealed a vicious look, and he looked rather angry. If something happened to Ling Xiao while he was by his side, he would definitely be punished by the elders in the clan when he returned. Shadow Assassination Group? Ling Xiao frowned and muttered. Since there was nothing else to do for the time being, Ling Xiao sent his men back to their posts. He was not in a hurry to return to the Dragon Gate. He had already stayed in the gate for quite a while, and it was rare for him to come out. He would bring Meng Qi around the Sky Dragon region. In addition, he also wanted to see the two mistresses that he had not seen for a few years and see if his master had come out. Other than the women, Ling Xiao left behind Ling Gang, Mo Yinyo, Kong Wan, Kong Wu, Chang Haoyou, Xin Yuyi, Shatan, and Mad Monk. Of course, the Prodigal and the 13th Prince were definitely inseparable. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to let Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing return to the Blazing Flame merchants, so that Yun Mingqi would not be unhappy. However, who knew that in such a short period of time, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already gotten Yun Mingqi and Euro Fei mixed up, and even called them sisters. Moreover, they had come all the way to tell him about the news of Mad Monk. It would not be right for him to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Therefore, he allowed the two of them to follow him. Anyway, he was too lazy to care about this relationship and let everything take its course. The group's goal was to rush to Cloud Mound City, but along the way, Ling Xiao deliberately slowed down the process and took a good look at the local customs of the various cities in the Sky Dragon domain. Most of the time, he would bring the women to stroll around the city, enjoying this rare leisure time. He could not help but feel a little like he was back in the Xianling continent. If only his women were by his side, how happy would he be? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but become excited. He decided that after this trip, he would immediately go into seclusion to reach the mid-level Godly King realm as soon as possible, and then apply to the clan to return to the Xianling continent. First, it was to complete the mission given by the clan, and second, it was to bring all his relatives to the Heaven domain and share the superior cultivation environment here, so that they could live together forever in the future. In addition, he hoped that the people from the Shadow Assassination Group would reappear. By then, as long as he killed them and refined their souls, everything he wanted would be clear. However, since that sneak attack failed, the people from the Shadow Assassination Group never appeared again. After running around like this for more than half a year, Ling Xiao finally brought his group to Cloud Mound City. Ling Xiao could not wait to bring the group to Shu Ziqian's residence. However, when they arrived at Shu Ziqian's residence, they found that there was no one there, and at the same time, she also saw that the house was mostly destroyed, as if it had been through a fight. Ling Xiao's brows instantly furrowed, and then he roared, "Damn you, Yun Gang's sect!" Back then, he had asked the people of Yun Gang's sect to look after his two mistresses. Looking at the situation now, something must have happened, and naturally, anger rose in his heart. If anything happened to the two mistresses, he would definitely massacre the Yun Gang sect. "Xiao, don't be anxious. Maybe the two mistresses have already moved away." Euro Fei comforted him from the side. "Ask the people of Yun Gang's sect about this matter," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Then, Ling Xiao rushed to Yun Gang's sect with a group of people angrily. The people guarding the mountain gate could not stop Ling Xiao and the others at all, and could only watch these terrifying godly kings rush into the important place of their sect. Yin Mingtian, come out. Ling Xiaofei flew above the Cloudy Ridge sect and casually waved his hand. A golden fist smashed into a mountain, turning it into dust. Boom! Shocked roars and explosions reverberated within the Cloud Ridge sect. One by one, figures rushed out of the church. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our sect?" A low-level godly king shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a tightness in his chest, and a powerful aura sent him flying to the ground. The people of Yin Gang's sect were scared out of their wits. They knew that the person was one of the few godly king elders in their sect, and yet he was able to suppress him with just a wave of aura. One could imagine how terrifying this kind of strength was. The people of Yin Gang's sect were all suffocated by the other party's aura. The godly kings and demigod kings of Yin Gang sect finally rushed out from every corner, as if they were facing a great enemy. As the leader of Yin Gang's sect, Yin Mingtian finally recognized Ling Xiao and quickly led a group of people over. "Young Master Ling Xiao, you're finally here." Yin Mingtian went up to greet him. When Ling Xiao saw Yin Mingtian, he immediately asked, "Yin Mingtian, I'm asking you where my two mistresses went. Didn't I ask you to find someone to protect them? Why was he nowhere to be seen? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll annihilate your Yin Gang sect." Ling Xiao's domineering tone made the people of Yin Gang's sect very unhappy. After all, not everyone present had seen Ling Xiao before. However, Someone who could make their leader humble himself like this must have a powerful background. However, when their gazes landed on Ling Gang, each and every one of their expressions turned ugly. They had already recognized Ling Gang's identity, a top-notch powerhouse from Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Just based on Ling Gang's strength alone, it was enough to slaughter the entire Yun Gang sect cleanly. Moreover, Ling Gang had another identity. He was a member of Dragon Gate. When they thought about this, they knew that this young man in front of them was also a member of Dragon Gate. When Yun Mingtian heard Ling Zhao's question, his body trembled for a moment, and he said, "Young Master Ling, didn't you receive the message I had someone pass to you? What is it? Hurry up and say it clearly." Ling Zhao really didn't understand what Yun Mingtian meant by those words. Yun Mingtian didn't dare to hesitate and immediately explained the situation. It turned out that Xu Ziqian's whereabouts had somehow been found out by the Xu family. Half a month ago, the Xu family sent experts to take Xu Ziqian away, and at the same time, Feng Qingyuan was also taken away. The people of Yun Gang's sect naturally wouldn't allow it. Although the Xu family's power was above their Yun Gang sect, they were ordered by the people of Dragon Gate to protect them here. Unexpectedly, the Xu family did not give face to the Yun Gang sect, and even killed 2 of their Divine King elders on the spot. Yun Mingtian didn't dare to immediately fall out with them, so he could only immediately send people to Dragon Gate to look for Ling Zhao. However, he didn't expect that Ling Zhao would actually come to their Yun Gang sect a step ahead of him. The Xu family really has guts. They actually don't even put our Dragon Gate in their eyes. Ling Gang coldly snorted and shouted. People of their level cared about face the most. If someone didn't give them face, then they were enemies. It was no wonder that Ling Gang was so angry. "Then you mean to say that they've already been brought back to the Xu family?" Ling Zhao asked with a frown. Ling Zhao really couldn't blame Yun Mingtian for such a thing. Chapter 1260. I don't think so. They went to the chaotic burial space. Yun Mingtian continued. Miss Xu is threatening her family with her own life. She wants them to go to the chaotic grave space first, then she'll follow them back. She's deliberately stalling for time, hoping that young Master Ling Zhao will help them. It's been half a month. They're already near the chaotic burial space, Ling Zhao murmured. He turned to Yun Mingtian and said, "I've wronged you this time. Take these God King pills as compensation for what you've done." Ling Zhao then threw a bottle of Divine King pills to Yun Mingtian. There were a total of 10 God King pills in this bottle. To a force like the Cloudy Ridge sect, it was definitely a divine item that they could only wish for. Yun Mingtian excitedly received the Divine King pills. "Thank you, young Master Ling." "Thank you, young Master Ling." He knew that working for the Dragon Gate would definitely be beneficial, but he didn't expect this young master to be so generous. Just as Ling Zhao and the others were about to rush to the chaotic burial space, Yun Mingtian reminded, "Young Master Ling, there are people from the Sword Cleansing Manor among the Xu family. You guys should be careful." "Sword Cleansing Manor?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed fiercely. Then he disappeared from the Yun Gang sect's territory. Chaotic burial space, one of the 8 great forbidden grounds of the Heaven region. It was a place filled with spatial turbulence. From afar, it looked like a bottomless black hole that constantly spun. It was filled with a power that made people feel fear, insignificance, and fear. There were at least 8,000 divine kings who entered the chaotic burial space, but the number of people who came out alive could be counted on one's fingers. The divine kings who managed to come out had undoubtedly obtained astonishing fortuitous encounters, and most of them had even stepped into the honorable stage. Everyone knew that aside from the terrifying death rate, there were also unknown divine items in the Forbidden Grounds. There were many peak divine kings, including many Sinjin of Goguryeo, who had no choice but to enter the Forbidden Grounds in order to become supremes. Currently, there was a group of people stationed not far from this forbidden zone for humans. There were actually no less than 30 God Kings among them. There was even a peak God King and 3 high-level God Kings among them. Such a force would be extremely powerful no matter where it was placed. They didn't look like they were going to enter the chaotic burial space. Instead, they had something to do and were just staying here temporarily. There were a total of 50 to 60 people, and most of them were wearing alchemist robes. It was not difficult to tell that they were from some alchemy sect or family. There were also a dozen or so people who walked alone. They all carried long swords on their backs and looked like swordsmen. In this world where everyone carried a space ring, no one would carry one on their back unless they were the kind of people who had great respect for their weapons. However, the people in front of him were all wearing the same attire. Moreover, there was a sword symbol printed on their martial robes. In the Sky Dragon domain, apart from the people of the sword cleansing manor, no one else would dress like this. As for those dressed in alchemy robes, they were one of the biggest subsidiary forces under the sword cleansing manor, the Shu family. The Shu family was a traditional alchemy family. They were rather famous in the Sky Dragon domain and were much stronger than a major force like the Righteous Snake sect. Moreover, after they attached themselves to the sword cleansing manor, they became even more famous. Ordinary forces would not provoke them. And the reason why these people were here was to bring their family's young miss, Shu Ziqian, back. They had been looking for Shu Ziqian all these years. They didn't expect her to be hiding in Cloud Mound City. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't disguise herself to stroll around Cloud Mound City with Feng Qingyuan and was seen by a deacon who was working there, no one would know that she was living in seclusion here. It was also because of that accident that the people of the Shu family received the news and immediately rushed over to bring her back. Shu Ziqian and the rest wanted to resist, but it was already impossible. Their family had sent quite a number of people, and there were even people from the sword cleansing manor. They were determined to capture her back. Feng Qingyuan was just a fish in the moat. Shu Ziqian was naturally unwilling to go back. She had waited in Cloud Mound City for many years just to wait for the evil emperor to appear again. How could she give up halfway? Moreover, she knew that after she was brought back, she would be married to the young master of the sword cleansing manor. This was something she didn't want to face the most. But the situation was pressing. She had no choice but to go back. Therefore, she could only use the tactic of delaying, find an excuse to come to this chaotic burial space to pay her respects to an old friend, and then return with her family. Now, they had already been here for half a month. Adding the time it took to rush here from Cloud Mound City, it was only a month's time. It was simply not enough for the people of the Cloud Mound sect to bring news to Ling Xiao of the Dragon Gate. And today, her family and the people from the sword cleansing manor also began to urge them to return. "Little Qian, we must go." A high-level god king stepped forward and said to Shu Ziqian. This high-level god king was a guardian elder of the Shu family. He was Shu Ziqian's uncle, Shu Pengcheng. "Uncle Pengcheng, I beg you, can you give me a little more time?" Shu Ziqian pleaded to Shu Pengcheng. Her current strength had already been sealed by the joint efforts of the few great god kings, and the aunt who was with her couldn't come forward to save her. "Sigh, little Qian, I know what you're thinking, but you have to understand, for families like us, who can control our own marriage. Moreover, young sect master has already named for you to marry him, so we can't go against this matter." Shu Pengcheng sighed lightly as he said. Shu Ziqian frowned and revealed a distressed expression. "Then I can go back, but you must release my friend. She has nothing to do with this matter. You should talk to the young master about this matter." Shu Pengcheng frowned and said. Shu Ziqian was furious. Then she angrily ran toward the tent. Just as she approached the tent, she heard Feng Qingyuan scream, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me tell you, my disciple is a member of the Dragon Gate. Don't come over, you bastard." Shu Ziqian wanted to barge in, but she was stopped by the people of the sword washing manor. "All of you scram. If anything happens to my sister, I'll commit suicide in front of you." Shu Ziqian choked on her tears as she shouted. She had never thought that she would harm Feng Qingyuan because of her own matters. If that was the case, how would she have the face to meet the evil emperor again? Her words were indeed effective, and a lazy voice came out from inside. "Let her in." The people guarding the tent immediately opened up a path for Shu Ziqian. Shu Ziqian hesitated for a moment, but still barged in. Just as she entered, she saw that Feng Qingyuan's clothes were somewhat disheveled. His face was covered in tears, and he was sitting on the ground. Needless to say, he must have been bullied just now. How can you be like this? You're truly despicable and shameless. Shu Ziqian ran to Feng Qingyuan's side and scolded the man who was lying on the soft couch drinking wine. The man looked to be in his 30s, and his beautiful hair hung down in a somewhat slovenly manner. His eyes that were filled with arrogance and greed made people feel disgusted. Even though this person looked lustful, his strength was not ordinary. He was actually already at the middle stage of the Divine King. He was the young master of the sword-washing manor, named Zhuang Jiansheng, and was over 3,000 years old. Zhuang Jiansheng was famous for being a good woman, and there were at least 80 women in his harem. It was just that most of the women were abandoned after he got tired of playing with them. The reason why he was able to become the young master with his personality was mainly because he was the eldest son of the current manor lord, and the tradition of the sword-washing manor was to pass it on to the elder and not the younger. It was also because of this that Zhuang Jiansheng was able to take over the position of manor lord in the future. Otherwise, with his personality, it would be impossible for him to have the qualifications to sit in that position. Look at what you're nervous about. You're going to marry me, and she's going to be my maid. Zhuang Jiansheng drank a mouthful of wine and said with a faint smile. His eyes were unrestrainedly admiring the two beautiful women, and his heart was blooming with joy. He never thought that he would be able to buy one and get one free on this trip. He couldn't help but be happy. The women he had taken in the manor were all pretty good, but compared to the two women in front of him, there was still a gap. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get them back. Qingyuan, let's go. Shu Ziqian glared at Zhuang Jiansheng, pulled Feng Qingyuan, and walked out. However, before they could take a few steps, Zhuang Jiansheng's aura was released, suppressing them. Did I let you go? Come back. Zhuang Jiansheng laughed. He grabbed with one hand, and a strong suction force appeared, pulling Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan into his embrace. What are you doing? Let me go, Shu Ziqian exclaimed. On the other side, Feng Qingyuan scolded again. Bastard, let go of me, or else, when my disciple comes, he will make you die a horrible death. Zhuang Jiansheng seemed to be getting more and more excited the more he was scolded. He licked Feng Qingyuan's earlobe and said, Even you are not my match, so what if your disciple is here? If she is beautiful, I will take care of her as well. In the future, all of you can just stay by my side. You bastard, you will die a horrible death. Feng Qingyuan's tears flowed down as she cursed. She felt extremely wronged in her heart. If she were to really suffer today, how would she have the face to see the evil emperor again? But now, she didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Shu Ziqian cried out from the side, Uncle Cheng, Aunt, quickly come and save us. Quickly come and save us. Unfortunately, no matter how much she shouted, her voice only echoed within the tent. Because ever since she stepped into this place, Zhuang Jiansheng had already quickly set up a restriction, isolating all the sources of sound. A long time ago, he had already sent people to the Shu family to propose marriage to Shu Ziqian. However, he didn't expect that something would happen and she would actually run away with another man. After more than 100 years, he had finally found someone again. He couldn't wait to get rid of her first. Chapter 1261. How could he, the young master of the sword-cleansing manor, marry a woman who had been slept with by someone else? Therefore, before he went back to get married, he might as well play with her first and get rid of her when he got back. The Shu family would not dare to do anything to him. One had to admit that Zhuang Jiansheng was really a daring person. He also tore apart Shu Ziqian's clothes, revealing her tender and smooth shoulders, causing his index finger to move. Let go of me, bastard, get lost. It was Shu Ziqian's turn to struggle again. However, her cultivation base was sealed, so how could she break free? Zhuang Jiansheng was an expert at playing with women. He didn't pounce on them like an ordinary lustful man. He suppressed his impulse and pressed the two women onto his soft couch. Then, he picked up the wine glass beside him and poured it on the two women. The two women kept screaming and struggling, revealing many parts of their bodies. The wine slowly flowed from their necks to their fragrant breasts, which was filled with a strange charm. Fragrant wine drenched the beauties. The spring was overflowing. "Ha ha! Scream as much as you want," Xianxia said with an extremely lewd smile. Then, he was ready to force himself on the two women. However, at this moment, there was an intense quarrel coming from outside. "Who are you?" "Our Shu family and the Sword Cleansing Manor are here on business. Unrelated people, get lost." A few demigod kings who were on sentry duty shouted when they saw a group of people rushing over from afar. However, the group of people did not slow down when they heard them. Instead, they rushed over even faster. That powerful aura scared them so much that they quickly let go. It was also at this moment that they saw a divine beast Shilin among the group of people rushing over. They thought they were seeing things. Who is that? It looks like a divine beast Qilin. I saw it too. I don't think I've heard of anyone who has a Qilin mount in this area. Could it be some people from some hidden force? Why are they here? I think the man sitting on the golden lion is one of the legendary Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Ling Gang. The few demigod kings on sentry duty were all stunned on the spot. They kept talking about something and completely forgot about their duties. Ling Xiao and the others landed in the sky above the Shu clan and the Sword Cleansing Manor. The god kings of the Shu clan and Sword Cleansing Manor immediately soared into the air as they looked at Ling Xiao and the others warily. At this time, the prodigal had already returned to his human form. Otherwise, he would be very uncomfortable with those humans staring at him like that. "Who are you? Can't you recognize that we are from the Shu clan and the Sword Cleansing Manor?" Shu Pengsheng asked arrogantly. Ling Xiao did not want to listen to what these people had to say and immediately shouted, "Quickly release Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan." The moment Ling Xiao arrived, his spiritual had already scanned the area. He actually did not discover Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan and was extremely worried. He couldn't help but wonder, could they have entered the chaotic burial space? This place was very close to the chaotic burial space. If his two mistresses didn't want to be captured, they would have to barge into the chaotic burial space. Shu Pengcheng frowned and replied, "There's no one you're looking for here. If you know what's good for you, scram." Although he could sense that Ling Xiao and the others were not weak, they were even stronger. Naturally, they would not give Ling Xiao and the others any face. What big words. "Big Dog Zhang, look at who we are. Don't think that the Shu clan and the Sword Cleansing Manor are amazing." Ling Gang shouted in a domineering manner. The name of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo had long spread to every corner of the Sky Dragon territory. Anyone with a bit of strength would have seen the records of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, and there would even be pictures of him. With Ling Gang's shout, the people from the Shu clan and the Sword Cleansing Manor immediately noticed Ling Gang. Immediately after, their expressions changed. It was obvious that they recognized Ling Gang. Just as Shu Pengsheng was about to step forward and say something to Ling Gang, the Peak Divine King from the Sword Cleansing Manor called Zhuang then immediately said to Ling Gang with a smile that was like a spring breeze, "So, it's Brother Ling Gang from the Dragon Gate. I wonder what business you have here." Ling Gang also recognized Zhuang Nan. The other party was also a Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He was ranked in the top 600 and was one of the 70 or so Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo from the Sword Cleansing Manor. "Didn't you hear my Uncle Ling Zhao's words?" Ling Gang said coldly. Even if the other party was also a Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo like him, Ling Gang's strength was stronger than his, and the power behind him was also stronger than his. No matter which aspect, Ling Gang's arrogance was a notch higher than theirs. Zhuang then looked at the young Ling Xiao with some astonishment. He didn't need to guess to know that this young man was definitely an outstanding genius of the new generation within the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, how could a Sanjin kingdom of Goguryeo like Ling Gang be a law protector elder? "Sir, as far as I know, Shu Ziqian is the eldest miss of the Shu clan. How is she related to you? Zhuang Nin probed. As a last resort, he definitely didn't want to offend the people from the Dragon Gate. She is my master's wife, so naturally, she is my master's wife. Where did you hide her? Quickly bring her out, Ling Xiao said indifferently. After a pause, he said, Don't say that you don't know. I just came from the Yungang sect. Zhuang Nan, Xu Pengcheng, and the others already knew that they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. At this time, the ant who had been protecting Xu Ziqian finally spoke. Xiao Qian and Qingyuan are both in that tent. Quickly go and save them. Ling Xiao recognized this old woman at a glance. Listening to her words, it was clear that his two masters' wives were in danger. He was about to rush in the direction of the tent, but he was stopped by the people of the sword-washing manor. He shouted in a deep voice, Get out of my way immediately. His aura instantly soared, and his voice even contained the might of a dragon's roar. It shook the eardrums of the people who were blocking him, causing them to lose control of their minds. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to rush over and hit the tent with his palm. Zhuang Nan, Xu Pengcheng, and the others wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Pa! Ling Xiao's control of his palm was perfect, and the tent was only cracked by his palm. What the hell is he doing? Is he tired of living? Just as Zhuang Jiansheng was about to enjoy the bodies of the two beauties, he was shocked by the sudden alarm and started to curse loudly. Zhuang Jiansheng was furious, and one of them was even more furious. Ling Xiao looked at Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan, who were only wearing underwear, and saw the tear stains on their faces, and a monstrous anger instantly erupted. Bastard, you even dare to touch my master's woman. I'll kill you. Ling Xiao roared. He rushed towards Zhuang Jiansheng, and the 9 sun-burning heaven fist smashed towards Zhuang Jiansheng. Ling Xiao's killing intent was awe-inspiring. His anger overflowed to the heavens, and his fist intent was exceptionally tyrannical. Round after round of bright suns seemed to have fallen from the sky, engulfing Zhuang Jiansheng. Zhuang Jiansheng was shocked by this sudden attack. Although he came from a famous sect and had barely reached the strength of a middle-stage god king, his battle prowess was truly ordinary. Facing such a terrifying attack, he slipped away without even thinking and cried out in alarm. Uncle Nan, quickly come and save me. His cry for help was already too late. Ling Xiao's terrifying fist force mercilessly smashed onto his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Zhuang Jiansheng was blasted into a bloody mess by this round of attacks. His internal organs and bones were shattered, and his entire body was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Ling Xiao did not have the time to finish him off. Instead, he quickly landed in front of Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan and took out 2 sets of clothes to cover their bodies. Xiao scared the 2 mistresses. Ling Xiao said guiltily, if he had come to see these 2 mistresses earlier, he would not have discovered such a thing. Fortunately, from the looks of it, they had not been taken over by that guy. Otherwise, he would not be able to absolve himself of his guilt, even if he died 10,000 times. Zhuang Nan and Xu Pengcheng could not be bothered to find trouble with Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, they rushed over to Zhuang Jiansheng's side. Zhuang Nin could not help but be furious when he saw Zhuang Jiansheng's miserable state. However, he still endured it and fed Zhuang Jiansheng elixirs and God's spring water to protect Zhuang Jiansheng first. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to the manor lord when he returned. You guys quickly go and kill that little bastard for me. After Zhuang Jiansheng consumed the elixirs and God's spring water, he barely recovered a bit of consciousness and immediately ordered Zhuang Nan and the others. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When had he, the dignified young sect master of sword-washing manor, suffered such a serious injury? He was truly furious in his heart. Jiansheng, you better recover quickly. They're Dragon Gate's people, Zhuang Nan said in a deep voice. Heavens, Dragon Gate's people, so what? Zhuang Jiansheng shouted unwillingly. Heavenly Dragon Sect people are nothing much. They just want to kill you. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of them and coldly shouted. This time, Zhuangnan was furious. He suddenly flew in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Your Excellency is too unreasonable. Even if you're Dragon Gate's people, you cannot bully my young sect master like this. You must give my young sect master an explanation." Haha, what a joke. They are my master's wives. He actually dared to disrespect them. Even if he is your sect master, he must die. Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. Ling Xiao had always respected his master. He had the respect of Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian. Naturally, he would not allow others to bully them. What a joke. Ziqian is my young Mississippi. She is young sect master's fiancée. When did she become your master's wife? Xu Pengsheng had no choice but to stand up and reply. Although the Heavenly Dragon sect was strong, their Xu family and the Cleansing Manor Sword were bound together for good or ill, so it was impossible for them to cower at this time. I don't care whose fiancée she is. I only know that they are my master's wives. They are my master's wives. Whoever dares to insult them, I will kill them even if the Heavenly King comes. Get out of my way, Ling Xiao shouted. Ling Gang, don't tell me you think so too? Although our sword-washing manor is not as strong as your Dragon Gate, we will not let you bully us. Zhuangnan shouted at Ling Gang. Ling Gang flew over and sneered. My Uncle Zhao's thoughts are my thoughts. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 1262. All right, everyone come over here. Zhuangnan sneered a few times, then called everyone over. There were a total of 10 people in the sword cleansing manor, while the Xu family had 30 people. There were a total of 50 to 60 people, and more than half of them were divine kings. It was also because of this that Zhuangnan dared to challenge Lingang. After all, although the Dragon Gate's name was frightening, other than Lingang and the other 3 people who made him feel a little troublesome, the rest of them were all low-level divine kings, so it was not enough to make them afraid. Ling Xiao looked around at the people surrounding him and said indifferently, "Are you sure you want to protect that bastard? Impudent, if you dare to spout such arrogant words again, don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly apologize to my young sect master, or else this matter will not end." Zhuangnan shouted, throwing caution to the wind. Haha, all right, since all of you are courting death, then I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao laughed wildly and prepared to give the order to start killing. Who knew that Xu Ziqian would open her mouth and call out, "Ling Xiao, forget it. Let's go." Xu Ziqian was worried that Ling Xiao and the rest would be at a disadvantage, so she said that. Master's wife, rest assured, that bastard will definitely die. Ling Xiao replied indifferently, then shouted, "Whoever blocks me will be killed." It was said that women were like clothes, and brothers were like hands and feet. However, Ling Xiao had always thought that women were his reverse scale, and even if they were brothers, he was not willing to give in. Hypocritically abandoning a beloved woman for a brother. On the surface, this person seemed to be righteous, but in reality, he was a person who did not care about relationships, a complete hypocrite. Besides, a teacher for a day is a father for life, and the wife of the teacher naturally saw her as her mother. Seeing his own mother being humiliated by others, no one would be able to sit still and explode in anger. Ling Xiao was a person who could not tolerate any harm to the people around him, and it could also be said that he was an extremely protective person. Today, the enemy was outnumbered, and Ling Xiao was also not afraid. The cold killing intent that he displayed made people feel suffocated. He walked towards Zhuang Jiansheng step by step. That golden light carried a dense imperial might, making people submit. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. As one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Zhuangnan's strength had already reached the pinnacle, so how could he be scared by a low-level divine king? When he attacked, Ling Gang had already taken the initiative to attack him. Zhuangnan, your opponent is me. Come at me together. Ling Gang jumped down from the lion's back and thrust the golden spear in his hand towards Zhuangnan's face. Today, let me see if you, Ling Gang, are really as powerful as the rumors say. The rest of you, protect the young master." Zhuang Nin did not dare to be careless. The divine saber in his hand rushed towards Lingang. Zhuang Nin left, but there were still two high-level god kings protecting Zhuang Jiansheng. Xu Pengqing was naturally one of them. He looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and waved his hands to the sides, getting the other god kings to block Ling Xiao. And Nan, and at, and at. Nan. Ling Xiao instantly split into two. The divine soul clone wielded the golden dragon spear and smashed it towards the two high-level divine kings. Ling Xiao instantly split into two. The divine soul clone wielding the golden dragon spear smashed towards the two high-level god kings. The two god kings leapt in fright. They had never thought that their opponent's strength would erupt to such a terrifying degree in a single moment. But when they met the power of the spear, they felt a tightness in their chests, and they were sent flying. They spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. They were all high-level god kings. Even though they had only reached that level through the use of elixirs, their battle prowess was not something that an ordinary mid-level god king could deal with. Moreover, the person in front of them was just a low-level god king. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. But they did not expect the clone that had suddenly appeared to be so powerful. The power it emitted was comparable to a peaked divine king, and it made them vomit blood. The three god kings from the cleansing sword manor beside Zhuang Jiansheng immediately attacked Ling Xiao. Two mid-tier god kings and one low-tier god king attacked at the same time. The might of their attacks was definitely extraordinary. They locked down the direction Zhuang Jiansheng was in and bombarded it. The three of them felt that even a mid-level divine king would die. Unfortunately, by the time their attacks landed, the young man had already arrived in front of them. I said, "Those who block me will die," Ling Xiao said coldly. His figure split into three, and he blasted several bright suns at the three of them. The torrential fist intent filled the sky, and its power was majestic and terrifying. The three of them did not expect Ling Xiao to be fine. Instead, he attacked them so quickly. Bang! The three of them felt their chests shatter. When they were thrown out, they immediately lost consciousness. The three of them landed thousands of meters away. Their upper bodies had been completely blown up, and it was impossible for them to recover. They could only use their divine souls to rush out in a panic. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about them. Instead, he went in front of Zhuang Jiansheng. After Zhuang Jiansheng consumed the elixir, his injuries recovered significantly. However, he did not have the guts to challenge Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao continuously injure the people around him, a sense of fear overwhelmed him. What do you want? I am the young master of the sword cleansing manor. If you dare to touch me, you'll be offending the sword cleansing manor." Zhuang Jiansheng panicked. At the same time, he kept retreating. Those who wanted to rush over to save Zhuang Jiansheng were blocked by Ling Xiao's divine soul and the 13th prince. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. "I said that even if you are the master of the sword cleansing manor, I will still kill you today." With that said, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed Zhuang Jiansheng's neck, lifting him up. Zhuang Jiansheng only felt his neck tighten, and a suffocating feeling almost made him unable to breathe. Immediately after, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, and then heavily smashed onto the ground. Bang! Zhuang Jiansheng was in so much pain that he started to bite. He had never suffered such a heavy punishment since he was young. "Immediately kowtow to my two mistresses and admit your guilt. I can leave you with an intact corpse." Ling Xiao stepped on Zhuang Jiansheng's back and shouted. Zhuang Jiansheng was also a coward. He immediately cried for his parents. Spare me. Two grandmothers, spare me," Shu Ziqian said with hesitation, Ling Xiao, why, don't. Let him go. It was not that she did not want to kill Zhuang Jiansheng, but Zhuang Jiansheng was the young master of the sword cleansing manor, and their Shu family was relying on their subsidiary forces. She was afraid that if Zhuang Jiansheng died, it would implicate their Shu family. Ling Xiao knew what Shu Ziqian was worried about, but his gaze was still on Feng Qingyuan. When he was in the profound spirit continent, he had already acknowledged Feng Qingyuan as his mistress. His relationship with her was also the best, so it was still her decision. Anger flashed across Feng Qingyuan's face as she said, "Even if I don't kill him, I will make him pay the price." From Feng Qingyuan's eyes, it could be seen that she could not wait to devour Zhuang Jiansheng's flesh. If Shu Ziqian had not spoken first, she would definitely not have let Zhuang Jiansheng off. Ling Xiao could understand Feng Qingyuan's emotions and immediately nodded, then let him live a life worse than death. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack Zhuang Jiansheng's divine soul, Zhuang Nan rushed back from another direction with his sword in hand, shouting in shock, "Quickly release my young sect master." "Zhuang Nan, why are you running so fast?" "Today, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Ling Gang chased after him and shouted. In the surroundings, the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Shu family wanted to help, but unfortunately, they were unable to break through the defenses of the 13th prince, the prodigal son, and the others. Although Ling Zhao's side had few people, each and every one of them had extremely powerful battle prowess. It was impossible for the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Shu family to win with numbers. Instead, many of them were killed. "Little Qianyu, quickly let them help. Could it be that you can bear to see them kill us all?" Shu Pengcheng cried out for help to Shu Ziqian. He and another high-level divine king from the sword cleansing manor had been blasted by Ling Zhao's divine soul to the point that they were unable to distinguish north from south. If this continued, he would probably be killed as well. Looking at the others, they were simply not a match for the people from the Dragon Gate. Many of their companions and holy beasts had been slaughtered by them. He had no choice but to seek help from Shu Ziqian, hoping that she could make the people from the Dragon Gate stop. No matter what, Shu Ziqian was a member of the Shu family. She couldn't bear to see them die one by one. She immediately begged Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, I'm begging you, please, please make them stop first." Ling Xiao frowned, then shouted to the others, "Everyone stop." Actually, he didn't want to let it go just like that. According to him, he wanted to kill all of them. Anyway, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. The two groups of people split up. There were no casualties on Ling Zhao's side, but more than 10 people from the sword cleansing manor and the Shu family had died, and more than half of their holy beasts had died. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. "Quickly release my young sect master." Zhuang Nan looked at Ling Xiao with a livid face and shouted. Their sword cleansing manor was second only to the Dragon Gate. There was quite a gap in strength, but they were still a famous existence in the Sky Dragon domain. Their young sect master was trampled underfoot. It was simply an insult to their sword cleansing manor. If not for my master's wife begging for mercy, all of you would have died." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His soul power attack instantly rushed into Zhuang Jiansheng's divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Zhuang Jiansheng only felt that his head was about to explode. He kept letting out strange cries. Everyone didn't understand what Ling Xiao did to Zhuang Jiansheng. But when they heard these extremely tragic cries, they all felt their hair stand on end. Zhuang Nan's face was already extremely gloomy. Veins appeared on the hand that was holding the sword hilt. Scram! Ling Xiao raised his leg and kicked Zhuang Jiansheng fiercely. Zhuang Jiansheng immediately flew towards Zhuang Nan like a cannonball. Zhuang Nan caught Zhuang Jiansheng and immediately fed him a medicinal pill. It was just that although Zhuang Jiansheng's injuries were stabilized, he was still screaming crazily nonstop. It was as if he had suffered some kind of stimulation. "What on earth did you do to my young sect master?" Zhuang Nan questioned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said solemnly, nearly humiliated my two masters' wives. If he doesn't pay a price, do you think that it's possible? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Zhuang Jianxing's divine soul had already been blasted into an idiot by his soul power attack. He was also inflicted with the soul-locking curse. In the future, he could only live like a lunatic. This was indeed more satisfying than killing him to vent his anger. Hearing this reminder, Ling Xiao felt that his father-in-law's words made sense. The Sky Dragon domain was vast, and it would not be easy to find a person in any mountain range. Master, you seek riches in danger, but he's still fine now. I don't know what's holding him back. Ling Xiao sighed. As one of the 8 great forbidden areas, not everyone had the courage to enter. If it wasn't for the opportunity one got from the Snaky sect, I would also like to enter the chaotic burial space to take a look. When your master comes out, I don't want to be left far behind by him. Mad Monk sighed with his hands behind his back. The 4 legendary figures of the Xianling continent were all outstanding existences. It was mainly because the cultivation environment in the Xianling continent was inferior, which hindered their speed of advancement. And each of them was a proud and brave generation. Their temperament was really not what ordinary people could compare with. It was not surprising that Mad Monk had such a thought. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had an impulse to go in. However, he suppressed his impulse. After all, he was only a step away from the middle stage God King, and the continuous battles had brought him closer and closer to that level. He only needed to accumulate a little more divine power before he could break through. At this time, he definitely did not want to take the risk of entering the chaotic burial space. Furthermore, he still had to return to the Xianling continent to bring his family to the Heaven Realm. Perhaps he would wait until his realm reached a higher level and he had the confidence to enter the chaotic burial space. However, at this time, Yin Mengqi hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Xiao, have you seen Mistress Xiqian?" Seeing Yin Mengqi's anxious expression, Ling Xiao had a bad premonition and immediately replied, "Father-in-law and I have been here the whole time, but we haven't seen her. Isn't she always on your side?" Yin Mengqi hurriedly said, "I clearly saw her just now, but in the blink of an eye, I didn't see her. I thought she was walking around, but I didn't see her around. What is Mistress Xiqian trying to do?" Ling Xiao said somewhat irritably, then continued, "Tell everyone to split up and search, but don't get too close to the chaotic burial space. Once you get sucked in, you won't be able to save yourself." Yin Mengqi nodded and immediately went back to tell the others to split up and search. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, but he himself headed towards the direction of the chaotic burial space. He felt that Shu Ziqian might have suffered a blow, and probably went to the chaotic burial space. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but speed up a bit, hoping that he was overthinking it. The closer he got to the chaotic burial space, the more he could feel the chaos of the energy here. No divine will could be spread out to search. The huge black hole in the sky spun from time to time, like a ferocious beast that could devour people, causing them to be terrified. Waves of chaotic auras continued to wreak havoc in all directions. Occasionally, bolts of lightning could be seen flashing by, and waves of baleful energy filled the air. The closer Ling Xiao got, the more pressure he felt. The cold wind and explosive power made him feel a little uncomfortable, and the pressure of the distorted space was enough to make it difficult for any saint to move an inch. Without reaching the strength of the Holy Emperor, it would be impossible to even think of this. After Ling Xiao advanced another few thousand meters, the pressure of the space here increased greatly, and the cold wind made him feel pain. He had no choice but to slow down. He sighed in his heart. Even if the Holy Emperor came here, he would probably have to stop. The chaotic burial space is indeed one of the forbidden areas. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao saw a figure slowly walking in the distance. Wasn't that the mistress he was looking for, Shu Ziqian? She was dressed in purple satin, and her clothes fluttered in the strong wind. She looked like a sad fairy as she stared blankly in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with sparkling and translucent tears. "Mistress Ziqian, don't act recklessly," Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He couldn't care less and rushed towards Shu Ziqian. Shu Ziqian didn't seem to hear Ling Xiao's words and continued to walk forward. Ling Xiao flew with all his might, shaking off the cold wind and the pressure of the space, and quickly arrived in front of Shu Ziqian. Arriving here, Ling Xiao felt that his body was a little out of control, as if he was about to be sucked into the chaotic burial space. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao stopped Shu Ziqian and said, "Mistress, what do you want to do? Quickly go back with me." Shu Ziqian looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile and said, "Ling Xiao, get out of the way. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to go in and find your master." "Mistress, don't be silly. So what if you go in? You don't even know what's going on inside. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Master even if you die in vain. Hurry up and come back with me. Master will come out one day," Ling Xiao anxiously advised. This place was too close to the entrance of the chaotic burial space. If anything unforeseen happened, they would all be sucked in, and that would be the end of them. Shu Ziqian shook her head and said, "I really don't want to wait any longer. Maybe your master is trapped somewhere and is waiting for me to save him. Go back and tell Sister Qing Yuan that you will definitely bring your master back later." She was at a loss right now. Not only had she completely fallen out with her family, she had also offended the people of the sword-washing manor. Was there still a place for her in this Sky Dragon region? When she thought of her family, they would probably hate her to death a long time ago. Right now, her heart was like dead ashes. Then she might as well take the risk and enter the chaotic burial space to find her only lover. If she found him, then everyone would be happy. If she couldn't find him, then she could just accept it and not feel so sad right now. Shu Ziqian was a little agitated. She actually bypassed Ling Xiao and continued to go inside. Ling Xiao knew that it was useless to say anything now. He immediately pulled Shu Ziqian's hand and shouted, "Mistress, I have offended you." Immediately after, he forcefully pulled Shu Ziqian and flew back. Shu Ziqian struggled for a moment and said, "Ling Xiao, let me go. I really don't want to wait any longer." "Mistress, why don't you understand? Even if you go in, you'll only die. If Master comes out and you die inside, he will definitely be sad," Ling Xiao reprimanded. "So what? I have been waiting for him for so many years. I only know that he is still alive, but I don't know if he will come out again. Now, because of my matter, I have caused so much trouble for everyone. My family will definitely be implicated, although you are from the Dragon Gate. But that Zhuang Jiansheng is the young master of the sword-washing manor. If you hurt him, I am afraid they will not let this matter go," Shu Ziqian said. She felt that she was a jinx now. She had harmed her man, Feng Qingyuan, and her family. "What are you worried about? I was the one who hurt him. If they dare to cause trouble, our Dragon Gate will only make them suffer," Ling Xiao said. After a pause, he said, "How about this? You and Mistress will return to the Dragon Gate with me to meditate. When Master comes out, we will definitely get the news immediately. At that time, it will be easy to find him." Indeed, after this incident, Ling Xiao really did not dare to let Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan stay outside alone. If the sword-washing manor and the Shu family were not willing to let this matter go, when they were really captured again, he was afraid that he would be powerless to do anything. Shu Ziqian obviously hesitated for a moment, but then she shook her head and said, "Forget it. If I continue to wait like this, I will go crazy sooner or later. I want to go in and find your master." Ling Xiao did not give up. He simply ignored Shu Ziqian and forcefully pulled her away from this dangerous area. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed something. He looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Chapter 1264. As his voice fell, more than 10 figures quietly walked out in front of them. These people were like phantoms, not emitting any aura. They were all dressed in black martial attire, holding all kinds of weapons as they surrounded Ling Xiao and Shu Ziqian. Among these people, there was a pinnacle god king, 2 high-level god kings, and the rest were mid-level and low-level god kings. The leader was a peak divine king who wore a white scarf and a shining gray armor. He waved his hand and signaled for the people beside him to attack. "Master's wife, I'll hold them off. You leave immediately. They're here for me. Remember to call our people over." Ling Xiao threw Shu Ziqian in a direction as he shouted. Shu Ziqian was also a god king, so she knew how terrifying these people were. She didn't dare to hesitate. Borrowing the force of Ling Xiao's throw, she quickly flew in a direction. At the same time, she didn't forget to remind him, "Ling Xiao, you must hold on. I'll bring people back right now." However, the spatial energy pressure here was too great, so Shu Ziqian couldn't escape far. She was immediately blocked by a high-level god king. The other party thought that a high-level god king like him could easily stop a peak low-level god king like Shu Ziqian. Shu Ziqian also thought that she couldn't escape, but she still gritted her teeth and attacked the high-level god king with all her might. The high-level god king looked at Shu Ziqian with disdain, a playful look in his eyes. In his eyes, the strength of this girl's attack wasn't worth mentioning. Just as he was about to raise his hand to block this blow and take down this little girl, an invisible attack instantly hit his sea of consciousness and divine soul. He felt like his sea of consciousness was ruthlessly stabbed, and he couldn't help but scream. It was also at this moment that Shu Ziqian mercilessly slid her sword across the high-rank God King's neck. The high-level God King's head instantly flew off, and blood spurted out from his neck. Shu Ziqian didn't expect that her attack would succeed. Although she was surprised, she also knew that the situation was dire, so she immediately fled in the direction she came from. Damn it! Among those people, another high-level god king sensed that his companion had been killed inexplicably and shouted, preparing to chase after Shu Ziqian. "Don't waste time. Get rid of this kid immediately, or we won't have a chance when Ling Gang and the others arrive." The leader said in a deep voice. That person was unwilling, but he didn't dare to oppose the leader. At this time, they had already surrounded Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was like a slippery eel, constantly dodging and evading their attacks. For the time being, he didn't strike back. When he saw that Shu Ziqian had successfully escaped, he finally let go. "Who sent you to kill me? As long as you tell me, I can spare you." After that, I of you, of me of you, I can you, he, you'll know when you get to the netherworld. The leader sneered, then said to his men, "You're all good-for-nothings. Hurry up and get rid of him." As the leader's voice fell, a few more people appeared on their side. A total of 8 people surrounded Ling Xiao at the same time. Facing such attacks, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He sneered, and his divine soul attack instantly split into 3, attacking 3 low-level god kings at the same time, killing them before their attacks even reached him. Ling Xiao's divine soul power had already reached the mid-level, high-level god king realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level god king's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level god kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's spiritual power had already reached the mid-level of a high-level godly king. His soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level godly king's attack. How could those low-level godly kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's power was already at the mid-level, high-level god king realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level god king's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level god kings withstand it? With the attacks from 3 directions gone, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to dodge the others' attacks, took out the golden dragon spear, and immediately launched an all-out counterattack against those people. Those people were instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao, swallowing blood. "Leader, this kid is really tough. No wonder why you failed last time." A high-level god king beside the pinnacle god king frowned and shouted, "If we continue to suffer losses like this, the rewards won't be enough. Finish him off." The pinnacle god king frowned and said. He felt that this kid was very strange. He didn't even see him make a move, but a few of his subordinates were already dead, which was really unimaginable. The high-level God King could also hear the seriousness in the Pinnacle God King's tone, so he immediately nodded and attacked Ling Xiao. His attack was very strange, and just as his body flashed, he actually disappeared from this part of the world, as if he was completely invisible, and his aura was also very well hidden, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him at all. Ling Xiao dealt with the few God Kings in front of him with all his might. He killed another 2 low-level God Kings, and the other 3 mid-level God Kings were forced to retreat by him. Although he had been constantly vigilant of his surroundings, the sudden sneak attack still made him break out in a cold sweat. He had experienced this kind of experience half a year ago, and it was also a fatal blow that pierced through the top of his head. It was enough for him to suffer the same move once, so he definitely couldn't suffer a second time. Ling Xiao didn't use his Divine Soul Clone at the beginning, but this time he used his Divine Soul Clone just like the last time. But this time, he was already prepared and on guard. Before the attack landed on top of his head, his Divine Soul Clone immediately attacked and took the golden dragon spear in his hand and faced the sword light that was coming from above his head. The high-level God King who sneaked an attack clearly didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually use his Divine Soul to block his attack, but he didn't think that a low-level God King's Divine Soul could block his attack. Just as well, I can make your soul scatter, and you'll never be able to reincarnate. The high-level God King shouted ferociously, and a majestic power poured out. Try it if you can. Ling Xiao's divine soul snorted coldly, and the golden dragon spear in his hand burst out with power that was dozens of times stronger than before. A peerless golden dragon instantly rushed up as if it had just broken through the sky and let out a loud and clear roar. The high-level God King completely didn't expect that a mere low-level God King's divine soul could instantly burst out with such ferocious power. His sword technique collided with his opponent's spear light, and his divine saber was instantly shattered. The golden dragon still surged forward unstoppably toward his head. No! The high-level God King's head was hanging downwards, so when faced with such a powerful attack, even if his head was made of 10,000-year-old rock, it would still be smashed to pieces. Rumble. The high-level God King was instantly killed by Ling Xiao's attack, and his body turned into a pool of blood that splattered everywhere. This shocking attack stunned all the God Kings who came to surround and kill Ling Xiao. If the death of the first high-level God King didn't attract much attention, then the death of the high-level God King in front of them was witnessed by everyone. The high-level God King was actually blasted apart by a direct attack from the other party, so one could imagine how powerful the other party was. At this time, they also saw that there were 2 identical Ling Xiao in front of them. Apart from the strength of their auras, they couldn't tell which one was the real one and which one was the doppelganger. They even thought they were twins. The leader was finally moved. Damn Dragon Gate. What kind of information did they provide? If this kid can only defeat a mid-level God King at most, then what on earth happened just now? The leader couldn't help but curse in his heart. As the vice leader of the Shadow Assassin group, he was also very knowledgeable. He could immediately tell that the clone that suddenly appeared just now was probably formed by the condensation of Divine Soul. He originally thought that since Ling Xiao was alone, he could easily end this kid's life with his subordinates. However, he had lost 2 of his generals and several other trusted subordinates. This was really a heavy loss. At this moment, he no longer dared to be careless and led these last people to attack and kill Ling Xiao together. I'll deal with this divine soul clone. The rest of you destroy his real body for me. That Pinnacle God King shouted. That Pinnacle God King couldn't be compared to others. He clearly cultivated the wind attribute, and in this environment his speed was still extremely fast. At the same time, his attacks were also abnormally fierce, making it hard for people to block. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao was of the wind attribute. After increasing his combat strength by several tens of times, he could still fight to a draw with this person in front of him. After all, back then, this divine soul clone of Ling Xiao was an existence that could contend against the Sinjin of Goguryeo. If not for being suppressed by this spatial power, he might still be able to gain some upper hand. The other side's 2 high-level god kings were already dead. The rest were 5 mid-level god kings and 2 low-level god kings besieging his real body. Due to his divine soul's power being extracted, Ling Xiao was unable to use soul power attacks. He could only use the 9 Suns' heaven-burning fist to kill these people. He already cultivated the 9 Suns' heaven-burning fist to the extreme. 9 brilliant suns appeared together, all making heaven and earth change color. Those god kings were all blasted, flying backward and vomited blood, while those attacks that landed on Ling Xiao's body did not cause much damage to him. At most, his internal organs suffered some internal injuries, and the ancient sovereign divine technique could recover very quickly. As long as he delayed until others came to save him, then everything would be easy. If not for the other side having this pinnacle god king, he would not need to let out the divine soul clone at all, and would directly use divine soul attacks, then coordinate with his own methods to kill the others. Even so, Ling Xiao still had the upper hand despite fighting 2 against 8, and even killed the other 2 low-level god kings. After all, his speed and movement technique were absolutely not random. The group of people fought closer and closer to the chaotic burial space, but Ling Xiao did not seem to notice at all. And that pinnacle god king seemed to intentionally lead Ling Xiao's side to fight. A sneer quietly appeared on his face. "All of you back off." After that pinnacle god king burst open Ling Xiao's divine soul, he suddenly shouted. Immediately after, 2 lifeless figures instantly appeared. And following the sudden appearance of these 2 lifeless figures, Ling Xiao encountered the greatest danger since the beginning. He was actually sent to the legendary Forbidden Area. Chapter 1265. The 2 silhouettes charged at Ling Xiao's real body and clone. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to attack the 2 silhouettes at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 2 silhouettes were still able to charge at him after receiving his attacks. "It's a puppet." Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and shouted. Ling Xiao's real body and his doppelganger were hugged by the 2 puppets, which were almost rotting. Just as Ling Xiao was about to break free, the peak divine king shouted, "Send him into the chaotic burial space immediately." The others received the order and immediately attacked Ling Xiao without holding back. Numerous forces intertwined and combined in this part of the world. Wave after wave of earth-shattering power surged towards Ling Xiao. These powers didn't want to kill Ling Xiao directly, but to send his body into the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao's face paled. He didn't think that his opponent would come up with such a devious plan. His soul clone was able to blast the puppet away, but the peak divine king's attack was already heading towards him without holding back. On the other side, the real body couldn't shake off the puppet in an instant. He was forced into the entrance of the chaotic burial space by the power. Everything happened so suddenly that Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These powers continued to wreak havoc in this space, exploding nonstop. The direction of these powers was the entrance of the chaotic burial space. It seemed like these forces had triggered the power of the heavens. The power of the chaotic burial space suddenly became more violent than before. Waves of level 12 cold wind roared, and many purple thunders kept bombarding. Black clouds rolled up, and a huge vortex appeared. It was like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The grayish-black power spun rapidly, and a powerful suction force burst forth. Ling Xiao was instantly blasted thousands of meters away by the powerful impact. His body was also injured. His soul clone was also forced back by the peak divine king, but it wasn't as far as his real body. When Ling Xiao felt that his real body was about to be sucked into the black whirlpool by the powerful suction, his divine soul doppelganger flew over at top speed, pulling his real body and flying forward. "You want to escape? Impossible." The peak divine king had always been paying attention to Ling Xiao's situation. he realized that Ling Xiao's spirit was about to bring his real body out. He roared again and attacked with the others. But this time, Ling Xiao was prepared. The obsidian cauldron instantly enlarged and stood in front of his body and soul. Once again, the obsidian cauldron was blasted back quite a distance by the other party, while Ling Xiao was also pushed back by the backlash. Damn it, Ling Xiao cursed, but there was nothing he could do. On the other hand, the other party's attacks came in wave after wave. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, wanting to rush back had become an extravagant hope. Suddenly, the suction behind him became even more terrifying, and a force like a devil's claw instantly entangled Ling Xiao. Whoosh! Ling Xiao and the obsidian cauldron were immediately sucked into the black whirlpool by this powerful force and disappeared. At this time, Shu Ziqian had already returned and hurriedly brought the others over. They happened to see the scene of Ling Xiao being sucked into the chaotic burial space, and each and every one of them was stunned. No! Ling Xiao's women all let out heart-wrenching screams. Each and every one of them desperately wanted to rush over and rescue Ling Xiao. However, Ling Gang, Mad Monk, Kong Wen, and Kong Wu, who were beside them, immediately stopped them. "You bastards, this prince will eat all of you," the prodigal shouted at the few people who were trying to escape from afar. The prodigal instantly transformed into his true form and rushed towards the Shadow Assassination Group members who were scattering and running away. The raging flames on its body surged up instantly, burning all the air in the vicinity. The temperature instantly rose to a terrifying level. A dazzling meteor-like light shot towards two of them. Roar! The prodigal roared twice, and his two front claws instantly crushed the two mid-level divine kings. The 13th prince's actions were not slower than the prodigal. His body shook, and he immediately chased after the peak divine king who was the fastest to escape. A golden light shot out from his mouth and hit the peak divine king. The peak divine king jumped in fright. He never thought that there would be a true dragon divine beast that had taken human form here. He raised his strength to the extreme, and his figure fluttered like the wind, dodging the 13th prince's attack. However, in order to dodge this attack, his figure also slowed down, and the 13th prince's huge basin mouth instantly enveloped him. Damn it, you really think I'm easy to bully? The peak divine king's greatest desire to survive was aroused. He shouted, and the long sword in his hand burst forth with his full strength, directly stabbing towards the 13th prince's throat. This was a desperate fight that would cause both sides to suffer. If the 13th prince insisted on devouring him, his divine sword would definitely pierce through the 13th prince's throat. One had to admit that the peak divine king's ability to adapt was quite outstanding, and he was not afraid of death. It was a pity that he had underestimated his and the 13th prince's abilities. Before his sword light could pierce through the 13th prince's throat, a bead appeared from below the 13th prince's throat. Boom, boom, boom. The bead instantly burst forth with terrifying power, blasting the peak divine king and his divine sword into ashes. The dragon bead was the crystallization of the true dragon's power. Once it appeared, it was enough to raise the true dragon's power to a terrifying level. Those who had surrounded Ling Xiao were all hunted down and killed by the two mythological beasts. One of them was captured by Ling Gang, and he used the soul-searching technique to get some useful information. He wanted to find out who had sent them to assassinate Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were not leaders, and they were only following instructions from their superiors. They had no idea who had sent them. These people sent Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space, and they all died. A sobbing voice cried out, "Godfather, let go of me. I want to find Xiao Xiao." Needless to say, it was Euro Fei who wanted to struggle free from her godfather, Mad Monk, to find Ling Xiao. Mad Monk shouted, "Are you crazy? Even if you go in, you won't be able to find him." "No, I can definitely find him. Let go of me. I can't let him stay there alone," Euro Fei begged. The chaotic burial space was known as a forbidden area, and anyone who entered it would most likely die. Although she didn't want to face the fact that Ling Xiao could die, she couldn't bear to watch as Ling Xiao was sucked in. Her heart was broken. She wanted to go in because she wanted to die with Ling Xiao. "Calm down, Ling Xiao might not die," Mad Monk shouted, and then he said to the others, "Take them back." Yin Mingqi, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zhijing's reactions were not much calmer than Euroface. All of their faces were full of tears, and they kept wanting to go to the chaotic burial space. However, when Yun Mingqi heard the Mad Monk shout, she immediately held back the tears on her face. She then looked in the direction of the chaotic space and shouted, "Xiao, I know you'll definitely be fine. I'll definitely wait for you to come out." She paused for a moment before continuing, "But before you come out, I'll definitely take revenge for you. No matter who harmed you, one day I'll definitely find them and kill them all. At that time, I'll come and accompany you." Yun Mengqi spoke more decisively, and her beautiful eyes flashed with an unprecedented hostility. Her water god body erupted with terrifying power, and the divine sword in her hand stabbed upwards, making a ferocious sound, showing her determination. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had gone through untold hardships to find her and reunite with her. It hadn't even been 3 years, and he was sent into the chaotic burial space. She knew how terrifying the chaotic burial space was. Thinking about Ling Xiao dying, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She didn't understand why the heavens wanted to torture them like this. If something happened to Ling Xiao after she got her revenge, she would follow Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space. Whether it was to find him or to be in love with him, she didn't care. Right? We have to get revenge for Ling Xiao. No matter who the enemy is, no matter how great the price, we have to exterminate them all. Lai Ryu also made a vow. Her fire god body flickered, and the intense flames soared into the sky. Her aura was no weaker than Yunmenqi's. Zhou Zhijing didn't say anything, but looking at her tightly clenched fists, she knew that she had made up her mind. Ling Xiao, it was Master's wife who harmed you. If Master's wife hadn't come here, this wouldn't have happened to you. I deserve to die 1,000 times. The one crying the most emotionally and sadly was Shu Ziqian. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would have such a thing happen to him just to find her. She felt like she was born to be a jinx. She wanted to break into the chaotic burial space, but she was knocked out by her aunt from behind. "Everyone, I'm sorry. Ziqian was too emotional." Shu Ziqian's aunt apologized. She knew that Shu Ziqian had already lost control. If she was allowed to make a scene here, it would be even more embarrassing. Shu Ziqian was Ling Xiao's master's wife, but she wasn't anyone else's master's wife. Especially Ling Gang and Xin Yuyi. The way they looked at her was almost emitting fire, but they still held it in. They were all cursing in their hearts. Ling Xiao died for such a stinky woman. It's really not worth it. Feng Qingyuan didn't say anything. She was also crying her eyes out. At least she knew that the evil emperor was still alive. It was just that he couldn't come out. But Ling Xiao was suddenly sucked in, and he didn't even leave them the jade tube of life. They didn't even know if he was dead or alive. "I say, you don't cry. Boss should be fine." The prodigal didn't understand human emotions, but after spending a long time together, he understood a little, so he spoke up. As soon as the prodigal said that, everyone looked at him. The prodigal scratched his head and said, "I think boss should be fine. Isn't he an undying cockroach?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression darkened again. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.